Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter uncovered Hogwarts' darkest secrets in his 6th year. Here is short summary. As strange events plague Hogwarts, Harry uncovers a web of dark secrets, hidden threats, and a sinister plot that could change everything. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Blaise raised an eyebrow. He brushed Pansy aside, and then took a step towards Ernie, but perhaps luckily, Professor Allister appeared at the end of the corridor, strolling briskly towards them. He was holding a huge cardboard box in his arms, full of what Harry first thought were large black spiders, until he took a closer look and realized they were fingerless gloves, much like the ones worn by Allister himself. "Go on in," he said, holding the door open with his spare hand. "To a table, and you won't need to get anything out. I'm starting you straight out with a practical." Intrigued, the class all filed quietly into the room. Harry joined Lavender and Seamus at a table with Ernie, Hannah and Justin Finch-Fletchley, who greeted him with a friendly smile. The class looked rather sparse, spread out all around the room, but as Harry reminded himself, more would be joining them after an hour. Allister dropped the box of gloves on the front desk. "Right then," he said, turning around and addressing them all. "Welcome to your first ever Pure Arts lesson. You should know me by now. If any of you have forgotten, I'm Professor Allister and I'll be teaching you. First things first, how are you all?" There was a general murmur of, "Fine," as Allister pulled the box over, sorting through the handfuls of gloves. "Good, now, can you all catch?" he asked, looking up. Everybody glanced at each other rather worriedly, as though it was some kind of trick question. He smiled at their nervous expressions. "I suppose I'll just have to find out then, won't I?" he said, amused, snapping his fingers. They all gasped as the gloves flew upwards and outwards from the box in a great black cloud, as though they were bats. They fluttered across the class, handing themselves out to each student and falling neatly in the spare seats. Everybody looked very impressed, and Allister smiled again. That wasn't so hard now, was it? Harry found himself smiling, even though he couldn't remember switching his expression. Allister tugged his own gloves down, and moved to the middle of the room to look around at them all, his dark brown hair gleaming in the candlelight. At this angle, the amber glow washed smoothly over his tanned, youthful face, highlighting his prominent cheekbones marvelously. "In this class, you will find that I teach in a rather different way to your other professors," he said, curtly, looking around in turn at every face. "I do not believe in copying notes, or textbooks without lots of pictures, or homework at all. If I wanted you to do these things, my subject would be pure arts theory, and believe me, there isn't much theory to it. What happens is, raw magic is released at times of great emotion and it makes things happen. Wands can channel this magic into spells, though the human body can master the skill of channeling it. Which reminds me, I do not believe in wands either. In a duel, if your wand is broken or lost and you have no other methods of defense, you are screwed, to be blunt." Harry grinned. It was hard to imagine Professor McGonagall or Snape being casual enough to use the term, screwed, and not sound deeply sarcastic. "But if you concentrate," Allister continued, "and practice the pure arts with my teaching and assistance, you could stay alive when you would have previously died. The pure arts is not an easy thing to grasp straightaway, and many people never learn to control raw magic completely. You either have great skill in this subject, or you do not. But I don't reward natural skill and the ability to do things straight off. In my classroom, all I could ever ask is that you try your best and never let your frustration get the better of you. At times, it might be tempting to stamp your feet and scream and cry, but it won't do you any good. In many times in our life, violence is far from the best weapon. For example, just to prove a point, somebody curse me." They all stared at him, wondering whether he just said what they thought he said. He smiled, chuckling. "Well, we couldn't curse a professor," said Justin Finch-Fletchley, sounding aghast at the very thought. Allister smiled sideways, his roguish smirk, the one that brought a glimmer to his soft chestnut-colored eyes. My Ravenclaw 4th years this morning couldn't wait to set their wands on the new guy. Come now, I'll have to pick somebody if I have no volunteers, and I'll pick the person who looks most like they don't want to do it. Harry glanced around, and seeing nobody come forward, he raised his hand tentatively. I'll do it. Allister's face curled in a gracious smile. Thank you. Your name, please. Harry. Harry Potter. Ah, of course, said Allister. His eyes raked Harry's hairline for a moment. I did wonder. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. Potter, I'll stand right here for you. Curse me. Anything you like, though preferably a curse and not a hex or a jinx. As for charms, I think I've already got far too many for my own bloody good, so we'll avoid those, please. Lavender giggled, and Seamus smirked next to her. Okay, said Harry. He took his wand from his bag, and toyed with it for a moment, wondering what to use. He knew he'd never ever forgive himself if he killed Allister in his first lesson, and neither would 95% of the school's girls either. He decided, raised his wand and cried, Tarantalagra. A bullet of yellow light bloomed from the end of his wand, and rushed towards Allister, heading straight for his chest. But when it got about half a meter from him, there was a metallic chink and the air around Allister shivered, a hazy shield flickering into place and absorbing the spell completely. The professor chuckled as everybody burst into applause. You see, he said, if you can do that, you have a better chance for survival. Interestingly, if you left your wand at home and somehow ended up trapped somewhere with no food, unsure how many days it would take to be found, what would you do? Most of you would starve. He smirked, snapped his fingers and a sandwich blossomed from nowhere, falling neatly into his outstretched hand. He took a bite, licked his lips and looked thoughtful for a moment. Too much mayonnaise. But that's not the point. What matters is that the pure arts, along with your charms work and so forth, can be a great help to you. And we're going to start straight off. Everybody put your gloves on, and make sure they're on properly. He took another bite from his sandwich and then placed it on his desk for later, sitting down and surveying them all with a smile. Justin Finch Fletchley looked quite excited. I think I like this subject. Me too, said Ernie. I wouldn't mind being able to just snap my fingers and make a sandwich. Could do with one now actually. You should have eaten your seafood stuff, said Justin. It was delicious. Oh no, it was awful, said Seamus, wrinkling his nose. All powdery and weird. Never tasted anything so weird in my life. Justin shrugged. I thought it was rather tasty. Are you all ready? Said Allister, halting the conversation. Yes, good. Now, you may well be wondering just why I have you wearing these rather odd gloves. The answer is that as horrible as they may be, they help control magic just a little more, and they also prevent any nasty accidents for first-time learners. With any luck, we could have some of you moving things a little or maybe getting some morphing by the end of the lesson, but of course, my expectations aren't high. This is a difficult subject. He cleared his throat, leaning against the desk behind him and crossing his ankles, his thick boots thunking off the floor. First things first, who can tell me the most obvious cause of raw magic being summoned? A few hands went up. Allister glanced around, and then pointed to Hannah with a smile. I'm sorry, but I don't know any names, so you'll have to tell me. Yes. Hannah, Professor, she said, smiling shyly. And raw magic is made from strong emotions. Thank you, Hannah, that is indeed correct. Raw magic is created from strong emotions, and when enough is created it has to go somewhere. Normally in the form of magic. Of course, some wizards prefer swearing or hitting something, but really, that's no way to resolve things now, is it? Hannah giggled and blushed. He smiled courteously to her, then turned back to the class, snapping his fingers. With a faint pop, a balloon appeared, floating midair in the middle of the room. Now, for an advanced wizard such as I, popping this balloon is easy. He waved his hand loosely at it, and it burst with a loud bang that made them all jump. See, and by the end of the year I know you'll all be able to do that, one way or another, whether to set it on fire or make it vanish. Whatever. He snapped his fingers and a new one appeared with another quiet pop. We'll be doing a lot of work on balloons, because it's easy to see any effects on them. I also happen to like balloons. His eyes sparkled in a smile. In your table groups, you'll all be given a balloon and set to practice. Watch for any effects while your table mates are trying their best to cause some kind of harm to it, but first, you need to know how to do it. This isn't psychokinesis, and you can't do anything to it just by screwing up your eyes and giving yourself a headache. What will cause an effect is raw magic. Have you all got good memories? They all nodded vaguely. Good, because you'll need them, he said. What you need to do is remember a time of your life when you felt a strong emotion. It might be happiness, excitement, fear, sadness. Perhaps even at your young age's love. He smiled. Though let's not have anybody getting carried away. Relying on love as an emotion is a tricky business. Believe me. The girls all giggled and blushed. Whilst you're all practicing, I'll call you up one at a time to try and do something to this one here, he said, and with a few snaps of his fingers, balloons appearing in each of the groups. And I don't want to see any cheaters getting out pins, because I'll know. And keep your gloves on. They'll help you summon more magic and control it better. Let's try not to have any fires, please. They all huddled around in their groups, and Alistair started to call up a few of the Ravenclaws on the other side of the room to teach them properly. Justin Finch Fletchley looked to be brimming over with excitement. Gosh, this sounds fun. Who wants to go first? You can, if you want, said Harry, grinning. Have you ever done any raw magic before? Justin chuckled. Not yet, but I'll have a shot. He put the balloon in the middle of the table, and everybody sat back to watch as he thought of something, dwelling on the thought and holding his hand out. He was still for a moment, and then a single yellow spark hopped from his index finger to his thumb with a slight zipping noise. He smiled. Here goes nothing. He sat forward on his elbows, watching the balloon closely, holding his fingers towards it. He looked deep in thought, entranced in whatever his memory was, and as hard as he was concentrating, nothing much was happened. The balloon moved a little, as though being breathed on. He sighed. Oh well, how frustrating. Yeah, said Ernie. Here, I'll have a go, but nobody laugh if I get it wrong. I've got a habit of blowing things up when I'm annoyed. Harry sat back to watch, but before Ernie could do anything, Professor Alistair's voice called from across the classroom. Mr. Potter, could I have you next please? He nodded, stood up and crossed over to Alistair at the front of the room. The professor smiled. No pressure now, Harry. Just find your memory, concentrate on it for a while and then think hard about the balloon. Just imagine batting it or blowing on it to move it, and stay calm. Okay, said Harry. He glanced up at the hovering green balloon in front of him, keeping his breathing slow, flexing his fingers and then holding them out. He fished around for a memory in his head, something that conjured strong emotions. The scene of Uncle Vernon standing on his front door step, dripping in paint, looking horrified came to mind and he couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. Alistair smiled. Good boy. Go on then. Harry faced the balloon again. It was almost the same shade as the Super Splatter Decorator 2003 paint. He swallowed, stretched out his fingers and thought hard about the look on Uncle Vernon's face and just reaching out, batting the balloon gently. He felt his eyes glazing over as he thought, harder and harder, but nothing would happen. He frowned, his fingers shaking, willing something to happen, anything. Uncle Vernon, the paint snowman, staring from the step, frozen with shock, bat the balloon, nothing. Have you ever done raw magic before? Asked Alistair, standing up, crossing over to him and turning his hand over to study his wrist for some reason. Harry nodded. Quite a few times. I turned my teacher's wig blue, and I flew once, and I set a boa constrictor on my cousin, and I inflated my aunt, and lots more stuff. Alistair frowned. Odd. Something's repressing it. I think you've got a block. Has anything stressing happened to you today? Yeah, quite a few things, said Harry. But it's just regular stuff. Anything in particular? Asked Alistair, glancing up at him. I got a detention off Snape, said Harry, vaguely. And I had to catch Draco Malfoy when he fell down the Ollery steps. Alistair frowned again. Malfoy. Now where have I heard that name before? Well. It sounds as though you're too tense, Harry. You need to relax and clear out your system. Normally, emotions like anger, sadness, etc., are marvelous raw magic sources, but frustration can produce a blockage. Try to clear your head. It's just a detention, and there's no need to think about Draco Malfoy. He's fine. Harry closed his eyes, the better to relax. He concentrated on his breathing, imagining all his frustration floating gently away, and Allister nodded. That's it. Now think of something relaxing. Something interesting you've seen in the last few days, a fresh memory. Tell me about it, so don't make it too personal. I might be all for friendliness between students and teachers, but I don't want to delve too deep into your private life. Harry thought, idly, his mind landing on the little hawk in the Ollery with the glossy copper feathers. At break, there was a hawk in the Ollery, sitting with my owl. She's called Hedwig, and it had a little tag through its wing, it said. Cupid, said Allister. Harry opened his eyes, nodding. Yeah, how did you? Allister smiled. That's my hawk, Harry. Marvelous, isn't he? Yeah, said Harry, returning the smile. Oh, he's a wonder to fly, said Allister. I go hunting with him occasionally. Just watching him soar across the sky, it's nearly as good as being on a broom. Very nearly. Do you ever fly? Harry nodded, thinking of Quidditch, a smile crossing his face. Yeah, I'm a seeker. It's one of the things I'm good at. But he cut off, jumping suddenly as his fingers sparked and gave him a quick zap. Allister chuckled. Marvelous. That's got your block cleared nicely, I think. Ready for another try? Harry grinned. Yeah, okay. Good boy, said Allister. Now, concentrate as much as you can on flying, and moving the balloon. I think we've got some potential with you here, Harry, real potential. Ready. As Harry nodded, raised his hand and let his eyes focus back on the balloon swaying gently in front of him, he couldn't help but smile, realizing he'd changed his mind. Mondays weren't bad really. By the time Ron and Neville arrived from Care of Magical Creatures, Harry was able to have the balloon clearly swaying back and forth, and by the end of the lesson, Harry had managed to make the balloon spin very slowly and gently round in a circle. Ron wasn't overly impressed by the lesson, until Allister called him up to practice, and when he came back, he was brimming with self-pride and looked a great deal happier. Apparently, he'd made the balloon blush, first time. When end bell went, everybody was sad to leave the classroom, quite wanting to stay, and the moment they left the room, Ron pulled out his now battered timetable and scanned it eagerly. Wednesday next lesson. Wahee, it's a double. And you've got it too. That Allister guy's all right, really, isn't he? Maybe he's not such a prat. You know, just slightly pratty. Harry nodded, grinning. He felt strangely energetic, as though he wanted to run outside and try to blow things up with his fingers. I can't believe you thought he'd be like Lockhart. Ron laughed. Yeah, well, everybody makes mistakes. Harry, Ron. Hermione was hurrying towards them from the runes corridor, and when she reached them, she gabbled, "What was it like? What was it like?" Pretty cool, said Harry, grinning. We were trying to move these balloons, and I made it go red. First attempt. Ron smiled, tilting his head back proudly, as though he'd single-handedly saved the world. He says I'm obviously a hard-working student. Oh wow, she breathed, enviously, though she clearly didn't give two hoots about whatever Ron had managed to do to his balloon. He sounds like such a good professor. I was talking to Padma Patil and she had him after first break. Come on, I'm starving, you can tell me all about it. Oh, wait, said Harry, realizing with a disappointed flicker in his stomach. I've got to go and arrange my detention with Snape, straight after end bell, he said. Ron smiled weakly. Oh well, just make it quick and do what he says, then we'll see you in the Great Hall, okay? Okay, said Harry. Ron and Hermione headed off towards the hall, Ron talking animatedly about pure arts and Hermione asking odd questions every now and then. Harry went the other way, down the cold stone corridor to the dungeons, feeling his high spirits ebbing away. Snape would probably have him doing something horrible. He always did. Dejected, he paused in front of Snape's office and knocked 3 times on the heavy oak door. Enter, drawled Snape's voice lazily from inside. Harry twisted the handle and stepped in, not looking up. I'm here to arrange my deet. There was a flurry of movement, and Harry caught a flicker of silvery bee-owned hair and green robes as a figure streaked out of the room and knocking the door with a clatter. He raised an eyebrow. Who was? None of your business, Potter, Snape growled, though Harry spotted what was unmistakably Draco Malfoy's scruffy old bag on a chair in front of the desk. Now, your detention, said Snape, wrenching Harry's attention back. For talking back to a professor and spending unnecessary time out of lessons. It was necessary, Harry said, without thinking. Snape looked up at him, his eyes narrowed. I'm sorry, Potter, I almost thought you spoke back to me again there. I must have been mistaken. Even you wouldn't be that foolish now, would you? Harry didn't say anything. Good. Snape slid a diary from across his desk, with a black velvet cover and the Slytherin snake emblazoned across it. He flicked idly through the pages, the tip of his quill tracing over the various entries. My week is already fully booked with detentions to stupid pupils like you, causing trouble on their first day. Ah, yes, Friday. That should do nicely. He let go of his quill, and it remained standing, ready to write. Harry Potter, detention, Friday. The book gave a loud noise like somebody passing gas. Harry stared. So did Snape. I said Harry Potter, detention, Friday. He commanded again. Another rude noise came from the pages. Harry wondered whether Snape's luck was now so bad that even his quill was disobeying him, but next second, the book started to speak, in what was unmistakably Albus Dumbledore's voice. I'm sorry, but under the order of the headmaster, Harry Potter is not to have any detentions set on Friday. This is because he needs to run the DA, which has higher priority than punishment in my opinion. Please choose another day. Snape sneered as the voice faded away, grabbed the quill and flicked the page over, jabbing it in the Saturday box. Harry Potter, detention, Saturday, 9 p.m. It scribbled it in obediently and then fell still. Snape snatched it up, shut the book and glared up at Harry. Well, what are you still here for? Harry nodded and turned to go, but as he did, Snape remembered something. Oh, one moment Potter. Draco, get back in here. Harry stopped and glanced over his shoulder, watching as the door creaked open. A very worried-looking Malfoy slid into the room, hovering nervously behind his professor, hand curled around his pendant. Harry wondered whether Blaise had been telling the truth, and if it did contain one of Lucius Malfoy's hairs. Snape sat back in his chair, lazily, glancing from one to the other. Sit. Harry sat reluctantly next to Malfoy in the chairs in front of Snape's desk, acting as though he didn't know the Slytherin was there at all. Blaise Zabini, Potter. Snape studied him closely, looking for any reaction. Tell me. Harry looked back into those cold black eyes, suddenly wishing he could do an Alrister and make Snape explode, then run. You mean, what happened in the Ollery? Snape frowned. No, Potter, I mean a completely different event which has nothing to do with Malfoy, or you, and happened several years ago. The sarcasm in his voice was nearly painful. Use your brain. Of course I mean what happened in the Ollery. He sat forward, placing his hands together, glancing between them over steepled fingers. Malfoy says you were a possible witness. Possible, Malfoy mumbled. Harry nodded, numbly. I heard what happened, but I only heard, I didn't actually see. What did you hear? Snape said, lazily. I was going up to the Ollery, and I heard Blaise Zabini and some other Slytherins up there. Malfoy, I mean, Draco, was telling them that the brooms had been seized. And so they had nothing to fly on. Blaise said that Draco was off the team, then there was a crack in and Draco fell out of the door. He nearly went down the stairs but I caught him. And then he went off down the stairs, said Harry. And I went to the Ollery. Oh, Blaise and the old Slytherin Quidditch team was there. Blaise laughed and said they should go and check whether Malfoy had cracked his head open at the bottom. Snape nodded, apparently satisfied with this version of events, drawing out a piece of paper from a drawer. Then I shall speak to Zabini. Potter, you can go. Malfoy, you're staying here, he added, as Malfoy stood up to leave as well. Can't I? No, sit down. Malfoy sat reluctantly down before his head of house, looking at his hands, as Harry slipped out of the room, feeling rather numb. That wasn't the Draco Malfoy he remembered at all. Then again, Harry reminded himself, seeing your father murdered and then being force-fed Veritaserum and made to live it all again, that probably changed a person. The thought of Neville then came to Harry's head. Had he been a happy, energetic, high-spirited child before his parents were tortured to insanity? As Harry walked silently towards the Great Hall, he was suddenly struck by just how many lives Voldemort had ruined. He wasn't the only lone suffering hero. Malfoy, Neville. There were probably hundreds of children out there without fathers or mothers because of the Death Eaters. So many once happy families, now empty, with only shadows left. He could imagine Malfoy sitting in some dark, hidden place with his mother, nothing left at all but the pendant around his neck and the memories of his father. Yes, Lucius Malfoy had been evil. Any supporter of the Dark Lord was. But it was Draco who was paying the ultimate price for his father's actions. Dinner was chicken and chips, one of Harry's favorite meals. He sunk down between Ron and Hermione, loading up his plate, turning to Ron to tell him what had just happened, though to his surprise, he saw Ron frowning at his plate, toying idly with a single chip. "What's up?" Harry asked. "Dunno," said Ron. "I just feel weird. Don't want to eat." "You shouldn't have had all those puddings yesterday then, should you?" said Hermione. "I told you so. You've only got yourself to blame." "No, it's weird," said Ron. "My stomach hurts and I feel really, really weird. I don't think I can eat this." He pushed his plate away, looking rather green and sickly. "Maybe you should go and lie down," said Harry, worriedly. "Yeah," said Ron. "Yeah, I will, see you later." He left the hall, swaying slightly as he walked. Hermione sighed, shaking her head. "I warned him. I really did." But it didn't look as though Ron's love of sugar was to blame. Up and down the Gryffindor table, more people were looking a bit peaky. Seamus Finnegan was very green indeed, and Lavender was rubbing his arm nervously. "Hey, Seamus, are you okay?" said Harry. Seamus shook his head vaguely, his eyes unfocused on a point before him. "I don't feel so good." Hermione got up out of her seat as Seamus retched, closing his eyes, and she hurried back a few moments later with Professor McGonagall in tow. "What is it, Finnegan?" she said. Seamus swayed dangerously. "I feel sick." You look it. Miss Brown, Mr. Thomas, get him to the hospital wing, and be careful," said McGonagall. "Does anybody else feel ill?" "Ron went up to Gryffindor Tower a few minutes ago," said Harry. "Shall I go and look for him?" "Yes, I think you should, Potter." Professor McGonagall looked over her shoulder. "Odd, none of the other houses look ill." "Maybe it's our food," said Hermione at her elbow. McGonagall picked up one of the chips from the plate in the middle, studying. "No, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. What did you all have for lunch?" "Seafood risotto," said Hermione. "Do you think it could be that, Professor?" "More than likely. Seafood is notoriously bad for causing food poisoning in Muggles. I think it's just a bug." She raised her voice and called down the table. "Anybody who feels ill, please follow Miss Granger to the hospital wing. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey can sort this out." Madame Pomfrey, it turned out, couldn't sort it out. She handed out food poisoning medicine, but the Gryffindors were still ill. Ron and Seamus were the worst. By the time the next morning came, Ron was weak and shaking, pale in the face and clammy to the touch. He couldn't even get out of bed, and so Harry and Neville both ran down the corridor to the nearest professor's office in their pajamas. Flitwick called Madame Pomfrey, and Ron was levitated to the hospital wing, watched by a worried crowd of Gryffindors. None of the other houses seemed to be affected at all, though the state of Gryffindor's health slowly got worse and worse. Over the week, more and more people were admitted to the hospital wing. By the time Friday came, the Gryffindor common room was looking very thin indeed. Harry was quite disappointed, as a lot of the house had said they were coming to DA that night, but it looked as though he would be one of a small number. The last lesson of the day for him was History of Magic, which ended at 3 o'clock. DA started at 6 o'clock, after dinner, and so Harry decided to go and visit Lupin and finalize what they were planning to teach tonight. The dark arts professor was huddled over a huge glass tank when Harry slipped into the office, and he appeared to be dangling tiny pieces of meat into the cage. "You got it," said Harry, hurrying over. Lupin smiled up at him. I did. The Ministry wasn't happy about bending the import laws, I'll admit, but Dumbledore beat them down. He said that the students needed to learn. What breed is it? Harry asked, awestruck, gazing down into the tank. Lupin chuckled at the eagerness in his voice. A common Welsh green. The little baby dragon in the tank gave a hiccup and a small jet of flame shot out of its nose, scorching one of the nearby shrubs Lupin had planted in its habitat. Just young at the moment. Dangerous enough to amuse the boys, cute enough to enthrall the girls. The perfect subject. Harry grinned. Can I feed it? Of course you can. You're going to be feeding it tonight, you might as well get some practice now. Lupin handed him the box of meat scraps. Just one at a time, dangle it over the cage and he'll jump for them. Is it a he? Asked Harry, absent-mindedly taking a chunk of meat and hanging it into the tank. I didn't think it wise to check, Lupin mused. The door suddenly opened behind them, and Hagrid's huge hairy form hurried into the room. I've got more chickens, Professor Lupin. How is he? He's fine, Hagrid, said Lupin, smiling, taking the sack from Hagrid. Come and have a look. Well, shouldn't really. Got lots to do, gotta clean my hut and everything, but if ye insist. Harry grinned and shifted up for Hagrid to shuffle forward and peer into the tank. A smile creased his face underneath his beard. Beautiful, he said, with glossy eyes. Reminds me o' Norbert. Bless, I am. Have ye got a name for I am yet, Harry? A name, said Harry, blinking. Why, are we keeping him? Lupin smiled. Professor Dumbledore thinks that a dragon would be a good addition to the school defenses, he said, pleasantly. So this is our new guard dragon, and yes, he needs a name. We can't just call him Dragon, now, can we? Harry shook his head, grinning. So what are we going to call him? Well, you and the rest of the DA will be looking after him, with Hagrid and I's supervision. Lupin fed the little green dragon another chunk of chicken, watching it snap at the soft meat hungrily. Hungry little fellow, isn't he? How a-boo, Munchie, Hagrid suggested. Harry looked at the baby dragon, savaging the next piece of meat and growling softly, making a noise a little like a kitten on a ball of string. No, he doesn't look like a Munchie. He's a bit like a cat, really. Mrs. Fig has loads of cats. He's like some of them. Well, the ones who aren't mad. Yes, Arabella is fond of her felines, said Lupin, nodded knowledgeably. He tossed the dragon another strip of meat. Of course, he's not going to be cute for much longer. Common Welsh greens can grow to huge sizes. I dare say he'll outgrow even the dungeons in a year or so. Kibbles, said Hagrid. Harry looked down at the dragon. It had a piece of meat in its mouth, and was flinging its head from side to side, mewling and snarling. He smiled. I like Kibbles. Kibbles the common Welsh green. Then Kibbles it is, said Lupin. I must admit, something a little more fierce would strike fear more effectively into the hearts of the Dark Lord's minions, but Kibbles will do. Harry grinned and tossed Kibbles a few more pieces of meat, watching him spin around happily, snapping at them all and mewing pleasantly. Should be fun to look after you, so long as you don't eat me, he added, smiling. Dash, how many people have come? Hermione said in an odd voice, gazing out through a gap in the door. Harry and Lupin were just putting the last finishing touches to tonight's meeting, though really, Harry was starting to think it was more like a show. The great hall was absolutely packed with people, all talking excitedly, waiting for the evening to start. I'd just leave it at a lot, if I were you, said Lupin, wisely. There's no need to get nervous. Harry glanced through the door, thinking that having half the school staring at you and expecting to learn was defiantly a reason to get nervous. Hermione, how can you want to be a professor? You'd have to do this every day of your life. Hermione tidied her hair neatly as she spoke. Classes are a lot smaller than this, and students aren't in class by their own accord. They have to learn, but people here can leave if they want, so there's more pressure here. Lupin chuckled. You've never had to teach last thing on a Friday. Then you'll understand the meaning of pressure, Hermione. He glanced out through the door, checked everything was in order and then stepped back. Well, Harry, off you go. I'll just stay in the background and assist if you need it. For a moment, Harry was tempted to fake stomach pains and fall over with the mysterious Gryffindor Rosata bug, but he didn't think Professor Lupin would believe that for 1 minute. Pulling the door open, he wheeled out the trolley with Kibbles balanced on top in his tank. Hermione walked at his shoulder, looking rather nervous, though once Harry had cut a path through the people to the single house table left out as a stage, it wasn't so bad. He took a quick glance at the crowd, checking for people who didn't like him, but he couldn't see anybody. He smiled, encouraged, and he and Hermione levitated Kibbles's tanks onto the stage carefully. The little dragon was asleep in the burrow he dug himself at one end of his cage, and so there was a great murmur of interest as to what was in there. Harry stood up on the table, looking out nervously across all the faces turned towards him. Hi, he said. Well, thanks for coming. It's a shame we're kinda missing some people because of Gryffindor Rosata, but anyway. I thought that with doing curses and so forth in defense against the dark arts, I'd do some dark creatures, so, here goes. He took a handful of meat from the pouch tied to his waist, and scattered it loosely about the cage. Everybody gasped, and with an eager squeak, Kibbles came pattering out from his burrow and lolloped across the tank, snapping at the meat Harry dropped. The crowd all surged forward for a better look, and Harry found himself smiling and remembering why he'd started to teach DA in the first place. What sort is it? Asked a second year behind Harry. It's a common Welsh green, he replied, crouching down so people could get a better look. He had a sudden urge to put his arm around the second year and point out all the fascinating features of the dragon and their uses. Hermione hadn't been able to fight that urge, and was surrounded by a knot of first years who were absolutely ecstatic with excitement at the baby dragon. She was going through what makes a dragon most dangerous, and her little fan club was almost trembling with each word she said. Harry grinned. She caught him watching and grinned back. For a moment, Harry had a fleeting glimpse of the future, seeing Hermione as a professor, teaching whatever she wanted, and he had to admit, the thought suited her quite well. What do they eat? Asked a voice behind Harry. He scooped out a handful of meat and held it out, showing the people nearby. It's mostly chicken, but they like ham and other meat too. He tossed the scraps into the cage, and Kibbles set about them, snarling and rolling over and over, as though hunting them. The voice behind Harry chuckled. It's really cute, nearly as cute as you. Harry looked around, shocked, and very nearly fell backwards into the tank with Kibbles. Cho stood behind him, smiling, her hair tied back into a blue bow. Why didn't you answer my letter? She asked, casually, still smiling. Harry tried to wipe the horrified expression of his face. I didn't get a letter from you. Oh, my owl might have lost it, she said, idly, leaning on the table and gazing up at him. I really hoped you'd read it. I wanted to say sorry for last year, how jealous I was all the time. It's okay, he muttered, embarrassed, turning away and wishing he wouldn't blush like this. In his mind, he'd played this conversation a million times, how he'd turn away from her and then walk off and leave her to it. He always promised himself he wouldn't go red or forgive her, and he'd just done both those things. Could I talk to you for a minute, Harry? She asked, softly. He glanced down at her over his shoulder, trying to be cool, but his hand was shaking so much that he ended up throwing a lump of chicken at some Ravenclaws on the other side of the tank. Not now, he said. After the meeting, she said. She blinked hopefully at him, her pretty eyes round and sweet. Yeah, maybe, he said vaguely, turning back to Kibbles and filling his water bowl with a jug from the trolley. Part of him wished she'd just burst into tears again and run away, so he wouldn't have to talk to her. He suddenly wished that Ron was here to give him support. Taking the next best option, he drifted vaguely around to stand near Hermione and her first-year club, handing her some scraps of meat to feed the dragon with. Cho's here, he muttered, under his breath. Hermione looked up, scanning the crowd and then spotting Cho, who was talking to Ernie Macmillan and gazing at the dragon in awe. Oh, she said, stiffly. She wants to talk to me after the meeting, he said, keeping his head down, flicking more pieces of meat vaguely at Kibbles. What do I do? Just talk to her, Hermione suggested coolly, handing out some meat for the first years to give to the dragon. Tell her what you think. It's not a big deal, Harry, remember you've got some control over the situation. Harry nodded numbly, watching the first years throwing meat into the tank and gasping with excitement as Kibbles said about their offerings. Hermione was now talking to Luna Lovegood, who'd seemingly appeared out of nowhere with a dreamy smile on her face, and Harry didn't want to press the subject of Cho much. Reminding himself it was just talking and he had control, he tried to calm himself as he answered some more questions about dragons asked by a fourth year near his ankles. It's just talking. No big deal. I am completely calm. Help me, he thought, an hour and a half later, as he hid in the back room connected to the Great Hall. Professor Lupin had wheeled Kibbles back to his office, the students had all left to their common rooms and Hermione had gone to visit Ron. He was completely alone. Was Cho still out there? He found himself thinking very conflicting thoughts, both hoping she was, and at the same time, praying she wasn't. He crept to the door, glancing out. The hall was pretty much empty. She must have gotten bored waiting for him. Sighing with relief, he opened the door and strode out. Harry, he yelped with surprise as Cho spoke from behind him, where she'd been hiding out of sight. Hi, Cho, sorry about the wait. She smiled shyly. That's okay. There was a pause where Harry felt his rebellious cheeks reddening under her cool, pretty gaze. So what did you want to talk about? He said, nervously, though he knew well what she wanted to talk about. She giggled. You're so oblivious, Harry. I sometimes wonder whether you do it on purpose to make me laugh, or you're really that sweet. Harry felt his limbs all freeze up as she leant out and rested a hand on the side of his neck, just lingering. You know what I want to talk about. He stammered. Well, I made a lot of mistakes last year, she continued, calmly, as though she hadn't even noticed that he was shaking enough to register on the Richter scale. And I wanted to say sorry, Harry, because it wasn't fair on you. Cedric just meant a lot to me and it was hard when he died, and I took that out on you, though I shouldn't have. You deserve better than that. Harry's legs felt as though they'd been turned to jelly. And I know that you and Hermione are just friends, she said, softly, and Harry suddenly realized she was mysteriously close to him, even though she hadn't moved. I shouldn't have been so jealous. I just needed comfort then, but I'm better now. I thought about us, and I wondered whether you wanted to give it another try. Say no, thought Harry. Say no. Push her away. Stand up for yourself. Think of what Ron would say. She keyed you again, didn't she? Ron said, as Harry sat dejectedly by his bed 15 minutes later. Harry didn't beat about the bush. He nodded in a numb, too shocked to be properly shocked way. Hermione came in worrying about you, Ron continued. She said you looked really nervous for all the meeting because Cho was staring at you. Harry nodded again. He raised a hand to his cheek to wipe away a little more of the dampness left there. So, said Ron, what was it like? Better. Harry shrugged. I dunno. Wet again. He glanced at his hand and found traces of Cho's shimmery pink lipstick there, but for some reason, he didn't want to wipe it off. And slippery. It's called lip gloss, said Ron. And yeah, it probably would make it slippery. Get a tissue, it's all over your face. Thanks, said Harry. He took one of the tissues from Ron's bedside cabinet and dabbed it wearily across his face. She said she wanted to give it another go. Ron shrugged this time. He had been in the hospital wing for quite a few days now, and still looked a little peaky and slightly green, but he was a lot better than earlier on in the week. He could now sit up and have visitors, though Seamus couldn't. He was at the far end of the ward, protected by a curtain dragged around him, and only Lavender had been in once. She came out looking rather ill herself. I dunno, Harry, she messed you about last year, big time. And what about that other guy she's supposed to be dating? Harry realized he hadn't asked about that. They probably split up. He wondered for a moment why he felt so pleased about this fact. It's getting late, Ron, and I've got potions homework to finish for tomorrow. Got my detention with Snape. Ron nodded. Come and visit when you're done, all right. All right, said Harry. He stood up, put the tissue into the bin and with a last bye to Ron, he left the hospital wing, heading up for Gryffindor Tower, feeling confused. He didn't really know what he wanted with Cho. She was pretty, she was popular, she was kind. She was fun to talk to, even though they hadn't talked in a while. But she was also jealous and possessive. He knew about that from last year. He also felt a sense of guilt by thinking about her. Cedric Diggory had loved Cho, and now he was dead. Harry just didn't like the fact that he was dating Cho. It was like betraying Cedric's memory. He also knew that Cho still felt a great deal for Cedric. He remembered vaguely the time that they were in a small tea shop in Hogsmeade, and she's reminisced about how Cedric always brought her here. Cedric had been strong, hardworking, loyal, handsome. Why would Cho be interested in Harry instead? He was so lost in his troubles that he didn't even realize he was in the Gryffindor common room until Hermione's voice spoke from near the fire. "Harry, what happened?" "She keyed me," he said, hollowly. "I can see that," she said, jumping up and hurrying over, taking a handkerchief from her pocket and rubbing at the lip gloss that Harry missed. "She's got it all over you, Harry. You haven't been walking around like this, have you?" He nodded, vaguely, and then said, "It was weird." "Tell me about what happened," she said, taking his arm and leading him over to an armchair, sitting him down and studying him closely. She said she was sorry about being jealous, and that she wanted us to try again." He brushed a tuft of hair out of his eyes. "Then she keyed me." She sighed, though it was a gentle, concerned sort of sigh. "You don't have much luck with her, do you?" He shook his head. "No, I wish she'd leave me alone." Hermione studied him closely for a moment, concern in his eyes, and then she moved forward, giving him a gentle hug. Harry closed his eyes and embraced back. Only Hermione could be so matter-of-fact and so sensible, but so sympathetic at the same time. After a moment, she drew back and smiled like the big sister he'd never had. "Want to copy my potions homework?" He smiled too. "Yeah, okay. Good boy," she said, pretending to pat him, then pattering away up the stairs to the girls' dormitory to fetch her homework. Girls were an odd species, he thought, sitting back in his chair, suddenly glad he had Hermione as a translator. "Cheater." Harry glared over the top of his cards. "You didn't even let me see that card before you put it down." Ron grinned. "Losers weepers. Take the cards." Harry reluctantly picked up the pile of cards on Ron's bed, sorting through them. Ron was a great friend, but he was a terrible cheater at Snap. "You start," he said. Ron snorted. "You've got the most cards, you start." "Only because you cheated." Harry sighed and put down a card. Ron added another, and the game of Snap continued for quite some time before Ron cheated again, and Harry threw a grape at him. The cousins both laughed and play fought for a while before Madame Pomfrey came over to admonish them, and tell Harry he had to leave, as it was nearly 9 o'clock and Ron needed rest. "See you tomorrow then," said Ron. "Yeah, see you," said Harry, waving as he left. It was Saturday, and Harry had spent most of the day with Ron and Hermione. She'd left at 8 o'clock to do her prefect rounds, which seemed such a short time ago. Of course, Harry had been clinging to the minutes zipping past though. He now had his first detention of 6th year, with none other than Snape. Detention was never fun, and it was even worse with Snape in the colder months. September at Hogwarts wasn't as cold as December or January, but a few hours down in the dungeons was enough to have anybody shivering. He crossed the entrance hall, feeling glum, and he just turned down the passage that led to the dungeons when he spotted somebody coming towards him. At first, he thought that it was Snape, perhaps coming to see where he was. But it wasn't. It was the woman he'd seen just after arriving at Hogwarts. She was some way up the corridor, so he had a good chance to look at her properly, and yet again, he felt as though he'd seen her somewhere outside of Hogwarts. She was quite tall, which was only emphasized by her head-to-toe black clothing, and the long velvet cloak dragging along the corridor behind her. Harry had a brief idea of a dark angel. Indeed, she was pretty, but in an unconventional way. Gothic beautiful. Her hair was raven black, and lightly feathered and tousled around her pale face, and she walked in a way that made it sway gently as she moved. Harry realized he was staring and looked away quickly, as she passed him and continued into the entrance hall. He glanced over his shoulder, studying her. Where had he seen her before? She certainly didn't have the sort of face you could mistake for another person. So who was she? He was still thinking as he knocked on the door of the potions classroom. Snape's voice drawled, "Enter," from inside, and he stepped in. To his great surprise, Snape was at the front of the room, and he looked, well, happy. Happier than normal anyway. There was a smug sort of smirk on his face as he tidied a half-empty red wine bottle and 2 glasses into an old cupboard. "Don't stand dawdling in the door all day, Potter, come in." Snape shut the cupboard, dragged an old chair back against the wall and took his cloak from a hook, pulling it back on. Harry crept forward. He'd never seen Snape not angry or irate or looking as though he was going to kill something, but now he almost seemed civil. The potions master took a large stack of papers from the side and dumped them down on his desk. "Exams, Potter. Hufflepuff exams. I have little patience with them any day, and after adding up all the marks, you're going to see why. Sit down and start. You aren't leaving until you're finished, so you'd better get a move on." Harry sat down behind Snape's desk, taking the pen that the professor handed him, gazing worriedly at the huge stack of papers. "I have to sort out some things in my office and so I won't be around to supervise you. Then again, this task isn't overly complex. Even you can't screw it up." He turned and stalked away into his office, but he was still smirking in that smug way. Harry almost expected him to start humming. He took the top paper from the pile, and was about to start adding up the green numbers dotted around the page when something caught his eye on Snape's desk and he paused. It was a photo frame, silver and encrusted with the odd shower of tiny emeralds, and even though the frame itself was magnificently crafted, Harry was more interested in the photo. A pair of soft, smoky silver eyes gazed out at him, as though directly at him and nobody else, set into a pale face with tousled black hair. That the woman, and all of a sudden, Harry remembered where he last saw her, Snape's house, as a photograph on the wall, directly underneath the one of the professor's father. Though this photo wasn't moving, taken with an ordinary black and white Muggle camera, though the stillness seemed to enhance the effect even more. She was, well, beautiful. Harry could well imagine a teenage Snape going weak at the knees at the sight of her. He then noticed that there was something written across the bottom, in black ink that glimmered with sparkles of silver. He leant closer to read it. "Dear Severus. Snape had a girlfriend. Still working, Potter." Harry jumped as Snape suddenly blew into the room again. "Yeah, fine," he said, turning quickly back to the paper. 5, 8, 9, 13. "Never learnt to count in your head," Snape drawled, smirking. Harry frowned. "I don't want to lose count." "Then concentrate," said Snape. He strolled over before Harry to glance down, tutting at the fact he was only on the second side of the first paper. "Lost your sense of discipline over the summer. Ah, but you didn't have one before. How careless of me." Harry didn't say anything, not willing to rise to Snape's bait. He put the total of the paper in a large circle at the bottom and started on the next without a word. Snape turned to go, but paused, reaching out and taking the photo frame with him as an afterthought. Harry acted as though he'd never seen it, but inwardly, he couldn't help but laugh. Snape had a girlfriend. How positively cute. Serious, cold, uptight Snape had a girlfriend he kept sneaking into the castle. The potions master suddenly didn't seem quite so scary after all, especially when Harry thought of Cho, and imagined Snape going all wobbly when faced with. Crash. Harry jumped so much a large blot of green ink appeared on the page before him. One of the huge glass jars used for storing potions in had practically thrown itself at Snape as he passed into the office, shattering barely inches behind him on the floor. Harry put a hand to his chest, trying to calm his racing pulse. Snape didn't look too surprised. He just bent down, scooped up the remains and dropped them into a bin, calm as anything. He glanced up and saw Harry clutching his heart, and Snape's eyes narrowed. "Don't look so surprised, Potter. You're only fooling yourself." "What?" said Harry, confused. Snape shook his head. "My experience with you is that you neither understand or know anything that you need to, and yet have a head full of the most inconvenient facts. I'm fully aware you know about my condition at the moment. There's no need to convince yourself that you don't." "Why?" said Harry. "What is your condition?" Snape snorted and stood up, stalking through to the office, muttering about terrible actors and stupidity of 16-year-old boys. Harry raised his eyebrows and turned back to his papers, wondering again. Ever since being back at school, Snape hadn't seemed to attract that many accidents. He even demonstrated a heating charm during Wednesday's lesson with no problems at all, but seeing the jar leap at the professor had brought Harry's suspicions back in full throttle. When Snape came back into the room, Harry noticed him shoot a quick glance at the overhead shelves, and the relieved look on his face when nothing flew at him. Harry kept his head down for the rest of the detention, marking as silently as he could, and by the time he finished, he knew it must be past midnight. Snape dismissed him, saying something about learning the lesson of respect, though Harry hardly heard him, he was so tired. His hand was aching from writing for so long and he could hardly see as he staggered up the corridor. His hearing was perfectly fine though, and as he started the long drag up to Gryffindor Tower, he distinctly heard Snape shut the door on his fingers and the accompanying curses he spat. Dash. Harry, what? Where are you? What's that noise? I'm here and I was tying my shoelace. Hermione, as a prefect, was allowed out at night, and the only reason she had to give was that she was a prefect and on her rounds to make sure everything was in order. Harry, however, was not, and so he was hiding under his father's old invisibility cloak nearby. After his detention with Snape and finding out about Snape's girlfriend, he'd of course told Ron and Hermione. Ron thought it was hilarious and begged Harry to steal the photo so he could have a look, but Hermione wasn't so sure. She found the idea of Snape having a girlfriend rather out of character for him, rather understandably, and so Harry had convinced her to come and have a look for herself on the next Saturday. She might not even come, you know, Harry, Hermione muttered out of the corner of her mouth. She will, Harry said. I bet you. What time is it? It's nearly 9 o'clock, said Hermione. She sighed, leaning against one of the pillars and brushing her hair out of her eyes. It's getting really dark, Harry. I know, he said. Just get comfy and she'll come, I promise you. And if she doesn't, I'll never ask to copy your transfiguration notes again. Shish, she said, suddenly, glancing up towards the main doors as they opened, but it wasn't the woman in the photo frame. Professor Alrister came in, looking immaculately rugged as always, in a black velvet tunic and thick red hawking gloves. Cupid was settled on his wrist, eating what looked like a mouse, with a bell tied gently around his neck that jingled with every tug of his neat little beak. Good evening, Miss Granger, he said, smiling as he spotted her. Gee, good evening, Professor Alrister, she stammered back. Harry grinned and nudged her in the arm. She swatted at him as though there was a fly there. Now, what would you be doing out this late? He asked. Cupid made a soft FWEE to accompany his master. Just doing my prefect rounds, she said. You know, to check if anybody is out of bed when they shouldn't be. He smiled again. It was becoming a very rare occurrence to see Professor Alrister not smiling, actually. Harry and Ron had considered jabbing him hard with something sharp, just to see if he smiled, told them to keep up the good work and recommended they give him a good poke in the eye for extra credit. Good girl, he said. By the way, I'm pleased with your progress so far this year, very pleased. You're turning out to be a very good student. Hermione blushed right to her fingertips, and Harry hardly understood a word of what she gabbled. Oh, thank you, I just, try really hard, I guess. Yes, effort's what I reward most in my classes, he said. And you certainly give a lot of it. From what I've heard, you're a highly capable student in all your work. After all, taking 9 nude classes is no small feat. She grinned, still red in the face. My parents say I try too much. He chuckled. If trying too much has got you where it has, you're doing just fine to me. Cupid let out another soft FWEE, shifting around on Alrister's arm so the bell around his neck jingled merrily. Harry had to admit, the professor and his hawk suited each other very well. He was starting to quite like Cupid, and he visited him most days, slipping him owl treats when Hedwig wasn't looking. The hawk was now looking directly at Harry, trilling its beak expectantly. Harry severely hoped the little bird wouldn't perch on his arm and baffle Alrister as to why his hawk was sitting on thin air, but thankfully, there was a distraction at that very moment as the doors opened again. It was her this time. Harry nudged Hermione, and she looked up, midway between another garbled stream of thanks to the professor. Allister looked around too to see what she was looking at, and to Harry's great surprise, he rolled his eyes at the sight of the woman in the doorway. "One moment," he said to Hermione, apologetically, as he turned and strolled towards the woman. Harry hurried after him, hoping to hear anything said. The look on Allister's face suggested he knew her, and their relationship wasn't good. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you here." "Leave me alone," she hissed. She had a deep, husky sort of voice, like the French actresses in old Muggle movies. "This has nothing to do with you." "I think it does," said Allister. "You shouldn't be here." She glared up at him with her spiteful silver eyes. "I'll be wherever I want. My business is my business, and don't you dare try to change my mind, Allister." He scoffed, in quite a haughty way. "I don't think anybody can do that. You should just know a few things. By coming here, you're just making things worse for Severus. And it is getting worse. More and more every day. Secondly, it's only so long before you're found out, and Merlin help you then. What do you suggest I do? Go home like a good little girl and run around after your cousin as though I'm a bloody terrier?" "I said nothing of the sort," said Allister, coolly. "I'm suggesting that you don't come here, if you know what's good for you, and for Severus. The Aurors are working on hunting down Gustus, and it won't be many months now before your little predicament is sorted out anyway, and you can wait that long." "No, I can't," she said coldly. "You haven't got a chance of understanding. You just go blow things up and cry, and leave me to my own business." She pushed roughly past him and hurried in the direction of the dungeon corridor, her cloak blowing behind her in the breeze created. Allister glared after her for a moment, total and utter dislike over his handsome face, before he sighed, shook his head and wiped the expression of loathing away. He turned back to Hermione. "I must apologize for that, Miss Granger." "It's okay, Professor," she said. "I didn't hear anything anyway." He smiled again, but it was a hollow, rather weak smile. "Well, I should be getting back to the Ollery now. Cupid has to have his rest, after all. Good night." "Night, Professor," she said, as he walked away up the marble staircase, the silver buckles on his boots clinking gently with every step. When the sound of his footfalls was gone, Harry pulled the cloak just off his face to give her a worried look. "Did you hear?" "Yeah," she said, quietly. "I did. What do you think?" But a door then burst open at the end of the corridor, and angry voices were heard, coming this way. Harry pulled the cloak on properly again, just in time to catch a little of what was being said. "Severus, don't. It doesn't matter." "It does," Snape's voice snarled. "Allister has no right to." "Please, don't, please just don't." Snape blew into the entrance hall, looking absolutely livid, and his visitor was hurrying after him, pleading with him to calm down. "There's no point, Severus, just leave him to it," she said, desperately. "It doesn't matter." Harry shrunk quickly out of the way as Snape stormed past, though Hermione was completely visible. Snape rounded on her. "Which way did Allister go?" Hermione pointed out towards the grounds. "That way," she squeaked. "Severus, don't. What on earth is going out here?" Came an angry hiss from the doors of the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey glared out at them all. "Will you please be quiet? There are ill people in here." "I'm afraid I'll have to agree with Poppy," came a voice from the top of the stairs. Albus Dumbledore stood before them all in a purple nightcap, a mug of cocoa in his hand. Allister stood behind him, arms crossed, looking like a bodyguard. Snape's eyes narrowed as he glared up at Allister. "I didn't realize you were so young at heart, Allister. Shouldn't you have grown out of running squealing to the headmaster when you were even more childish than you are now?" "He did not run squealing to me, Severus," said Dumbledore, calmly. "I was already awake and out of my office when he passed. He merely expressed his concerns." "Funny," said Snape, in an icy voice Harry had never heard him use with the headmaster before. "I call it squealing. Now, Severus, there is no need for unfriendliness. I'd like to see you in my office, if I may. Poppy, I do hope we haven't awoken any of the ill students." "Miss Galvez," I would like you to leave, please, though I shall contact you tomorrow. Allister, please escort the students back to their common room. What do you mean, students? Said Snape, sharply. Did I say students? I do apologize. Student. Miss Granger, back to Gryffindor Tower please. Come along, Severus. Snape hesitated for a moment, almost like a naughty child wanting to be disobedient, but he then nodded and followed Dumbledore. His visitor swept one last look around at them all and then left, sweeping away down the steps like a ghost, into the night. Professor Allister waited at the top of the marble staircase for Hermione, and then the two of them went away down the corridor. Harry followed them, being careful to stay quiet. Professor Allister, said Hermione, nervously. Yes, Miss Granger. Would it be terribly impolite of me to ask what just happened? Allister sighed slightly. I'm afraid I don't think I'm allowed to tell you, Miss Granger. That's between the headmaster, Professor Snape and the most dangerous woman I know. Why is she dangerous? Hermione asked. Allister looked very serious for once, the most serious Harry had ever seen him. She's married, Miss Granger. Come along now, we need to get you to bed. You need your rest. He smiled slightly. Now, don't tell anybody else, but I'm doing tests in pure arts next week. Though I dare say they won't be a problem to you. She smiled shyly. Thank you, Professor. They continued the rest of the way in silence, and when they reached the portrait hole, Allister gave a courteous bow to Hermione and then made his way back down the corridor, heading for his office. The moment he was out of hearing distance, Hermione said, Harry. Yeah, I'm here, open the portrait hole so we can talk. The fat lady smiled pleasantly down at Hermione. Password. Candlelight, she said. The fat lady smiled graciously and swung forward to admit them into the common room. It was deserted, pretty much as normal. Most of the house was in the hospital wing with Gryffindor Rosata, and the ones that were left were all probably in bed. Harry found himself glad of the silence for once, as it gave him and Hermione chance to talk. I'm even more confused now, she said, turning and falling into an armchair by the fire. Me too, Harry admitted. How does Allister know that woman? I don't know, she said, biting her lip. But she's married. That's not right of Snape at all. It sounds as though Allister knows her husband. The Aurors are hunting somebody down, and Allister knows about Snape's bad luck thing. Maybe it's connected. I think it is, said Harry. Though I wish it wasn't. It just makes things even more confusing. He sat in an armchair, thinking hard. Maybe Snape's getting into some dark magic that's connected with Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Something to help him, and so Dumbledore obviously wants him to stop, because the dark magic is giving Snape bad luck. Maybe that woman isn't his girlfriend, maybe she's a Death Eater that's helping Snape do whatever black magic it is he's doing. Allister knows because, he knows her husband. And maybe that other person they mentioned, maybe he's another Death Eater that's helping Snape, but the Aurors are tracking him down. Dumbledore doesn't approve of what Severus is doing, and he's warning him against it. It's certainly possible, said Hermione, raising her eyebrows. Though anything could be going on, Harry, anything at all. She rubbed her brow, frustratedly. I don't know, Harry, this is confusing even me. If only we could see what Snape's thinking, then maybe we'd have some answers. She glanced up at him, seeing the dawning expression on his face and frowning. What? Nothing, he said. He yawned. Gee, it's late. I'm going to get to bed. We'll talk more in the morning and go and tell Ron what we've found out. Night. He hurried away up the stairs, quick as he could, before she could pierce him any more with her suspicious glare. As he shut the door, he couldn't help but grin. It was so obvious. He could see what Snape was thinking. Occlumency. Snape had been too busy to start any proper lessons with him yet, and they had scheduled for Monday, after school. Harry had never really bothered with occlumency before, but now he had a lure. If he could master it, he could get into Snape's thoughts and find out what was going on. Marveling at the fact that he suddenly wanted to spend time being taught by Snape, he got changed, got into bed and was asleep in hardly any time, his dreams involving unscrewing the top of the potions master's head like a bottle and poking around inside, but by the time he woke up, he couldn't remember just what he found in there. Surprisingly, when Harry stepped into the gloom of the potions master's office the next Monday, Snape wasn't in the sort of mood Harry had expected him to be in. The events of the Saturday night were apparently out of his mind. Or he was keeping his thoughts about it all private. Harry had to admit, he was very good at it. He'd even been civil to Allister at the breakfast table, asking him to pass the milk with only the merest trace of sarcasm as he added, "Please." Though the fact that Snape wasn't going to show anybody what he was thinking made it even more of a challenge to Harry to find out. Snape sat behind his desk, swirling the tip of his wand lazily around the pensieve, occasionally adding a thought or two. "Sit down, Potter, get your wand out." Harry sunk into the chair opposite Snape's desk, drawing his wand from up his sleeve, glancing nervously around the room. The dead things hanging in their pickled slime all around the walls were all rather unnerving. An upside-down toad appeared to be staring right at him. He looked away, glancing at the pensieve instead and catching a momentary vision of Snape, looking himself up and down in a mirror, dressed in the long black robes of a Death Eater before it faded away. Snape spoke, and when he did, it was in a very reluctant and weary tone. "The headmaster wants a slight change in your teaching, Potter." Harry glanced at him, prompting him for a little more information. Snape surveyed him over the pensieve for a moment, his dark eyes looking into him rather than at him. "He wants you taught both occlumency and legilimency," Snape sighed, absent-mindedly removing another thought into the bowl. "Of course, I'd much rather teach you nothing, but the headmaster has spoken. His reasons are that several other professors, who in my opinion should be hammered into a barrel and rolled into the lake, have mentioned you have a strong mind and that legilimency will better your skills at occlumency. But, so I'll have to read your mind," said Harry, trying not to sound too hopeful. "Yes," Snape sighed, "hence why I've been trying my best to extract every single detail of anything that happened to me below the age of 20, or anything even mildly interesting after that." "Why," said Harry. Snape's eyes flashed as they looked up at him. "You presumed I'd let you swan pleasantly around in my thoughts and spread them around your nasty little ring of friends." He scoffed. Harry frowned. "I'm not like that." "I certainly hope so," Snape sneered. "For your sake. There are, possibly some memories in my head you will not want to see, and nor will I want you to, for that matter. I should tell you now that I have no obligation to explain anything or give more detail." Harry nodded, deciding he'd just have to really poke and prod to get Snape's mind to explain itself. "There are two ways to perform legilimency," Snape said, wearily, as though he was being controlled by a particularly bad puppeteer who should have given up the career years ago. "Obviously, the spell, legilimens, as I have used on you for the past year or so. It's the most effective method, and if your victim has no knowledge of occlumency, countless memories can be extracted at your leisure. The longest time for having somebody under a legilimens spell is 3 days, if my memory is correct. Then again, considering that most of it is swilling around this bowl, I'll have to check on that later. What's the other way to do it? Performing a shield charm against legilimency coming in reflects it back onto the attacker." Snape suddenly thought of something, and removed it quickly to the pensieve. "As you found out last year." Harry's curiosity was getting the better of him, watching Snape unload his mind into the pensieve, and so he said, "Can I ask a question?" "Depending on the question, you may be able to. You know the pensieve." "That was a statement, Potter." No, I'm getting there. You know the pensieve. Well, what if you accidentally put the knowledge of how to get stuff back out in there? You'd never get your thoughts back, would you? Don't sound so hopeful, Potter, and obviously, you have no regard for how the pensieve works. It holds memories, not knowledge. Can't they be the same? Asked Harry. I mean, you have memories of what your name is, but technically, it's knowledge, isn't it? Potter, do you remember somebody sitting you down as a child and telling you what your name is? No. No what? No sir. And if, for instance, I took the memory of your last birthday out of your head, you would still know you were 16 with the mental age of 6, would you not? Harry frowned and Snape smirked at the annoyed expression on his face. You're so easy to irritate, Potter, even more so than Allister. Allister manages to annoy you though, said Harry, quietly. Snape's smirk faded. What? I said, Harry said, clearly, Allister manages to annoy you though. Snape scoffed. Allister's brain is ludicrously vacant, he couldn't string an insult together if it killed him. Harry desperately wanted to announce he had been there and he'd seen Snape get so angry just because of what Allister said to his girlfriend. He wanted to jump onto the desk and triumphantly use legilimens on Snape, read his mind and then run from the room and bellow everything about his mind to the entire school. Snape saw the urge to curse flickering in Harry's eyes, and his smirk curled back onto his face. If you're planning to attack somebody, Potter, never do it with a skilled legilimens in front of you. He stood up. I'm going to test your occlumency first of all, and if you have practiced enough, you should be able to perform a shield charm and reflect it back. Understand? Harry nodded, getting up and hurrying over to the middle of the room, trying to wash as much emotion from himself as possible. Though it was incredibly hard to quell the excitement rising inside him. If he managed to flick it back onto Snape, he could find out everything. Prepare yourself now, said Snape. Don't let me in. Ready, legilimens. He was 6, sitting in his cupboard and crying because of a scratch down his arm nobody cared about. Then he was 11, looking up at the gigantic form of Hagrid in the hut on the rocks. Then he was 13, watching Lupin transform from man into beast, and then it was just a few weeks ago, he was looking down the line of Thestral-drawn carriages, watching Malfoy stroke the horse's neck with that haunted look in his eyes. But he could see Snape standing before him in the office, just a hazy outline through the memories flashing before his eyes, and he could hear himself shouting, grasping his wand. Protega. There was rush, and he felt his mind being submerged in something else as memories that weren't his own flashed past. Lucius Malfoy, throwing things in the air for Snape to catch, then walking down Diagon Alley, and turning a corner, and seeing a girl sitting at a cafe with long, beautiful black hair and soft silver eyes. Show me that one, Harry thought, but he felt something push him hard in the chest and he fell backwards against the floor with a thud. Snape was panting, grasping the edge of his desk. He looked even paler than normal. Damn it, Potter, he snarled. Yeah, it's not fun having somebody rooting around in your head, is it? I didn't mean just that, Snape snapped. Don't be so completely oblivious, Potter. How do you know her? Know who? Said Harry. The girl at the cafe, said Snape, impatiently, looking up from under his curtains of greasy black hair. She was in a photo on your wall, Harry replied, coolly. He wasn't lying, and Snape knew it, even though Harry could tell the potion's master was suspicious. And one on your desk, he elaborated. Snape sneered, reached out and snapped something down onto the wood. Harry glanced at it, realizing it was the photo frame, but before he could move, Snape swept forward, his hands on the arms of Harry's chair. Harry froze, unable to look away from that furious dark gaze, realizing far too late about the eye contact legilimency. He shrunk back into the chair as Snape's face contorted into a snarl. You, don't kill me, Harry squeaked. Snape seemed absolutely past words to describe his fury. Harry could tell that the potion's master was just dying to grasp him with both hands and throttle the living daylights from him until he was cold and limp in the chair and could hound his life no more. Harry wilted away, trying to melt through the back of the chair. The professor closed his eyes, taking a few very angry breaths to steady himself, then his black eyes opened again and he said, "Now listen to me, Potter." His voice was so dangerous and serious that Harry found himself scared. Every single year I have had to endure you in my life has been a living hell. You pry, and sneak, and poke around in business that has nothing to do with you to the point where not only are you annoying, but you are endangering your own life, the lives of others and the state of safety on this entire planet. In your first year, your meddling nearly bought Lord Voldemort immortality and unlimited gold for the rest of eternity. In your second year, you managed to nearly kill yourself, 2 of the Weasleys, Lockhart, and countless others. In your third year, you endangered my life, you endangered your life, Granger's life, Weasley's life, Black's life, Lupin's life, Pettigrew's life. And then in fourth year, you just had to poke and pry about to find out that I am a Death Eater, therefore nearly having me slaughtered by Voldemort and therefore cutting off our only reliable source of information. In your 5th year, on second thoughts, do not even get me started on your 5th year. You wasted so much time having me teach you occlumency, only to not practice and pay the price. Your meddling alerted Umbridge, and by giving her fake Veritaserum, I came this close, Potter, this close. He squeezed his fingers together, holding them barely an inch from Harry's nose, to losing my job and my entire career, not even to mention putting me under review from the ministry. I could have gone to Azkaban, Potter. But Dumbledore still made me check on you, made me keep teaching you, and I'm not going to hold back my words. I loathe you, Potter. The very mention of your name makes my skin crawl. If it was up to me, I would pack up my bags right at this very moment and leave this castle forever, and just let you wallow in your own little problems. You have no idea how much I long to do that. Then do it, said Harry, feeling anger rise. What's making you stay? Professor Lupin's happy to watch out for me, Professor Alrister, McGonagall, Flitwick. And, if I hadn't meddled as you put it, then we'd all be dead by now. Especially you. Snape's eyes were so full of hatred it was untrue. I don't see why I should even bother explaining to you. There is no reason for me to do so. You don't listen, you don't understand, you don't even try to let anybody change your stubborn little mind. Why don't you just try me? Harry sneered. Just give me the benefit of the doubt. Snape opened his mouth to snarl something, but there was a noise from the fireplace behind them. Dumbledore stepped out, dusting off his robes, chuckling. Dear me, your fireplace could do with a good cleaning. Severus, good evening, Harry. Evening, said Harry, uncomfortably aware that Snape still had a fistful of his robes gathered under his chin. Snape didn't seem to care. Severus, I believe there's something we need to explain to Harry, don't you? Said Dumbledore, pleasantly. What? Said Harry, his eyes widening. What is it? Snape let him go roughly, ignoring him. I don't think. Oh, I think, said Dumbledore, smiling. Sit down, Severus, cocoa and biscuits, I think. He waved his hands, and a silver tray loaded with cups and a steaming jug of cocoa appeared. It could be a late night, and we all want to stay awake. I don't. Yes, you do, Severus. There's no need to be unpleasant. Have some cocoa. Dumbledore turned his twinkling gaze onto Harry. There's something we need to tell you, Harry, something fairly important. Get comfortable. This could take some time. Dumbledore conjured a chair with a few flicks of his wands and a pleasant smile. He sat down on it, pouring the cocoa into 3 mugs, calmly, with a smile on his face. There, that's better. He was the only one who looked even remotely happy. Snape still stood up, his arms crossed, glaring at a point in the distance as though he no longer wanted to be in the room. Harry felt the same. He was looking hurriedly from Snape to Dumbledore, pleading with somebody to elaborate. The headmaster passed him a cup of hot chocolate with a custard cream and a smile. I was just observing your occlumency lesson in my office, and things do get a little tense between the two of you at times, don't they? He chuckled pleasantly. Harry's wide-eyed, please tell me what's going on stare was almost the complete opposite to Snape's dark glare at a mysterious spot on the horizon. After a moment of silence, Harry said, What did you mean? Explain something to me. Dumbledore handed Snape cocoa and a biscuit, which the potions master held as though they'd both explode if he looked grateful. I'm afraid I've been keeping yet another secret from you, Harry, yet this one I thought I would never need to reveal to you. Hopefully, knowing will make no change to your life, and after all, it is hardly a bad thing. Snape snorted softly. That's a matter of opinion. Dumbledore chuckled. Now, Severus. Do sit down. I hate being so much smaller than everybody. Snape sunk wearily into the chair behind his desk. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Requesting that I teach the little brat legilimency. You knew he'd provoke me. What's going on? Said Harry, his eyes as wide as they would possibly go. Tell me, please. Well, Severus, said Dumbledore, smiling merrily. Tell him. Snape scoffed quietly. Why should I have to tell the insufferable little? Somebody tell me, Harry half shouted, grasping the arms of the chair. What is it? Is it about me? Yes, Harry, It is, said Dumbledore. He nibbled delicately along the edge of his custard cream, thought for a moment and then said, well, I shall tell you the bulk of it, though I'm sure Professor Snape will be delighted to chip in with some more information where needed. Harry heard Snape mutter something under his breath, but Dumbledore spoke a little louder, perhaps to cover Snape's words. You know that after the fall of Lord Voldemort 16 years ago, I set about organizing things that would protect you, because of the prophecy. Eventually, either you or Lord Voldemort will be killed by the other, and of course, I knew that if he returned, I would need you well protected. Unaware of the Weasley family tie, I sent you to your mother's sister, Petunia Dursley, for the blood protection. Whenever they were away, you were left with Arabella Figg, who was unknown to you at the time as a witch, a squib, but a witch all the same. If concern arose when you were in her care, she would be able to contact me quickly. He took a sip from his cocoa, thought for a moment and then continued. And of course, there was Mundungus Fletcher and his fellows watching out for you. This protection worked very well for 11 years, even if your cousin was rather cruel to you at times. And then you came to Hogwarts. Did you not wonder what protection I had for you here? I thought it was just too magical here for Voldemort to get at me, said Harry. Dumbledore chuckled. Admittedly, the castle does have its own methods for keeping you safe, which as you know, have been stepped up this year because of the intense threat from Lord Voldemort. However, I digress. When you came to Hogwarts, I knew that you would need other methods of protection, not just the naturally safety of the castle walls. At first, I considered just having members of staff to look out for you, but having known your father, I had the feeling I would need a more reliable form of protection than just that. Harry watched him, spellbound, not even noticing the exasperated look on Snape's face. I thought long and hard, said Dumbledore. And at first, Harry, I did think I would have to resort to having somebody chase you around 24 hours a day. I even pondered having an animagus wizard, in an animal form, follow you about the castle as your pet. Though that wouldn't be enough. And so I came up with a much better form of protection for you. What? Harry asked in a whisper. At the time, our potions mistress had just left the school to search a more rewarding career, said Dumbledore. Snape cut in with a cold, I know how she felt. Dumbledore continued as though he hadn't heard Snape. And who should turn up at my door but one of my past students, Severus Snape. Fresh from ministry training to be a professor, with a lot of energy and enthusiasm, a lot of power as a wizard. You do know I'm sitting right here, Albus. Snape drawled. I do, Severus, said Dumbledore. He handed Snape another biscuit and went on. And an idea came to me, of how I could certify your protection and make Professor Snape feel that little bit more special. Of course, having the poor man chase you constantly around school making sure you were okay was a foolish, impractical plan. Professor Snape would not want to follow you around, and I have the feeling you would not want to be followed, so instead, I used a piece of very old and ancient magic to ensure your safety. What did you do? Said Harry, with wide eyes, feeling his fingers seize up around the chair arm. I made Professor Snape your magical guardian, said Dumbledore, pleasantly. Harry stared at him. My what? I believe you are aware of the Muggle concept of guardian angels, said Dumbledore, surveying Harry over the rim of his cup. Harry nodded numbly. Dumbledore took a sip of his hot chocolate and then said, the idea comes from the ancient wizarding practice of making magical guardians. He dunked a custard cream in his mug, licked the melting cream off and continued. When a child is under 2 years old, the guardian bond can be made with up to 4 other people. For your particular bond, I chose 2 people who I trust greatly. One of them is Professor Snape. And the other I am afraid I cannot tell you. Someday, the time may come for their identity to be revealed, but until then, you do not need to give too much thought to the issue. So, what does the guardian bond do? Said Harry, now staring at Snape, who was looking back at him with those tired black eyes. Various things, the potions master said, tracing his fingers idly around a patch of dust on his desk. The most obvious is that I cannot physically harm you, no matter how hard I try. Secondly, well, haven't you ever wondered why I always know when you're up to something suspicious or in trouble, Potter? Harry nodded slowly. Now he thought about it, Snape always did know when he was up to something. He appeared as if by magic at the most inconvenient times. He remembered a night in his 4th year, when he was sneaking back from the prefect's bathroom, and Snape had just appeared for no reason. "And you can see through my invisibility cloak," said Harry, looking up with wide eyes. "Can't you?" "No," Snape admitted. "I can do a lot of things, but not see through that cloak. It belonged to your father, and since I fortunately had no bond with him, it keeps itself invisible to me. But don't start planning any more little nighttime outings, Potter. I know when you're there. I might not be able to see you, but I know." Harry just couldn't believe this. No way was he guarded by Snape. "But you hate me." "True," said Snape. "Being a guardian to you doesn't mean that Professor Snape has to like you, or even tolerate you," Dumbledore explained. "However, he cannot attack you or hurt you, and nor can he ever go against his guardian bond, for example, turning you over to Lord Voldemort or leaving the school." "Why? What would happen?" "No guardian who has abandoned or neglected their charge has ever lived to tell the tale," said Dumbledore. Harry's eyes widened and he looked at Snape. "So that's why you can't leave your job. And that's why you had to save me at that Quidditch match in my 1st year when Quirrell was trying to kill me." Snape nodded silently. Dumbledore smiled. "There are a few other things that the guardian bond has created, of course," he said, pleasantly, as though discussing the weather. "Legilimency and occlumency is slightly different. You have a bond with Lord Voldemort, Harry, which allows him to perform legilimency on your mind without having eye contact or even uttering the enchantment. Professor Snape has a similar power, except that he only needs to see your eyes to be able to enter your mind. This is one of the reasons I selected him to teach you occlumency, despite him also being skilled in the subject." Harry looked down at his hands. However good Dumbledore seemed to think this news was, Harry didn't think he liked being bonded with Snape. "But I know now, and I know to be careful, so we can turn it off, right?" Dumbledore smiled. "Ancient magic cannot just be turned on and off like a light, Harry. That bond is here to stay." Harry looked up at Snape. Snape looked back at him. Harry wondered what he was thinking, and as though to prove the whole thing wasn't a fake, Snape said, "Whether you've figured out the rest of the evidence for all this." Harry shook his head. "I don't believe you." Dumbledore smiled. "This isn't something to feel sad about, Harry. Surely you don't hate Professor Snape that much." But Harry was dying to say yes. He didn't want to be bonded with Snape. He didn't want Snape to be chasing him around constantly, but had he been? For 6 years, Snape had been cropping up at the most inopportune moments to stop him doing anything dangerous. And all along, Harry had just thought he was a spoilsport and strict. But it was for his, Harry's, own good. He suddenly felt rather guilty. Dumbledore smiled as he poured out 3 new cups of hot chocolate carefully. "Harry, you told me once that the Sorting Hat considered you as a suitable candidate for Slytherin House." Harry's eyes widened and he gave Dumbledore a horrified look, with a significant glance at Snape, though the potions master just smirked. "I've known for 6 years, Potter. I assure you the humor has worn off by now." He took the cup that Dumbledore handed him. "The Sorting Hat could sense my presence as a guardian, and obviously, the closer the guarded is to their protector, the better, so it naturally wanted to select you for my own house." Harry wasn't sure whether this comforted him or not. So what now?" "Nothing," said Dumbledore, pleasantly. "Things carry on as normal. There's no reason for you to act differently towards Professor Snape at all." Harry couldn't help but think that he now had a million reasons to act differently towards Snape. He suddenly felt as though he didn't have any privacy at all. He couldn't do anything dangerous now, because he knew that Snape would come running. What would be fun anymore? It was like having a really boring and strict older sibling following you around everywhere you went. "Could I perhaps talk to Potter alone, Headmaster?" Snape said, silkily. Harry looked up at Dumbledore, wanting him to stay, though Dumbledore nodded. "Of course, Severus. I shall leave you to continue your occlumency class in peace. Good night." Snape nodded curtly. Harry half squeaked, "Night, Professor," as Dumbledore left and the door shut. For a moment, Harry could hear nothing but the gentle tick of the clock on the wall and the crackle of flames in the grate. Snape was standing by the desk, doing something with the tea tray, and then to Harry's great surprise, the potions master knelt down before him and pressed a cup into his hands. It wasn't warm anymore, but slightly chilled, and swirling around in the mug was a gentle, milky pink liquid. He looked up at Snape, surprised. Snape smiled. Actually smiled. It wasn't quite a proper smile just yet, but Harry was sure that behind those dark eyes, Snape was actually trying to be nice. Harry scanned his face, worriedly, as though looking for any hint of a trick. Snape's smile widened. Is it so hard to trust, Potter? With you, it is, Harry said, though it was in a calm, honest voice. Well. Snape nodded. You're concerned that I'm going to stop you having fun and risking your neck in more of your outlandish schemes with Weasley and Granger. Harry blinked. Not my words, but yeah. Snape smirked. Potter, I've put up with it for 6 years. I'm rather used to getting a sick feeling of fright at completely random times, as you're sneaking into the Forbidden Forest after dark or waking up from various nightmares. And yes, I do know about them, he said, interpreting the shocked look on Harry's face perfectly. Not only is your mind as easily read as the average beetle's, but you're an atrocious liar. Harry smiled lopsidedly, glancing down into his cup of whatever, slightly embarrassed at how dangerously civil this conversation was becoming. In your first year, I'll admit it. I was bothered, and I did get up out of my office every time I had the feeling you were up to something. But then I just stopped caring, Potter. Snape shrugged in quite an unbothered way. 90% of the time you're doing something dangerous. And if you think I'm concerned enough to jump up and run screaming to Gryffindor Tower to find you every time you do something dangerous, you are wildly mistaken. I still think it's weird, said Harry. Snape considered him for a moment. Imagine that in 4 years, you go for a job that, if truth be told, you'd rather not have. But you need it for the gold. And then imagine that your new employer, who happens to be somebody who knows you very well, up and announces that for the rest of your life you're going to be getting cold flushes every time Draco Malfoy's son does something worrying. He nodded at the horrified look on Harry's face. Precisely how I feel. He pushed the mug in Harry's hands. Drink it. What is it? Harry asked, suspiciously. Snape smiled slightly. Strawberry milkshake. Harry stared. How did you know I like? Snape smirked. Honestly, Potter, we've just sat here and been through how I can read your thoughts, and you then ask how I know you like strawberry milkshake. Harry took it, feeling rather stupid, lifting it to his lips and taking a tentative sip. Snape watched him with that lazy smirk still in place. It's not poisoned. Harry grinned into the cup, drinking it gratefully. It tasted slightly more sweet than the usual type. When he was done, he licked the last few drops off his lips. Sugary. No, said Snape, mildly. It had an extra something in it. Harry's eyes widened. You poisoned me, Potter. Don't be so stupid. If I'd poisoned you I'd be lying on my back twitching right now as the Bond tried to kill me. I added a draft against food poisoning. Harry stared at him, his hands still clasped around the cup. Why? Gryffindor Rosada, said Snape, frowning slightly. What about it? Asked Harry. It's not contagious. Madame Pomfrey says. I know, said Snape, still frowning in that worried way. But not once in 16 years have I ever seen the house elves make a mistake in their cooking or hygiene. House elves are ridiculously loyal and hardworking, Hufflepuffs with pointy ears. They aren't sloppy cooks. So, maybe it was just some bad food, said Harry. Snape shook his head. All food brought into Hogwarts is fresh, not conjured. It ruins the flavors, and also can be dangerous if it's not done properly. I have a suspicious feeling that Gryffindor Rosada is not going to be a one-type epidemic. Harry's eyes widened, opening his mouth to ask another question, but Snape just shook his head. A suspicious feeling is all it is, Potter, he said, simply. There's no need to spread around the school that Professor Snape thinks you're all going to be poisoned by house elves. It's just a personal precaution to give you that. Which reminds me, tell nobody about the Guardian Bond. I don't want there to be cause for alarm, and Weasley probably wouldn't look at you the same ever again either. Harry couldn't help but feel odd at this. He'd always thought that if something dangerous was going on in the school, and Snape only gave antidote to one student, it would be Malfoy. Or he'd just let them all die. And yet Snape was going out of his way to keep Harry safe. "Thanks," he said, lost in thought. Snape stood up, taking the cup from him and replacing it on the tea tray. "Legilimency. Up, Potter, we'll see if we can get some progress out of you tonight." And without another word on the subject, they started to practice once more. Harry didn't even remember about poking into Snape's mind and finding more out about the mysterious woman in black until it was approaching midnight, and Snape said the lesson was over. Harry picked up his bag, heading for the door, then pausing for one moment and asking, "Professor?" "Yes, Potter, all those accidents you've been having." Snape's face darkened, and he opened his mouth, but Harry cut across him. "I'm not going to meddle," he said. Is it something to do with the guardian bond?" Snape just looked back at Harry, considering him, and then after a moment, he said, "It isn't anything to do with you, Potter," in a calm tone. Harry nodded, and then backed out of the room carefully, shutting the door behind him. For some reason, he no longer wanted to poke about in that business. It wasn't anything to do with him, as Snape had said, and it sounded as though the potions master could sort it out by himself. When Hermione asked him what he had found out, he said nothing, and made no plans to try again at the next Legilimency class. Hermione, to his relief, didn't pester him either. The next 2 weeks passed remarkably fast to Harry, without giving him much to worry about at all. Lessons and homework continued as normal, and once Harry had settled back into his routine, his marks started to pick up nicely again. He found himself doing particularly well in pure arts and defense against the dark arts, probably because of how much he started to enjoy the lessons. Alrister always had some surprise in store for them every lesson, whether it was the work they were doing or showing them some highly impressive bit of raw magic. He amazed them all on the Monday afternoon by freezing a large moth, then thawing it, changing it green and making it glow in the dark. Professor Lupin's classes were always fascinating. After deflecting curses, they did counter curses and how to reverse hexes, and in DA Club, Kibbles the dragon continued to fascinate everybody. The little dragon seemed to have built up a fascination in Hagrid, and when they let him out of his tank on a dog lead to go for a walk, he would only ever let Hagrid fix the leash on. It wasn't unusual to now see Hagrid on a Friday afternoon strolling across the grounds with Fang trotting at one heel, and Kibbles at the other. Even better, after 2 weeks, Ron and the rest of the Gryffindors were proclaimed cured, and allowed back to class. Ron was delighted when he heard that he'd missed the Pure Arts exam and 2 pieces of Transfiguration homework, though not so pleased when Professor McGonagall gave him extra work to catch up during their next lesson. He even seemed to get his appetite back, though smelled everything carefully before eating it, with good reason. There was no more cause for alarm about the dreaded Gryffindor risata, and it seemed that Snape was wrong about the house elves after all. Dumbledore even read out a heartfelt letter of apology from the little elven cooks one dinner time, which was written in a handwriting that suggested a 4-year-old with no hand-eye coordination at all, but it was the thought that counted really. The food was of an even better standard than usual, and nobody ever went hungry, as though the house elves were trying to make up for the food poisoning bug. Occlumency lessons continued, and to his great surprise, he found that his results were picking up. When he had nothing to do, he just sat and practiced emptying his head of emotion, and for the hour or so leading up to his class, he always did his best not to get emotional at anything. Ron thought that Harry was just annoyed about his remedial potions, so nobody asked any weird questions at Harry sitting cross-legged in an armchair with a very blank look on his face. He was putting quite some effort, and it wasn't long before he could get a well-aimed curse at Snape and stop him getting into his mind too far. Harry spent half of his lesson on the Thursday night apologizing over and over for the freezing charm that managed to turn Snape's hair into huge black icicles. Apart from that, his occlumency was going well, and reluctantly, Snape let him use the Legilimens spell on him directly after several days of progress. Harry saw a black-haired teenager, throwing things in the air on his bed in the Slytherin dormitories, trying to catch them and failing no matter how hard he tried. A young boy, not even 10 yet, crying into somebody's shoulder as people were shouting around him, and then another scene filled his head, of a teenager sitting at a cafe with a young girl with feathery black hair, spilling a cup of coffee on his lap from his nerves. Though Harry didn't pry into that one, he seemed to have gained a little respect for Snape since the revelations about his magical guardian. It seemed to Harry that Snape had sacrificed a lot of opportunities for his sake, and the least he could do was be polite to the potions master. Strangely, his potions marks began to pick up as well. He no longer missed steps in recipes, or forgot ingredients, and he couldn't help but feel proud of his pickling solution when he put it in a jar on Snape's desk at the end of class. Snape glanced up, shifted the jar to one side and said, "A little too watery, Potter, but a decent effort aside from that." To somebody like Hermione, this would have been a grave criticism, but it was the most impressed thing Snape had ever said to Harry, and he couldn't help but feel even more proud after that. His pure arts marks were getting good as well. Professor Alrister was particularly pleased with the Gryffindor's work, remarking that, the bravery could bring some strong memories. And Gryffindor was a powerful wizard himself, very powerful. Surprisingly, even Neville was getting some of the best marks he'd ever had apart from in herbology. Alrister spent a lot of time around their table, to Hermione's joy, checking their work and offering advice, encouraging them to push just that little bit more, Mr. Longbottom. Meanwhile, Blaise Zabini had become the new spearhead of Slytherin bullying. If anybody had thought that without Malfoy and his two cronies things would calm down, they were wildly mistaken. The thing with Blaise was that he was actually worse. He didn't just hate Muggleborns and Gryffindors as Malfoy had done, but he hated absolutely everybody, even some other members of Slytherin that were seemingly outcast along with Malfoy. The house was practically split into pieces, like tribal warfare in the same country. The largest, and most powerful group was Blaise Zabini, his friends and admirers, which included the main Slytherin Quidditch team, with Zabini as captain. The first years all stuck together, and Zabini had his fun picking on them, but his favorite target was Malfoy. Draco had no friends whatsoever. The Slytherins were hit hard by the loss of their brooms and Zabini's reign, so nobody wanted to or dared talk to him. He spent most of his time out by the lake despite the freezing temperatures, and he hardly ever went to the Slytherin common room at all. He was withdrawn in class, except one day when he'd been late, and Lupin had sat him next to Harry in the only available space. Malfoy worked through their given task for the day quite comfortably, and when Harry had made a mistake on one of the questions, Malfoy didn't slur at it, just pointed Harry in the right direction. He was almost civil. War and its consequences seemed to have brought out people's true characters, Harry found himself thinking one day. The loss of Malfoy's father had hit him hard, stripped him bare and shown everybody the true extent of his vindictiveness. Without his friends and his family legacy, Malfoy was just another person. He had no power, no right to be malicious, there was no more arrogance to the way he walked or spoke. Then there was Blaise Zabini. Always the quiet Slytherin, the one in the background, the chaser that everybody forgot. The short, dark-haired one that nobody remembered being sorted. Suddenly, with Malfoy out of the way, he'd surged ahead and started taking control of Slytherin House all by himself. There was something about him that was just wrong. Everybody else preferred to not talk about Malfoy or anything to do with Malfoy. Some forgave him, some still hated him but didn't dare be horrible. But Blaise was perfectly happy to talk in a loud voice about it all, even asking Malfoy straight out in pure arts one day what it was like to be given Veritaserum. And then, there was the other once evil in his life, Professor Snape. The professor still greatly disliked Harry, there was no doubt about that, but the potions master was making an effort not to show just how much. They managed an occlumency lesson one night with hardly any harsh tones at all. And deep down, even though Harry wouldn't admit it, he was starting to almost tolerate Snape, and he had the feeling that his magical guardian was secretly thinking the same things. All until one day by the lake, a Thursday evening, when Harry nearly blew the lot. Thursdays, generally, were not the best days on Harry's timetable. In the morning, he had 2 hours of magical creatures in the cold grounds with Hagrid and all sorts of weird creatures they had to care for, whether the creatures liked it or not. Then there was Transfiguration between the 2 breaks, and Newt Standard Transfiguration was the hardest thing Harry had ever done. McGonagall had high standards that Harry found himself straining to meet, and he'd only just completed their first project to a satisfactory state. Then after lunch was potions. Even though the lesson was a lot more bearable than it had ever been, it was still difficult and he had to put in a lot of effort for 2 whole hours in a freezing cold dungeon. So Thursdays, generally, were not the best days on Harry's timetable. Every Thursday, after the last lesson of the day, he, Ron and Hermione went out to the lake to sit and do their homework in peace, relax and let off some steam about their exhausting day. A lot of other students did this as well, and it was quite common practice to have 50 or so people gathered around the lake while it was still light, talking and doing schoolwork, enjoying themselves. Just one such Thursday afternoon, they were all sitting on a blanket they'd brought to protect their uniforms against the cold ground, surrounded by paper and books, stacks of parchment and various bottles of different colored inks. There wasn't a breath of wind to speak of, and it wasn't as cold as it usually was, so all of them were getting as much homework done as possible. "What's a common domestic use for a heating charm?" Ron asked, rubbing his temple with the tip of his quill. "Cooking," Harry suggested. "Oh yeah." Ron scribbled it down, as the doors of the castle came open, and a blonde-haired figure came out into the grounds. Ron rolled his eyes. "Oh look, it's the wandering poet." Hermione frowned. "Don't, Ron, leave him alone." Ron had started referring to Malfoy as the wandering poet, because most evenings, he could be seen sitting in one of the trees in the grounds, completely alone and far from the others gathered around the lake, drawing in a sketchpad that seemed to be the only half-decent thing he had. It seemed that Ron wasn't ready to feel sorry for Malfoy just yet. Unlike Hermione, Ron couldn't forgive all the jibes about his family and how poor they were quite so easily. Harry watched absent-mindedly as Malfoy walked silently to one of the nearby trees, clambering up into the branches with little difficulty. Since being back at school, his health had picked up, and even though he wasn't quite as agile as he had ever been, he didn't struggle anymore. Sure enough, he seated himself on one of the branches, stretching out, one of his feet hanging underneath as he opened up his sketchbook and started to draw. Ron tutted and looked away. Hermione scowled. "Hasn't he been punished enough yet?" she muttered. "No," said Ron, stubbornly. "Remember the time he gave you beaver teeth? Or calling you mudblood all the time? What about when he blacked both my eyes and gave me a nosebleed? Or the millions of times he had a go at Harry? All the Dementor stuff. What about that?" "Keep your voice down," said Hermione, quietly. Harry glanced over his shoulder and saw Malfoy watching them over the top of his sketchpad. Ron snorted. "Why should I? He should know what everybody think of him by now." "I do," said Malfoy, glaring at Ron, his tone calm and yet angry at the same time. "Though you could do with learning some tact." Ron turned around to glare right back at Malfoy. "Oh yeah, you're lacking that a bit yourself, aren't you?" Malfoy just looked away back to his drawing, apparently not bothered enough to fight with Ron. Ron, however, wasn't going to let it drop so easily. "What's wrong, Malfoy? Can't fight without Crabbe and Goyle standing behind you for backup, huh?" he sneered. People were turning around to stare now, and Hermione kept hissing at Ron to leave him alone, but he was taking no notice. Malfoy didn't look up, just drawing silently, as though he no longer existed. "Don't ignore me," Ron yelled, angrily, getting to his feet. The Slytherin in the tree looked up coolly, pausing in his drawing. "Can you give me a good reason why I shouldn't? Because all those times, for 6 years, if you started on us and we ignored you, then you'd just go on and on," Ron snarled. "You just never let anything drop. It's not much fun on the receiving end, is it?" He walked forward to glare up at Malfoy in his tree. "I don't care what happened to you, because a lot worse has happened to other people. Look at Harry, all the times you went on about his family and how he wasn't wanted, and now it's you, and you just expect people to leave you alone." "Potter was a year old," said Malfoy, quietly. "He won't remember looking his father in the eye and seeing the fear of death there staring back at him before he crumpled and fell." "What difference does it make?" Ron snapped. Absolutely everybody was watching now. A lot of them were giving support for Ron, some of them cheering. A few of Blaise Zabini's admirers were whistling and applauding. Harry saw his godfather die. He saw Cedric die. He saw them all die. And look at you, you haven't changed at all, I don't care what anybody says. You still think you're better than us, but you're not. You're just like us. Malfoy looked away again. If you're looking for a fight, you're not going to get it here. Go throw stones at Zabini, fit a leash on Lupin, lock Flitwick in a cupboard, just leave me alone. Harry found himself on his feet, moving forwards to stand next to Ron, feeling his anger rising at the slur about Lupin. You do think you're better than us, don't you? Just because Professor Lupin's a werewolf doesn't make you half the person he is. Which part of leave me alone is it causing you the most trouble? Malfoy snarled from the tree. I'm not even bothered to fight with you. Go away. Why's that? Because you're a Malfoy, said Harry, angrily. Because Malfoys shouldn't have to fight. They get people to do it for them. No, said Malfoy, and he sounded nearly as angry as Harry now, his eyes narrow, his fingers shaking from suppressed anger. It's because you're an arrogant, heroic little mudblood lover, that's why. Leave me alone. Ron pulled out his wand, pointed it up at the branch Malfoy was sitting on and cried, Defendo. There was a loud creak, and the branch snapped dangerously, jolting Malfoy down. His eyes widened in fear, scrabbling for the trunk, but Harry drew his wand as well. Defendo. The branch gave way with a loud crack, and Malfoy fell hard from the tree, hitting the ground with a cry of pain. Everybody cheered except Hermione, who said, No, Harry, Ron, don't, but they weren't listening. Ron strode forward and turned Malfoy over, wand pointing right at his face. Take back what you said about Harry. No, Malfoy snarled, fighting to get Ron off. Take it back, Harry said, angrily. He stood next to Ron, cousins standing together, both their wands pointing at Malfoy on the ground. Take back everything you ever said. Everything about me, about Ron, about Hermione, about Lupin, about everybody. Make me, Malfoy snapped. He lashed out, trying to knock their wands out of the way. Everybody had jumped up from their groups of friends and was hurrying over to watch. A crowd was forming around Malfoy, Ron and Harry, all cheering, all yelling for Harry and Ron to jinx him. Hermione was at Harry's elbow, pleading with him, but he ignored her. Years and years of being taunted by Malfoy had peaked inside him. Take it back or I'll curse you so badly you'll wish you'd never come back to Hogwarts, said Ron. Malfoy lashed at them again, trying to crawl away from them, the sketchbook still clamped tight in his arms. Ron raised his wand, Accio sketchbook. Malfoy gave a grab for it as the book was yanked out of his arms and soared into Ron's hand. Hermione snatched at it, with a shrill, Ron, no. Ron pulled it away from her, and starting to flick through it, sneering. How sentimental, he said, passing picture after picture of Malfoy Manor and Lucius. Didn't know you were so wet, Malfoy. Give me it back, said Malfoy, and Harry could hear a note of panic in his voice that somehow just made him want to hex Malfoy even more. Hermione pleaded, Ron, please, just give him it. Don't be so mean. I don't need you to fight for me, mudblood. Malfoy snarled viciously at her, making another grab for his sketchbook. Harry felt his blood boil with fury. He did think he was better. He was still arrogant, he still thought that being pureblood gave him the right to insult everyone lower than him. He raised his wand, furiously, and cried, Scortus. A jet of light burst from his wand, struck Malfoy around the face and he cried out as a burn started to spread over his flawless pale skin. Hermione said, No, Harry, don't, you'll get in trouble, pulling at his arm, trying to make him stop. Please Harry, look at him, what's he ever done to you? And at that, Harry suddenly felt a cold flush spread from his stomach right up to his chest. He'd seen this before, Snape's pensieve, Snape, in the middle of a crowd of people, all of them calling for James Potter to jinx him, with Sirius behind his best friend, laughing, taunting Snape, and Lily pleading with the two boys to let him go. He felt his hand shaking as he realized with a rush of cold, horrible realization that he was turning into everything his father was. Ignore her, Harry, Ron said, angrily. Remember the time he fouled you at Quidditch? All those times. Come on, Harry, make him pay. Harry was just staring at Malfoy, his hand shaking. What am I doing? He said, his eyes wide, and then he started to back away, just wanting to run, wanting to shake off the stains his father had left, but he didn't get far when the voice he least wanted to hear in the whole world shouted over the crowd. "What's going on here? Let me through, out of my way." It was Snape. Harry turned, starting to run, but Snape came through a gap in the crowd, pushed into the circle with Harry, Ron, Malfoy on the floor, cradling the burn on his face, and Hermione pulling at Harry's arm to make him stop. It took perhaps 2 seconds for the potion's master to realize just what was going on. And when he did, Harry just wished he could die on the spot, just kill himself and not have to see the expression on Snape's face anymore. It was unbearable to see. So much fear, so much fury, so much complete and utter disbelief at what he was seeing, and for a moment, Snape just froze, as the crowd hushed instantly. Harry saw the professor's hands shaking as he looked from Malfoy to Harry. Harry stared back into those black eyes, and he could see not a potion's master, but a teenage boy who had spent so many years reliving a scene just like this in his nightmares. What could he say? What was there to say? I didn't realize. It was as though anger itself had failed Snape, or that his anger was so great it was inexpressible. Harry knew that it was probably the latter. The professor just stepped forward, pulled Malfoy to his feet, supporting him, and then grabbed Harry hard around the back of the neck. Harry cried out with pain, and Snape's face seethed, as though he was feeling it himself, his grip relaxing slightly even though it still hurt so much. Harry found himself twisting to get out. But Snape wasn't going to let go. Harry could see red marks blooming on the back of the professor's neck, as the guardian bond inflicted the same pain back on him, but Snape didn't care. He started to stalk up the grounds towards the castle, too fast for Harry to walk, so he kept stumbling and tripping, unable to keep up. Every time he fell, Snape just grabbed him again and pushed him even harder. Though Harry hardly felt the pain, he hardly knew he was walking, he hardly even registered that Malfoy was fighting to keep up as well, and there were tears staining his face, dripping into the burn with hissing sounds. Harry's guilt was drowning him. He'd done just what his father had. Snape was right. He was no better than his father. He was a bully. Snape half-dragged him up the steps to the castle, down the corridors to the dungeons, in complete silence apart from their frantic footsteps and Malfoy's shaky breaths as he tried to calm himself. Finally, they reached the door of Snape's office. Snape hauled it open, flung them both in, and then Snape had Harry by the front of his robes and was suddenly yelling so loud it hurt. "You sorry little invertebrate, Potter." "I'm sorry," Harry cried, fighting to get away, shaking with fear. I'm sorry, I didn't." "What? It was an accident, was it? You didn't mean to do it." Snape's eyes were practically alight with fury, almost bulging from the force of his rage. Harry choked. I'm sorry, it got out of hand." Snape's fury hit boiling point, and Harry could see the explosion deep inside him as decades of bottled-up anger and anguish burst through a dam in his chest and just drowned Harry in anger. Snape was shouting so loud Harry couldn't even hear what he was saying. He was just so angry it went past anything and everything Harry had ever experienced. He shouted about James Potter, Sirius Black, Pettigrew and Lupin, turning his life into a living hell from the moment he ever stepped into the castle on the first day, the years of anger and injustice he went through, how much of his life he had given up to keep Harry safe, and this was how he was repaid, by just proving once and for all that James Potter hadn't died 16 years ago but was continuing to rip his life apart through his son. Harry just kept yelling back that he was sorry. "I'm not my father. I'm sorry, please, I didn't mean to let it all happen, I'm sorry." Malfoy was shouting something too, though nobody heard him at all over the noise of Harry and Snape's yells, until... "Stop it!" Malfoy practically screamed, as he seized a glass jar from the side and flung it down on the floor, shattering it to pieces. The silence that fell was nearly as painful as the screaming. Harry could hear ringing his ears, his heart pummeling the inside of his chest, he was so scared. There were tears pouring down Malfoy's face and the burn had spread down his neck. He was shaking harder than either of them as he pointed at his wound and screamed, "Ow! Ow! For the sake of Merlin, stop yelling." Shaking furiously, Snape left Harry and turned to Malfoy, taking out his wand and stretching the Slytherin's neck back. "Stay still," he said, and his voice was hoarse, shuddering nearly as much as his hand. He muttered something, and the burn faded slowly away as a soft blue light sprinkled from his wand, healing it. Malfoy just closed his eyes, as though it was all becoming too much. There. Snape drew his wand away, tucking it back up his sleeve. Malfoy opened his eyes. Good, now you sit down there, and Potter is going to sit down there, and nobody is going to do any more yelling but me. Are we clear? He spoke so angrily and so stubbornly that Snape didn't argue back. He looked as though he was all screamed out. He fell into a chair behind his desk, sitting forward, scraping his fingers through his hair. Malfoy turned to Harry, and it was the Slytherin's turn to berate him. You are arrogant, you are vile, you are a hypocrite, and you are just blind to what you are. And don't you dare talk back to me, Potter, because this is not fair. You're going to sit there, and I don't care what you think, you are going to listen to me and you will listen well. He then turned to Snape and said with a much calmer, more respectful tone that was still angry, I'm not going to yell too loudly at you because I'll get expelled, but not only do you walk too fast, you're blind too. There, I said it. Now both of you just be quiet. Snape and Harry both obeyed, too stunned by Malfoy's cheek to really do anything. Snape looked as though he'd never been told to be quiet by a student in his life, and Harry just didn't want the potion's master to start shouting again. Malfoy addressed Snape first, with a level, shaky voice. Potter is not his father. He might be arrogant, he might be stubborn, he might cross the line sometimes, and I am not standing up for Potter, but he is not his father. He's not your stress relief outlet. I don't care what Potter's father did to you, but taking it out on him is not going to help anything. No matter how loud you scream, Potter's father will not hear you. He then turned to Harry, brushed his hair out of his eyes before saying, Professor Snape and I are not half as arrogant as you. You're a total and utter hypocrite. You say I think I'm better than you, when you then think you have the given right to humiliate me publicly, burn my face, and then shout at Professor Snape. You don't understand what respect is, you don't understand that you're not the center of the universe, you don't understand that people out there suffer just as much as, if not more, than you. He then faced between both of them, staring straight ahead. I am arrogant. I used to think I was God's gift to bloody everything. I used to consider myself better than everybody else. I used to think I owned this school. I used to think I was superior to you, Potter. I used to beep up to you, Professor. But I am not what I used to be. I am not Malfoy. I'm not a piece of skin full of noble blood. I'm a person who saw their father killed. I am Draco. He took a deep breath, and then said, There. I have been wanting to say that for years. He looked at Snape, and then at Harry. Now do either of you have any more problems you wish to get out in the open? Harry shook his head numbly. Snape did too. If that's so, both of you should have no trouble with apologizing to each other, and looking each other in the eye while you do it, and just letting all this stupid fighting drop. Professor Snape is a good teacher, and Potter with admittedly a little practice is a good student. There is no reason to fight. He glared at them both. Apologize. Sorry, Harry mumbled. Sorry, came the muttered reply. I'm not convinced, Draco said, angrily, his eyes flaring again. Snape was silent for a moment, then got up, walked over to Harry's chair and sat back down. He looked Harry directly in the eye, and even though Harry could see it was costing him a lot of pride to do so, the potion's master he never thought would even tolerate him said, slowly and clearly, I'm sorry. Harry looked back, and he was completely sincere and honest when he said, I'm sorry too. Draco sighed. Thank you for that. He sat down on a chair, looking exhausted. And don't thank me too much. Snape glanced over his shoulder at the weary Slytherin. By the way, Malfoy, 5 points from Slytherin for talking back to a professor. And Potter, 20 points from Gryffindor for cursing Malfoy. The very corners of his lips twitched ever so slightly. And 10 points each for being the first students to ever dare shout at me in my entire career. Now out, and I don't want to see any rivalry between either of you again. Draco and Harry both left the room silently, and when the door shut, they started to walk towards the entrance hall together. After a moment, Draco said, I didn't know you could shout that loud. Likewise, said Harry. Draco stopped then, and Harry did too as the Slytherin turned to him, looking at his feet, fighting with himself to get the words out. Look, Potter, maybe I got a faulty first impression of you. And maybe I've been a bit prejudiced. Harry raised his eyebrows. Don't choke on that apology, Draco. Draco looked up, and Harry smiled. I got a faulty first impression of you too. Even though you were a total stuck-up jerk at times. Draco smirked. I could say the same about you. He paused, considering, and then extended his hand. What do you say, Potter? Peace. Harry took Draco's hand. Peace. They shook hands, and Harry realized it was now 6 years since Malfoy had first offered his hand to Harry on the Hogwarts Express. It took us long enough. True, said Draco. I think this is the first time I've actually, well, spoken to you. Harry thought about that, and after a moment, he nodded. It is, isn't it? He paused, and then said, I'm sorry about your sketchbook. Hermione probably got it. She'll have it somewhere for you. And, sorry about your dad. Draco turned his eyes to the floor, shrugging slightly, though Harry could see he didn't feel quite so casual about it really. Things happen. As Weasley said, I'm not the only casualty. That was unfair of Ron though, said Harry, as they started to walk up the corridor to the hall again. Maybe we're all a little arrogant deep down. They left the cold dungeon corridor, up into the evening sunlight streaming into the entrance hall. Harry glanced across at Draco, and realized suddenly just how little he knew about the Slytherin. They had hated each other for 6 years for no reason apart from jealousy and arrogance. Pointless, really, Harry thought. Aren't you going to your common room? Harry asked. Draco scoffed. Zabini already does enough damage to me without presenting myself as an easy target. His fingers instinctively curled around the locket dangling around his neck. Every single thing I do, he picks up on. You have no idea, Potter. So where do you spend all your time? Harry asked, as they headed across the hall for the grounds. The Great Hall, mostly, or the library. The astronomy tower is always empty. I did think I was safe sitting in a tree in the grounds until somebody cursed me down. Oh yes, it was you and Weasley. How forgetful of me. Harry looked across, and saw that Malfoy was smirking. Deep down, he could see a little of the old Malfoy hidden underneath, a little of the Malfoy who enjoyed taunting people. Harry grinned. You're a real prat. As are you. We make quite the pair, wouldn't you agree? They stepped out through the main doors of the castle, to immediately be greeted by a swarm of attention. Ron was fighting through the crowd. Harry, what happened? Where's Draco's sketchbook? Said Harry. Hermione appeared at his elbow, and handed him the book, looking absolutely past herself. You haven't been expelled, have you, Harry? No, I got 10 points for Gryffindor for yelling at Snape, said Harry, bemusedly. He handed Malfoy the sketchbook, and as simple as the gesture was, Ron's eyes widened at it. What, thank you. Malfoy tucked the sketchbook under his arm, then looked up at the horrified expression on Ron's face. Oh, by the way, Weasley, Professor Snape wants to see you. He says to pack before you go though, he has some bad news for you. Ron's face fell in horror. Harry stared at Malfoy. Snape didn't say that, did he? And then he saw that sly smirk again, and he laughed. Ron didn't find it funny. Oh right, you're just stupid, Malfoy. Come on Harry, leave him to it. Draco and I have agreed to stop fighting, said Harry. Oh, that's wonderful, said Hermione, shrilly, beaming at the pair of them. So no more fighting, seriously. This is all so great. I'm really proud of you both. So what happened in Snape's office? He made you make up, right? Said Ron. No, said Harry. We both yelled at Snape. Draco smashed one of his jars and he gave us 10 points each. No, really, tell us. Harry couldn't help but smile. Once again, the weeks started to roll by. Draco started to spend more and more time with Harry, Ron and Hermione, following them around to Ron's annoyance. Ron, it seemed, still hated Draco and wouldn't let Harry out of his sight, making sure that Draco knew who was Harry's best friend. Harry didn't mind really, and neither did Draco. He did his best not to provoke Ron, and even let Ron copy his Transfiguration homework one day as a gesture of goodwill. Hermione was delighted to have Draco around, because they both did runes, and neither Harry nor Ron wanted to listen to a word of what she said about the subject, though Draco did. Harry found that the Slytherin was quite clever, especially with runes and astronomy. He was also becoming highly successful in the pure arts, delighting Allister when Draco managed to turn one of their balloons a completely different color one lesson. Neville was still terrified of Draco and generally stuck close to Hermione's side if he was around. Ginny didn't really seem to mind much, and Luna didn't seem to have even noticed that Draco was there until one lunchtime when she suddenly looked over the top of her quibbler and said, "Draco Malfoy," in her dreamy sort of way. Draco was rather wary of Luna from that moment on and wouldn't let her sit too close to him, telling Harry he had allergies to weirdos. And so the weeks rolled past, until all of a sudden it was November and the bitterly cold weather came, along with 6-inch deep snow all over Hogwarts. The fires in classrooms were lit to try and drive back the cold, but the students' breath still rose in mists in front of them. Thankfully, the house elves kept them all warm with a series of piping hot stew and puddings every day, and Flitwick showed them a neat little charm to insulate their cloaks against the cold, so all in all, life becomes very bearable again after the drama of the Thursday by the lake. Things were just getting relaxing for Harry, until towards the end of November when they became so much more exciting once more. As usual on a Wednesday lunchtime, Hermione was getting excitable, kept tidying her hair and hardly ate anything, saying she wasn't hungry, though really, she was too busy reading yet another book on pure arts theory she'd got from the library. Of course, she wasn't the only one looking forward to the afternoon. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Draco and Neville all had pure arts with Professor Allister, a subject which had fast become the favorite of many people in the school, boys and girls alike. They were all sitting outside in the courtyard, while Neville and Ginny made a snowman nearby. Hermione sat huddled over her precious pure arts book, with Luna reading over her shoulder. Harry sat near Hermione. As is usual, he had Ron clamped to his side, glaring at Draco on Harry's other side, who was doing some astronomy homework. "I wonder what we're doing in pure arts today," Hermione said, brightly. "Hermione, you've said that about 4 times this break," said Ginny, looking up from the snowman. "Stop rubbing it in." "I do though," said Hermione. "I'm just making conversation." "Then talk about something else," said Ginny. "I've only got pure arts on Friday next, you're making me jealous." Hermione shut her book, tucking it away into her bag, and Ron said, "How long have we got left for break?" Harry checked his watch. "Quite a while. Maybe we should have stayed in the Great Hall for a bit longer." "I'm still kinda hungry." "Me too," Neville agreed. Draco shook his head. "I couldn't eat that shepherd's pie. I only had a few mouthfuls and it was just disgusting." Ron muttered something under his breath, turning away from the conversation with a frown. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Sorry, Weasley, didn't catch that. Care to repeat?" "I said," Ron said, coldly, "you're probably used to shepherd's pie doused in white wine with a sprig of mint on top though, aren't you?" Draco looked away, ignoring Ron. They were all quite used to this by now. Draco said something he thought was perfectly innocent. Ron took offense and snapped at Draco. Draco looked away. That was about it. Today was no different. Harry quite wished they'd stop annoying each other so much. It did get boring after the same routine, day in day out, though he didn't want to make Ron jealous or alienate Draco, so he just let them get on with it. But then, something happened that had never happened before. Draco spoke back to Ron. "And actually, Weasley, I'm used to it being 6 months old and tasting as though it's been made inside a rat," he said, coldly, turning his pale eyes on Ron. Ron blinked for a moment, clearly thrown that Draco had risen to his bait. Well, good. I'm glad you think so," said Draco, coolly. "Fine." Ron turned away this time. Draco averted his eyes to the snowman, as though he didn't even want to look at Ron properly, but before any of them could say another word, a large gang of people stepped out into the courtyard. Blaise Zabini, with Pansy Parkinson cuddled on his arm wearing a large fur coat that made her look even more like a pug, followed by their entourage of 5 Slytherin boys. Harry noticed that Blaise was trying to prove that he was more impressive than Draco had ever been by making sure he didn't have just 2 people to do his dirty work, but a minimum of 4. Draco's eyes flashed at the sight of Blaise, particularly with Pansy clinging to him like that, turning his eyes away. Harry was about to ask if they should maybe go inside or go and see Hagrid, but Blaise had spotted them, and was coming over. Well, he said, softly. If it's not my favorite little fatherless outcasts. Harry and Draco both glared at Blaise, but said nothing. He strolled in front of them. Gone deaf, have we? The knot of Slytherins around him all laughed sluggishly, egging him on. We're not deaf, Hermione said, coolly. We're ignoring you. Shish, sweetie, I didn't ask you to talk, Blaise said, smirking horribly at Hermione. Ron got up and sat between her and Harry defiantly. Leave us alone, Zabini, nobody's intimidated, Ron said, glaring at the Slytherin. Protective of her, huh? Said Blaise, his eyes sparking as they locked on Ron and Hermione. What are you talking about? Ron snapped. Come off it. We've all seen the way you look at her, said Blaise, softly. How you're just dying for the know-it-all to drag you off to the library for a little study time. Ron looked outraged, and he jumped to his feet, turning, his fists clenching. Say that again, Ron snarled. Blaise raised an eyebrow, opening his mouth, but a mild voice said from the courtyard. Is there a problem here? Lupin smiled down at the spread of students. Blaise cast one last look at Ron, then left the courtyard without another word, not even answering Lupin's question. His gang followed after him silently, and Lupin came across the courtyard to Harry and his friends, stepping carefully in the footsteps to avoid the snow. Not bothering you all, were they? He said. Ron started to nod, but Draco cut across him with a swift, no, Professor. Good, said Lupin. You all want to get to class now, it's getting near to the bell. Thanks, sir, said Harry. With one last smile, Lupin left the courtyard back into the school. The moment he was gone, Ron rounded on Malfoy. What did you say no for? We could have got him to sort Zabini out. Draco shook his head, frowning, suddenly looking pained. Wouldn't do any good. What's wrong? Said Hermione, leaning forward to watch him as he curled a hand around his stomach. Stomach pains. It's normal now though, he said, vaguely. What do you mean, normal now? She said, frowning. Nothing. Come on, class. He stood up, picking his bag up off the floor and heading vaguely towards the door into the class, one hand still held against his side. Harry, Ron and Hermione all looked suspiciously at each other, then followed him. Neville cried, "Wait for me," and followed them after a hurried goodbye to Luna and Ginny. Even when the 5th-6th years sat down around one of the large tables in Alistair's class, Draco still had a pained look on his face, though there wasn't much time to think about this as Alistair came into the room, looking merry as always. Noticeably, he didn't have any of the special gloves with him for once. Good afternoon everybody, Alistair called, jovially. The reply from the class was rather weak, not quite as eager as usual. He smiled, taking off his jacket to reveal a wine-colored satin shirt and a neat little velvet waistcoat, black to match his trousers. It didn't matter what occasion it was, Alistair always seemed to have a whole new outfit to match it perfectly. Come now, surely I deserve a little more of a warm welcome than that, he said, smiling sideways out of the corner of his mouth. Are we not feeling so good today? Harry glanced around at the class. They were quite a few pale faces, quite a few expressions like Draco's. His face darkened in a slight frown, wondering whether, no, it was just a cold day. They had flu or something. I'll have to perk you all up then, won't I? Alistair said. Is anybody absent? At the general murmur of no, he clapped his hands together. Marvelous, I don't have to take the register. Right then, you'll notice I have not brought the magic gloves today, shock horror. Because today, you're going to take the plunge and be brave. No gloves, and no pretty balloons to spin round on the spot. He smiled, looking around at them all. We're going to learn how to blow things up today. Quite a few people cheered, especially Ron, who had been wildly anticipating this lesson ever since the start of the year. Draco gave a very vague, unconvincing, hurrah. Powerful raw magic is, of course, a very difficult thing to create. It takes one hell of a good memory and a lot of imagination to summon the emotions needed to conjure true power, which is why I'm going to annoy the hell out of all of you by dragging you out into the cold and the snow. Now, no more groaning and grumbling. You'll have to do well in this lesson to stay warm, you see. My brilliant teaching methods yet again. Right then, Mr. Malfoy, are you all right? Draco shook his head, retching again. He was very green in the face and looked as though he was about to vomit. Oh dear, said Alrister, coming over, snapping his fingers and conjuring a bucket he put down in front of Draco. I think somebody needs to go and get Madame Pomfrey, rather quickly, he added, as Draco groaned and his lunch made its grand re-entrance to the world, pouring into the bucket. Hermione jumped up, hurrying from the room as Alrister took the chair by Draco and rubbed his back. Get it up, Malfoy, better out than in. Professor Alrister. They all looked around. Pansy Parkinson had just fainted onto the floor, looking very green. Blaise was shaking worryingly, and across the room, 2 other Slytherin girls didn't look so good. Oh no. Right, somebody wait with Miss Parkinson. He snapped his fingers, and a large bucket appeared. Everybody else who feels ill get around that. Well, this is going fabulously. A minute later, Hermione arrived with Madame Pomfrey, who took one look at the class and said, "Oh my, all Slytherins. I don't believe this. I'm afraid that everybody who isn't in Slytherin house will have to go and wait outside." "What about me?" said Alrister. "Are you, or were you in Slytherin?" "Well, no, but, out," she said, crisply, ferrying them all out of the room and then shutting the door. Alrister looked shocked at being ordered out of own classroom, and took a moment to regain speech then said, "Well then, I think we'll have to save the explosions lesson for another day. Don't look so disappointed, Mr. Weasley, we can do something just as fun. Let's see, I'll teach you some more Sparks stuff. Mr. Potter, just run down to my office and get the gloves, will you? We'll be in one of the spare classrooms in the Defense Against the Dark Arts corridor." Harry nodded, and as Alrister led the rest of the class away to the spare classrooms in Defense Against the Dark Arts, he made his way the opposite way down the corridor towards Alrister's office. He knew where it was, but had never been inside before, and so when he pushed open the finely polished oak door with a plaque on saying, "Professor R. Alrister," he looked around expectantly. Like everything else to do with Alrister, it was very grandly decorated, with ruby and cream-colored walls, a smart wooden floor and furniture to match perfectly. Alrister's desk was positioned in pride of place, with a plate of mints on one edge, and the Pure Arts Master's familiar hawking gloves left in the middle of the desk. On a neat gold perch in the corner sat Cupid, who started warbling merrily the moment Harry walked in. He smiled, petting the little hawk under the chin, looking around for the box of gloves. He spotted them under Alrister's desk, hauled them out, and was just about to leave when he spotted something by the door that made him stop. There, a painting of a woman hanging above a cupboard, in a very well-crafted and expensive-looking frame. Unlike the photo Snape had, this was moving, painted in wizard's ink, so that the woman inside flicked her hair gently and smiled at him, waving. He waved back, grinning, moving closer to read what was inked on in the bottom left corner. "To my Romeo, all my love forever, until we meet again. Forever yours, Sarah." Why do all the professors suddenly have gorgeous girlfriends in paintings on their walls? Thought Harry. Sarah giggled softly, tilting her head so that her waterfall of beautiful golden hair fell over her soft green eyes. Unlike Snape's photo, Sarah was the traditional view of beautiful. Slightly tanned skin, long blonde hair, pretty eyes. She looked quite like Avila. Realizing he was poking and prodding terribly, Harry took one last glance at Sarah and Cupid, then left the room quickly, making sure to shut the door behind him. As he hurried towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts corridor, he decided he'd better not tell Hermione there was a painting on Alrister's wall calling her favorite teacher, my Romeo. She'd probably put memory charms on both of them and never let him copy her homework again. Hardly surprisingly, nobody wanted to eat a thing at dinner that night. The food looked delicious, a mouth-watering steak with chips or boiled potatoes, and normally, Harry would have tucked in with no second thoughts, but he, like everybody else, couldn't help but wonder whether it would stay in his stomach once he'd eaten it and not eject itself back out in half-digested form. A few people had a couple of tentative nibbles, but suspicion obviously got the better of them, and in the hour set out for dinner, hardly anybody ate anything. Even the staff looked dubious. Snape, of course, looked very smug with his customary bread roll and was the one of the only people who ate his fill for once. Dumbledore, as though trying to prove there was nothing wrong with the food, ate his calmly, though nobody else was convinced. Ron picked a bit of one of the bread rolls, sniffed it and then ate it carefully. Not poisoned. He took some more, ate that, and after a moment. Not poisoned. He had been doing this pretty much all dinner, and as much as Harry liked Ron, he was pretty sure Ron was going to get punched in a minute if he didn't stop it. Hermione was thinking the same thing. She snatched the whole damn roll off Ron and tore it into little bits, sprinkling them all over his steak, then sat back, looking rather annoyed. Ron didn't really seem bothered by this at all, and slumped forward on his elbows, sighing. "I am so hungry." "Me too," Harry admitted. His stomach was growling and snarling, demanding to be given the steak which was wafting its mouth-watering aroma all over Harry's nose. "I've got some sweets left upstairs and we could maybe conjure some food to eat." "No," said Hermione. "Conjuring food can be dangerous, all sorts of things can go wrong. A wizard in America tried to conjure pineapples, and when people bit into them, they were rotting fish inside." "Gee, thanks Hermione," said Ron, pushing his plate away. "Now I'm even more put off this. Thanks so much for that. You wouldn't have eaten it anyway," she said, coolly. Dumbledore had finished his meal, and stood up. "You may all now go back to your house common rooms," he said. "And may I remind you that tomorrow evening is of course DA Club, and Professor Lupin and Mr. Potter would like you all to bring your dragonhide gloves, please." "Thank you. Sleep well." Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville and Ginny all walked up to Gryffindor Tower as a group, and nobody was talking much. They spent the evening doing homework, trying to ignore the constant growls of stomachs, and they even dug into Ron and Ginny's secret supply of sweets Fred and George sent from Diagon Alley, but it wasn't enough to fill the hole in Harry's stomach. By the time it was 9 o'clock, he couldn't put up with sitting and being hungry anymore. Even though he wasn't tired, he made his way wearily up to bed, got changed, and laid in his four-poster for a while, staring at the ceiling. His thoughts wandered around vaguely. So Snape had been right about Gryffindor Risata. It had now attacked the Slytherins, and suddenly, it didn't look like just bad food anymore. How could the house elves be so foolish twice? It was starting to look more like whatever was happening was being done on purpose. But who would want to poison the school? His first thought was Zabini, but it couldn't be him. He was now down in the hospital wing, probably in just as bad a state as Draco. So what was going on? Suddenly glad that Snape had given him that antidote after all, he rolled over to face the wall, closed his eyes, and within a few minutes, he had fallen into a deep sleep. But there wasn't a potion in the world that could protect him from his nightmares. He didn't know where he was, how he'd got there, or how he was going to get back. He had the feeling of floating, just hanging gently in the air, looking down upon a scene. Everything was black, just black, for miles and miles. There was no floor, no ceiling, no walls, no beginning, and no end. Just black. He could see 3 people below him, and then he was floating down to see them better. There was a man who had haunted Harry's nightmares for 16 years. Lord Voldemort. His livid red eyes were full of anger, cold malicious humor, as he looked down upon the 2 women tied up before him, on the floor, gagged. Harry looked in closer. He had never met either of them, but he knew them. One was the pale, dark-haired dark angel that came to see Snape, and the other had only ever waved at him from a painting. Sarah, the beautiful woman of the painting in Alrister's office. Both of them were frightened, huddled together at Voldemort's feet. "So," said the high, cold, cruel voice of the Dark Lord above Harry. "You vile creatures, an adulteress, a breaker of the bond of marriage, and you, a foul creature, who dares to soil the blood of one of my most loyal men. You both tried to destroy the moral of my forces, and you will both pay for these actions, most grievously." He drew his wand slowly from the inside folds of his cloak, lazily, bringing it up into the air and then murmuring, "Sarah, Avada Kedavra." There was a blinding flash of green light, and the woman with the bee-owned hair crumpled onto her side. Harry knew she was dead. He looked to the other woman, in time to hear Voldemort say, "Avada Kedavra." He saw her eyes fill with fear, before there was a second flash, and she fell limp, slumped forward, dead. Voldemort started to laugh, quietly at first, as though mildly amused, but then he got a little louder, a little happier, and soon he was laughing, louder and louder, cackling, his cruel enjoyment ringing in Harry's ears. He felt himself being pulled backwards, lifted higher into the air, and the scene below got smaller and smaller until... Harry woke with a start, jolting up in bed. There was cold sweat on his face. Neville, Ron, Dean and Seamus were all still asleep, untroubled, calm with no dreams to worry their thoughts. Harry could feel his heart pounding in his chest. He had to tell somebody. They might be dead, Sarah, and the other woman. They might need help. He sat, frozen with his panic, thinking what to do. Who would he tell? Who would believe him? He got out of bed, pulling his trunk out from underneath and wrenching it open. His father's old invisibility cloak gleamed inside, silvery and fluid, like water spun into material. He picked it up and pulled it on over his shoulders. His heart was still pounding. He could still see the look on terror in the woman's smoky silver eyes, hear Sarah's frightened gasp as life was torn from her body. He shivered. Only Seamus made a soft noise as Harry slipped out of the dormitory, closed the door and padded carefully down the stairs. The candles in the Gryffindor common room had all been put out long ago. The darkness seemed to watch him as he hurried across the room, eased the portrait open and pattered out into the cold corridor. He gave a soft hiss as his toes touched the icy cold stone, wishing he'd brought his slippers, but there was no time to go back. He looked around at the blackness surrounding him on all sides, trying to rid the extreme feelings of paranoia drowning him, starting to creep as quietly as he could towards the dungeons. He had to tell Snape. Every step was torture to his bare feet, as the cold stone almost burnt the pads of his toes, but he had to keep going. Maybe there was time. Maybe the two women could be saved. Or maybe it's too late, he thought. He eventually found his way down to the entrance hall. As he stepped into the dungeon corridor, he was shocked by how cold it was, as though a wall of ice had just blasted him full on in the face. He shuddered, feeling the blood inside his toes starting to freeze as he carried on, determined not to give up. He couldn't let them die. He was so cold that it hurt his knuckles to knock on the door of Snape's office. His teeth were chattering violently. "Oh, come on, please, open the door." He knocked again, harder this time, cursing as the hard wood battered his frozen knuckles. "Get out of bed," he pleaded with the door. "Please, please, come on, please be here." What if Snape was out patrolling the corridors? What if he was out on a Death Eater mission? There was nobody he could tell, nobody at all. The walk to Alrister's office was about 20 minutes, and in sub-zero temperatures, he'd never make it, he'd get frostbite on his toes. Professor Dumbledore's office had a password to it. He knocked again, as hard as he could, and there was some flurried movement from inside. The door opened, and Snape stood there, swathed in a black dressing gown, not looking pleased at all. "What is it?" he hissed, viciously. He looked around at the empty corridor, and cursed, about to slam the door. Harry hissed hurriedly, "It's me, don't shut the door." Snape paused, his eyes wandering vaguely around the darkness. "Potter. I need help," said Harry, pulling the cloak off over his hair, staring up at Snape with a pleading, desperate expression that caught the professor's attention instantly. "Well, they need help. I fell asleep, and I saw Voldemort, and he had that woman, the woman you know. The one with black hair. And there was another, she's in a painting on Alrister's wall. He killed them, Voldemort killed them." Snape's face slackened instantly, all the creases ironing out instantly. "You're sure, Potter?" "Sure," said Harry. Snape grasped him by the arm, hauled him inside and shut the door. Damn it all, damn it. He hurried to his desk, rattling through the drawers, searching for something. Eventually, he pulled out the photo frame and muttered something. Harry watched, amazed, as the black and white Muggle photograph disappeared, revealing a moving scene where it had been, like a television screen. The woman Harry had seen was curled up in bed, her hair gently tousled all over her face, the sheets pulled over her arms to guard against the cold. Snape let out a sigh of relief and put the frame back into the drawer, rubbing his temple wearily. It was just a nightmare, Potter. He stood up, heading for the door that led to his chambers. Go back to bed, Potter, it's probably just from lack of food. What about the other woman? Sarah, is she okay? Said Harry, hurrying after him. No, she's not, Potter, said Snape, and there was a hollow note in his voice that Harry had never really heard much before. His eyes widened. Why? How do you know? We've got to go to Professor Dumbledore, she might. It's too late for her, Potter, said Snape. He turned to look at Harry, solemn and quiet. She died nearly a decade ago. After the end bell of the next day, Ron, Hermione and Neville all headed off towards the entrance hall and the lake to get some homework done while it was still light. Harry told them he'd meet them soon, just when he'd done one thing, and so he made his way alone up to the Ollery. Hedwig was settled on her perch as always, asleep, with her head tucked under her wing. Cupid was snuggled next to her, his head under her wing as well, snoring quietly through his slightly open beak. Harry smiled, taking the back of owl treats out of his pocket and rustling them gently. They both woke up, and Hedwig turned her amber eyes onto him, giving a soft noise of greeting. He smiled and reached out to pet her. Hiya girl, she nuzzled against his hand, giving him an affectionate nip. Cupid trilled pleasantly through his little beak, shuffling expectantly as Harry took a handful of treats out of the bag and held them out. They both tucked in, as the door opened behind Harry. Professor Alrister came in, pulling his gloves into place. Ah, hello there, Harry. Hi sir, said Harry. Cupid looked up from a mouthful of owl treats, cooed in greeting and then flapped over to land obediently on his master's shoulder. Alrister smiled, stroking his hawk's feathery chest gently. How were your lessons today? All right, said Harry. Hedwig nipped him for more owl treats, which he gave her with a slight smile. He couldn't help thinking of that portrait on Alrister's wall. To my Romeo. Something wrong, said Alrister, picking up on his worries, crossing over with Cupid still perched delicately on his shoulder, pulling stray feathers out of his wings. Harry shook his head, forcing a smile. No, I'm fine, Professor. Just had a tiring day, that's all. Alrister smiled. Good. And how is Malfoy? Ah. Still yawning in Technicolor, said Harry. The pure arts professor chuckled. Cupid trilled his beak impatiently, and Harry handed him an owl treat gently as Alrister started to tie a ribbon with a bell on it gently around the hawk's leg. I dare say he'll be fine in a few days, it's not likely to be anything fatal at all. Harry smiled, and said, good, but inside, his mind was wondering something. He just had to say, he couldn't stay quiet like this. Sir. Harry, who was Sarah, sir? He asked, tentatively. Alrister's eyes flickered onto him suddenly, and every trace of a smile was gone from his face. He looked so silent and empty all of a sudden. How do you know about Sarah? I saw the portrait on your wall, sorry. No, it's okay, said Alrister. He sighed softly, looking at his feet. Sarah was a marvelous lady who didn't deserve what happened to her in the slightest, Harry. Cupid closed his little eyes, leaning his head against Alrister's temple and nuzzling comfortingly. The pure arts master managed a smile and reached up to stroke his hawk in a grateful way. She died, about 9 years ago now, by no fault of her own. Harry could tell this was an incredibly sensitive subject. He'd never seen Alrister look so unhappy. He said, I'm sorry. It's okay, Harry. He took Cupid off his shoulder, sitting him on a shelf to slip a little leather helmet gently onto his head. It was all a long time ago. I keep her portrait for memories. He tickled Cupid fondly under the chin. The candle has gone out but the smoke still lingers, Harry. He took a deep breath, and as though clearing his mind of the whole thing, he said in a much brighter, calmer tone. Now, I believe you have quite some time until Professor Dumbledore tries to convince you the house elves aren't trying to kill you. How about you come hawking with Cupid and I? Your owl is invited, of course. Harry smiled. Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks. He took Hedwig gently onto his arm, and he and Allister left the Ollery. Harry didn't say another thing about the candle that had gone out long ago, and soon, it was out of his mind completely, though when they got back into school sometime later, cold and tired from their long walk, and he watched Allister head up towards his office, he somehow knew that the pure arts master wasn't going to sleep easily tonight. Harry had completely forgotten about something that was rather important, all until one Tuesday morning when he left potions with Hermione, and they came across quite a commotion in the entrance hall. What's going on? Hermione said, catching a third year running past. It's the Quidditch League. The team registration book's just gone out. You've got to get your team all registered by Friday or you're not in the league. The excited boy said, before rushing off up the marble staircase. Harry's heart skipped. Quidditch. How could he have forgotten? His greatest love, brushed aside in the light of all the darkness going on around him. He'd completely forgotten all about making a team, and there wasn't long until Christmas came. Even as he started pushing through to the front of the crowd, as more and more people went away with forms for teams, he began to plan out members. Ron would be keeper, there was no way they could leave him out. Then he would be seeker, and Ginny could be a chaser. Draco was a bit of a problem, but he could probably be talked into playing a chaser too. So that left one more chaser and two beaters. He took one of the forms eagerly, and then hurried back out of the crowd to Hermione, waving it in her face like an infant with a lolly. I got one. Good for you, she said, vaguely. Come on, we've got to get to the hospital wing, Draco needs his runes homework. You can sort out the team with him then. She dragged him across the entrance hall, having to stop twice for Harry to grin and show off his form to a few more people, before she finally got him inside and shut the door. Draco was in the far bed, curled on his side, looking rather sulky as he toyed disinterestedly with a grape in the bowl on his bedside cabinet. Harry walked over, sitting in the chair and blocking Draco's view with his Quidditch form. Chaser. Draco snorted. Seeker. Potter. Oh, can't you both just shut up about Quidditch for 1 minute? Said Hermione, impatiently, sitting on Draco's other side. It's not the only thing in the world. Draco sat up in bed, and to Harry's alarm, he saw that Draco's right arm was bound in a sling. What happened? Draco's eyes narrowed. Zabini, accidentally, tripped me up yesterday on my way to the bathroom. He shot a dark glare at Blaise across the ward, who was asleep. But anyway, runes homework. It's not translating some dirty great roll of, oh, great. Hermione had just taken a 3-foot-long scroll of parchment and handed it to Draco. It's got a few symbols we haven't learned yet, she said, promptly. I've included them on a piece of paper on the back. Professor Maxwell wants you to copy them into your notebook. For Friday. Lucky me, said Draco, sarcastically, shifting the whole lot a drawer on his bedside cabinet. Now, to more important business. Potter, I'm the seeker. I don't think so. I'm better than you. No, you're not. I am not. Oh, come on, said Hermione. Don't be so childish. Why don't you just share the job? They both gave her very patronizing looks, and said at the same time, there's only one seeker. I know that, she said, impatiently. But you could have like a rota. Swap. 1 week Harry's the seeker, then Draco, then Harry. What, so we only play every other week? Said Draco. No, you swap between seeker and chaser, or seeker and beater, or whatever, said Hermione. Isn't it obvious to work it out? You're both good seekers. But who's the best? Said Harry. She looked between them, torn. I don't know. You're both good. Stop trying to decide who's the best. Harry's accurate. Draco's fast. I'm fast. Harry protested. And I'm accurate, said Draco. I know, she said, exasperatedly. But you can't both be the seeker. Just learn to compromise. Both of them scowled darkly, arms folded very put out. Oh, don't be so pathetically macho, she said, tutting. Why don't we just make Ron the seeker, just to stop you fighting? No, they both said, desperately. Then compromise, she said. Fine, Draco sighed. Harry scribbled in, H. Potter D. Malfoy, in the seeker slot, repeating it in the first chaser slot, and then he paused. I'm the captain. Oh no, Potter, you are not. I'm the captain. I got the sheet. I'm the best seeker. You are not. I am. Hermione groaned and rubbed her forehead as they continued to squabble like toddlers in a nursery school. Eventually, she snatched it off them, and wrote, Seeker, in the box. There, you swap with that as well. She sighed, sitting back. I don't believe how childish you both are. Harry sniffed, taking the sheet back and mulling over the second chaser position. After a moment, he said, he started it. Oh, shut up, Potter. You insufferable jerk. Prat. Both of you are prats. Be quiet. She swiped the paper off Harry again, took the quill and scribbled, R. Weasley, in the keeper box. Now who else? And no, you can't have it back, you'll just fight. She said, as Harry gave her a look that was like a baby that had had its candy stolen. Chasers, said Draco. Weasley's little sister is fairly skilled. Harry nodded. Give Ginny the second chaser job. So we need beaters, and another chaser. And a team name. Hermione folded the sheet up, and tucked it neatly into her bag. I've watched all the matches, while you two have been too busy playing to notice other people. I'll get some names of people who would join our team. But I'm the captain, I should. Harry started, but at the glare from Hermione, he fell silent. Draco snickered and took a grape from the bowl on his bedside table. You do keep him in line, don't you, Granger? Dash. Harry and Ron were sitting in the Gryffindor common room playing wizard chess when Hermione walked in through the portrait hole. Have you got some names? Said Harry, looking up, as Ron's bishop grabbed one of his pawns and flung it violently off the board. Hermione smiled sweetly, sitting in the armchair next to Ron and handing Harry 2 sheets of paper. His eyes widened. All these people. All I had to say was that we had Potter, Weasley and Malfoy, she said. And they just flocked to me. Harry started glancing down the list. Hermione had even got what house and year they were in, and if they'd played Quidditch on the team before. He found a 6th year that had played Quidditch, and said, hey, I didn't know Ernie Macmillan was a beater. Neither did I, said Hermione. He was one of the Hufflepuff beaters last year, along with a guy who's left. But look there, she scanned the list as Harry circled Ernie's name, and then pointed. Slytherin, been a beater for 3 years, 7th year, looks good Harry. Harry checked the name, and choked. Zabini, kinda Zabini, are you crazy? Blaise Zabini's older brother, on our team. No way. Hermione smiled. It's not his brother, it's his sister, and they don't get on. She's really nice Harry, honestly. I've seen her play before, she's incredible with a beater's bat. Just give her a chance. Harry frowned, unconvinced, but put a ring around Kinda's name anyway, and continued scanning down the list. So we've got our possible beaters, we just need a good chaser. A 7th year, said Ron. We need some older students, Zabini will have got as many heavy hitters as he can. Harry spotted one, a 7th year Ravenclaw, been on the team for ages. He followed the name along and choked for the 2nd time in as many minutes. Cho. Hermione smiled. She came over and asked what I was doing. I asked her if she wanted to. She said sure, her friends don't like playing Quidditch so she doesn't have a team yet. What do you think? Yeah, okay, he said. He hadn't really had a chance to talk to Cho apart from NDA Club, and even then, he had his hands full with kibbles. He circled her name carefully. So we can set up a meeting tomorrow after school and test them out. Does anybody have some parchments I can write to them? Hermione, well prepared for everything as always, took a few scrolls of parchment from her bag and handed them to Harry. Where's Hedwig, Harry? She's over there, he said, gesturing to the owl post in the corner, starting on a letter to Cho and making sure he kept his handwriting neat. As Hermione went off to get Hedwig, Ron leaned over to Harry and muttered, I'm not sure about that kinda. Harry shrugged. We'll have a look, she might be good. No, I mean, Blaise's older sister. Ron snorted. Yeah, she's not a spy at all trying to get info on who's on your team, he said, sarcastically. I know, said Harry. We might as well just give her a chance. If she looks even slightly suspicious, we'll get rid of her, okay? Ron nodded, and sat back, still looking unconvinced. Harry finished his letter to Cho with a slight flourish on his signature, and when Ron wasn't looking, he added 3 hasty X's to the bottom and rolled it up, blushing slightly. At 3:30 the next day, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny were to be found outside on the Quidditch pitch, trying to stay warm despite the biting cold winds. Neville was sitting in the stands watching, huddled around a jam jar full of bluebell flames, and Luna was sitting next to him in a rather odd feathery coat, looking like a huge owl reading the Quibbler. Hermione wasn't on the team, after insisting she didn't like moving fast at great heights, but had added her name at the bottom of the sheet as spokesperson manager. Draco, of course, was still ill with Slytherin Rosada, but Harry had visited him at lunch break. "Oh, kinda," Draco had said, eyeing the list of auditionees. "She is a good player, Potter. Very good." Flint wouldn't let her in the team at first, but Snape put his foot down after seeing her play. "That's how impressive she is." Harry couldn't help but think she should be very impressive indeed to make up for having them all outside on such a cold day waiting for her. Of course, he didn't think like this about Cho, but that was different. At least it was to Harry. Ron shivered, making an impatient, burring noise, stamping his feet against the ground to try and warm his feet. "Come on, where are they? You did write 3:30 on the letter, didn't you, Harry?" "Yes," said Harry. "They'll be here soon, don't worry." Ron huffed and leant against one of the goalposts, yelping as his cloak stuck to it. They were so busy trying to pull him off it without ripping his cloak in two that they didn't notice the troop of Hufflepuffs sneaking in. Ernie was accompanied by Hannah Abbott, Justin Finch Fletchley, and a few others that had apparently come along to watch, and they certainly did watch with amazement as Hermione tried to detach Ron from the post with a melting charm, which only singed the back of his cloak. "Didn't your mother ever tell you not to stare?" he snapped. Ernie's friends all scuttled off to sit with Neville and Luna, as Hermione was heard to mutter, I think it's stuck." Ernie came over. "What's happened?" "I'm stuck to the pole," Ron said, darkly. He folded his arms and huffed, annoyed, as Hermione started to blow on it to try and melt the ice. Ernie tried not to smile too much as he leant down to help Hermione. Harry was rather occupied to join in, as Cho had just strolled onto the pitch through 2 of the stands, looking beautiful in a shimmering pink coat with a rather cute white fur trim. Harry tried his best not to stare as she came over, flashing him a dazzling smile. Hi, he managed, feeling as though his tongue had frozen to the roof of his mouth. "You look pretty." She smiled shyly, blushing the same soft shade as her coat. "Thank you." "Oi, loverboy, help," Ron yelled from behind Harry. Ernie had apparently got his tongue stuck to the pole, according to the shouting of, "Ow, ow, dow poo ow it, dow poo ow it." Harry felt himself blushing furiously as he grinned sheepishly to Cho. She grinned back, and then both of them went to go and detach Ernie and Ron from the pole. Hermione was saying, "Just stay calm, just keep blowing out through your nose and it'll melt, Ernie." Ernie started to snort against the pole, very much like Kibbles had started to do when he was annoyed. "Want a hand?" said a voice from above. Everybody looked up, as a figure flew overhead on a broom, sitting sideways quite casually, as though it was a garden bench. She was pretty tall, well built compared to Cho's slim curves, with a handsome, tomboyish sort of face, her light brown hair scooped back into a long, wavy ponytail. "Are you?" Harry began. "Kinda." She descended slowly on the broom, controlling it perfectly. "Yeah, that's me. Nice to meet you." She offered him a hand, which he shook, returning the warm smile she gave him. She then turned to the dilemma with the pole, taking her wand from her belt. "Hold still," she said to Ernie, and then murmuring, "Dalatua." A gentle trickle of warm water flowed from the end of her wand, running careful down the pole, all over Ernie's tongue and the patch of Ron's cloak that was stuck. Ron gave a great tug, and went flying forward, having to grab Harry to stop himself falling face down into the snow, and with a horrible noise like Velcro being eased apart, Ernie pulled his tongue back. Kinda wrinkled her nose. "You might have a bit of problem with taste for a while, but that should clear up nicely." Still talking. Yeth, thanked, said Ernie. She chuckled. Good. So, who's the captain? I am, said Harry, stoutly. Hermione tutted, coming over with her clipboard. No, he's not, kinda. He's sharing the position with Draco Malfoy, you know him. I'm the manager and spokesperson. Kinda grinned. Who's doing marketing and promotions? Well, me, I suppose, but Hermione saw the look on Kinda's face and smiled sheepishly, blushing, then gesturing at all the people around. Ron's the keeper. Harry and Draco are also sharing chaser and seeker positions, then Cho is our second chaser, and Ginny's third. Oh, and this is Ernie, he's our other beater. Ernie smiled weakly, too busy prodding his tongue with his fingers to pay much attention. Kinda smiled. Nice to meet you all. This isn't the definite team yet, Hermione went on. Though it could be, we're just checking skills today, making sure we've made the right decisions. Sure, said Kinda. Thanks for inviting me. I know girl beaters are kinda rare, but hey, I'll try my best. Harry found he was quite starting to like her attitude, though didn't have too much time to think into the matter, as Cho took his hand and smiled shyly. He tried not to blush too much, weaving his fingers with her gently. Hermione flicked through a few pages of notes. Okay, we're just going to have a practice game. Ron's going to be in goal. The chasers will try to score past him while the beaters stop the bludgers, but you know all this. Harry's just going to watch because he's in charge of the decision overall. We need some good strong beaters because apparently Blaise has got the biggest Slytherins in 7th year that he could find. Harry saw her glance at Kinda for a moment. So let's hope you can play well. Kinda, it turned out, could play well. Once they were all up in the air and warming up, practicing their throwing skills, Harry sat down by Hermione. She was already making notes on her clipboard, apparently concentrating on the chasers, but Harry was more interested in Kinda. She had brought a bag of apples out with her, and was crouched on the ground, her bat in one hand, searching through them with the other. He watched, intrigued, as she found a good apple and threw it gently up the air. It arced right up, almost as high as the goalposts, curving over her head, and Harry thought it was a pretty terrible throw until she jumped onto her broom, speeding along the ground after it, raising her club. There was a crack like a gunshot as she belted the apple with all her might and it blew into pieces, showering the nearby ground. Harry couldn't hide the impressed look on his face. Put her down, he said to Hermione. She's our beater. Just watch her, I've never seen anybody hit like that. Hermione vaguely looked up as Kinda obliterated another apple. Oh, interesting, yeah, we don't know what she's like with the actual bludgers yet though. Should I let one out? He nodded, and she opened up the trunk with a few snaps of the locks, then called that she was releasing a bludger. Ernie and Kinda both got ready, and then with a bang, Hermione flung the straps off and the bludger shot into the air, straight into action, speeding at Ron. Ernie was after it in a heartbeat and sent it reeling off in the other direction. Harry felt a surge of panic as he saw it go on Kinda, her back turned, and he opened his mouth to warn her, but she was way ahead of him. She flung her arm back, hitting the bludger away backwards. His eyes widened. That, if he remembered correctly from Oliver Wood's wriggling diagrams, was a bludger backbeat. Even the Weasley twins hadn't been able to do that without spraining their arms or dropping their clubs. Ron seemed to be doing fairly well guarding the hoops, as Cho and Ginny did their best to get past him. Harry wondered for a moment where their third chaser was, before he realized it was him, and felt rather stupid. Cho was once the Ravenclaw seeker, but she was quite a good chaser as well. She somehow managed to be graceful and elegant on a broom, like a swan in flight, and yet be fast and accurate as well. Ginny was doing fine too and was really making Ron work. Several times he had to leap to the side to beat the quaffle away from the goal, and then Cho had the quaffle at the other side. Kinda and Ernie were doing fine keeping the bludger at bay, and Kinda demonstrated her bludger backbeat quite a few more times, putting on quite a show really. Harry found himself grinning as he looked around at them all. He didn't like to sound too hopeful, but from what he could see, they had a decent chance of doing well in the league. I told you so, didn't I? Draco was sitting up in bed in the hospital wing, looking a little better than the previous day, healthy enough to pick vaguely at the salad Madame Pomfrey had given him for his evening meal. Harry nodded. Okay, so you did. Maybe I was a bit reluctant. But she is good, I'll admit it. Didn't you ever wonder how we did so well at injuring other teams? Said Draco, tearing a tiny shred of a piece of lettuce and nibbling at it, rabbit style. She didn't play in all matches. Flint had something against her. We reckoned they dated for a while and split up, so Flint didn't like having her in the team, especially for important matches. But she worked marvelously with both the other beaters. Did you see her doppelbeater defense? Harry shook his head. The doppelbeater defense was one of the hardest beater moves imaginable, where both beaters hit the bludger at the same time. She did quite a few backhanded club swings though. Said Draco. Wait until you see what she's like in matches. I've never seen a more aggressive beater in my life. Were you there at the Ravenclaw-Slytherin game where she pretended she was going to punch their keeper on the nose? The Transylvanian tackle. Draco chuckled at the memory. No contact was made. It was a perfectly legal move. That guy's scared stiff of her though. He say she's deranged. What's Blaze like as a player? Harry asked. Draco wrinkled his nose. He says he can play any position, and admittedly, he can. His problem is that he doesn't concentrate on being good at one thing, he just lets himself be average on everything. He won't be the biggest problem in the team he's got. He lowered his voice. They all came in here this afternoon. All male, all 6th and 7th year Slytherins, all big enough to crush anybody that gets in their way. Even worse than when Flint was in charge. They'll be a hard team to beat, Potter. So we will, said Harry. Come on. So they've got trolls on broomsticks. We've got 4 ex-seekers, a keeper that decided the outcome of the Quidditch Cup last year, 2 beaters who could probably knock down the goalposts if they hit them hard enough. Draco sighed. I suppose you're right. He paused for a moment, and then said, you do realize support for me is not going to be good. Most of the teams we play against will be after me. So we'll have Ernie looking out for you. No big deal. Draco didn't look convinced, but said nothing more about it. He sat back, shuffling his pillows and placing one hand on his stomach, looking pained again. You don't know how lucky you are, Potter. Oh, why? Don't ask, said Draco, simply, still massaging his side. Have you thought of a name yet, by the way? For the team? Harry shrugged. Not really. I was thinking Hogwarts United, but... Don't be stupid, Potter. There are going to be about 20 teams wanting to call themselves Hogwarts United, said Draco, frowning at him. We need something more original. Something people will remember, preferably with 3 syllables, or something that can be given a shortened version of 3 syllables. Harry stared at him. Why? Chanting. Potter, have you ever wondered why the Tutshill Tornadoes only started winning recently? He clapped 3 times, while saying, Tor-nay-does, it just doesn't work. The emphasis is in the wrong place. And people start chanting, Tutshill, Tutshill, and suddenly they win the league. It's all in the name. Harry shook his head. You're just incredibly picky, you know. Not so, said Draco. Think about it. A name is the first thing people will know about us, and so obviously it gives the biggest impression. Look at me. My first name means dragon in Latin, and my second comes from centuries and centuries ago. It means bad faith in French. Now, think about it. If that had been good faith, I would be Draco Bonfoy. Harry couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. That sounds like a bakery company. Draco smirked. You see, it's the difference between aristocrat and bun maker. Now, a name for the team. Harry started to take this a little more seriously, thinking hard. All right, we need something that makes us friendly and easy to support. Oh, on the contrary, said Draco. Something to strike fear into the hearts of our opponents. Harry stared at him again. We're not naming a pirate ship, it's a Quidditch team, Draco. Fine, we'll take your happy little name. How about we love House Elves, or Kibbles United? Ooh, here's a good one, how about the Happy Smiley Rainbow Team? Draco suggested, the sarcasm dripping from his voice. I don't know, Hermione wouldn't mind we love House Elves. You just can't be serious for 1 second, can you? Oh, You were being serious about the happy smiley rainbow team. I had no idea. Idiot. Pratt. Draco fluffed his pillow again, and then laid back, looking up at the ceiling. Something energetic and sparky. To do with magic would be good. This is after all a school for magic. Sparky, said Harry, getting an idea. How about the Sparks? No, that makes us sound like some cheesy 1960s rock and roll quartet. Draco thought, idly toying with a grape before eating it absent-mindedly. Though it's a good basis. A flash of inspiration suddenly came to Harry, and he said, the bright sparks. Draco looked at him, distractedly chewing his grape. Not bad, Potter. Not bad at all. The bright sparks. I like it. We'll have that then, said Harry. He scribbled it down at the top of the sheet. Oh, we need a logo to be charmed onto our Quidditch robes. I can't draw. Draco took the sheet of him and his quill, thinking for a moment before carefully inking something into the box. Harry craned his neck, trying to see. When Draco was done, he drew back with a flourish, showing Harry a carefully drawn picture of a wand releasing a shower of sparks and stars. The bright sparks was added carefully to the bottom, in graffiti-style lettering. Harry smiled. Yeah, good. Draco smiled smugly. Yes, I thought so. Is there anything else we need to add on this? Harry scanned it quickly, and then said, no, I don't think so. Well, Draco smirked. What are you waiting for? Go get us registered, Potter. Harry didn't need telling twice. With a hurried goodbye, he grabbed his bag from the floor and hurried out of the hospital wing. The entrance hall was empty for once, and so he stepped carefully up to the Quidditch registration book, holding the form tight in his hand. It flicked open before him, offering a blank page to him. Carefully as he could, he pressed the piece of parchment onto the paper, and stood back to watch. The book held it like glue, and then gradually, the two pieces of paper began to merge together, so they were just one. All his lettering and writing rearranged itself, the logo expanded gradually, and within a few moments, everything sealed itself down. Harry grinned proudly. By the end of Transfiguration on the next Monday, Harry's brain felt like a wrung sponge. They had been trying to turn coconuts into rabbits for some reason, and hardly anybody had anything that resembled a rabbit except Hermione, and even then, Professor McGonagall had given her a disappointed look and commented if she had wanted a hare, she would have asked for a hare. All in all, it was quite a relief to Harry when break came, and they all managed to head off to lunch. As always, nobody really ate much. There had been no further outbreaks of Gryffindor or Slytherin Rasada, but most of Slytherin House was still in the hospital wing for food poisoning, and everybody was still very wary of the food. Anything that tasted even remotely odd was treated with the greatest suspicion, and if anybody got even a flicker of pain anywhere in their body after eating, a huge fuss was in order. Colin Creevey broke out in a rash after eating the fruit salad on Saturday night, and the whole of Gryffindor House was scared stiff until Colin came back from the hospital wing an hour later to announce he was just allergic to kiwi fruit. After half a plate of pasta and a few breadsticks, Harry couldn't eat any more, and neither could Ron. They both left the hall, pulling on their thick cloaks for warmth, heading out into the grounds for a walk. There was still quite a thick layer of snow under their feet, which crunched as they moved along, giving a nice rhythm for them to talk to. I don't believe I have to have magical creatures in this, said Ron, bitterly. And Hagrid said we'd be doing something interesting today, so it's probably going to be big, hairy and dangerous. He dug his hands into the pockets of his cloak, shivering. I can't wait to get home for Christmas. Lucky you, said Harry. What's up with you, said Ron. I was thinking about Christmas, Harry admitted. And what I'm going to do. I mean, I've got Grimmauld Place now. I could go, well, home. You could come and stay with us, Ron offered. Harry shook his head. Nah, it's not that I really want to go home, as in, just sit in the dark at Grimmauld Place and be happy. I want to know what's going on. I don't know whether it's fallen into disrepair again, or whether the Order still use it or anything. He sighed. I can't help but think that things have been too safe. It's as though all the sinister stuff has just, I don't know, been shut out. What, you're worried about being safe and happy? Geez, Harry, I never thought you'd get you-know-who withdrawal symptoms. Harry rubbed his head. Neither did I. It's not that though. I can't help but think I'm being lulled into a false sense of security somehow. Last year, I was having pains in my scar all the time, nightmares, everything. All the time, I was worried about something. And now, it's like I'm in this little bubble of calm and everything's happy. He turned his face towards the ground. The fact that Voldemort's not doing anything makes me more nervous than if he was. Ron shrugged. Go see Dumbledore or Lupin or somebody if you're worried. They might be able to give you some information on what's happening. He smiled slightly. Or you could just be happy and accept that things are fine, like the rest of us. I know I'd prefer how things are now to having headaches all time. Harry nodded slightly, though deep down, he couldn't help but feel still worried. His scar felt completely normal. So normal, in fact, that it was not normal, even though that didn't make sense. He decided he would take Ron's advice though, and go and see Professor Dumbledore or Lupin after school, just to calm his worries. Ron said he had to get across the grounds to magical creatures then, so Harry said goodbye, and they parted company. Ron went off across the snowy grounds, his red hair making it look as though the snow was glowing orange, and Harry made his way back up to the school courtyard for his pure arts lesson to start. Today, they were doing more work on slightly less controlled raw magic. Last lesson, Alrister had set up huge piles of old papers and garbage for them to practice on at various distances, and at the end of the class, everybody had been absolutely delighted to see Alrister blow the lot up at once. Harry quite hoped he'd do it again, just for some excitement to his deadly dull day so far. The courtyard was empty when Harry got there. Usually, Blaise Zabini would be lounging across one of the stone benches with Pansy hanging onto his arm and his bodyguards all clustered behind him, but he was still in the hospital wing with Draco and the rest of the Slytherin Rasata victims. Harry sat down to wait, feeling rather alone. Something was just wrong with today. He had an odd feeling somewhere in the pit of his stomach. For a while, he'd wondered whether the Rasata had got him, but it wasn't a feeling of pain or sickness. It was a strange feeling of paranoia, not that he was being watched, but somebody else near him was, and he'd had it all day. Snape had shot him a few suspicious looks during breakfast, but Harry didn't think that Snape was really the person to go to when he was a weird feeling. Who did he have to confide in? He'd always written to Sirius, but now, there was nobody he could tell without worrying them sick. Gradually, more people drifted into the courtyard, and dead on time, when the bell rung for afternoon lessons to start, Alrister swept out into the courtyard in a fur-lined black cloak. Afternoon everyone. Are we all here? Minus the Slytherins of course. Everybody nodded. Excellent. Follow me then. The class trooped out of the courtyard after their professor. Alrister led them across the grounds, past the lake, and a few minutes later they stopped just at the edge of the forest. Right then. Can you all hear me? All see me? Good. He gestured into the darkness of the trees. If you look through the trees, quite some way in, I've set up several targets. Can everybody see that? Harry squinted through the blackness, and after a moment or so, his eyes adjusted enough to be able to see large white spots charmed onto the trees, glowing a silvery gray in the dark. Those trees have recently died, and I thought that to help with our work and to also do a favor for the headmaster, we would destroy them. However, and I want to make this absolutely and utterly clear. Nobody is to go a step into the forest, not even one, not even leaning just a teensy little bit past the first tree, nothing. Are we quite clear? Everybody nodded solemnly. Good, said Alrister. Now, behind you is another pile of old papers and tests, you can practice on that if you need to. Once you feel ready, start aiming for the targets. Any problems? No, off you go then. Harry wriggled his fingers a little, getting them ready, and unlike most of the class, he decided to go straight for the trees. It was so dark within the forest, he could hardly make out the targets. For a moment, he wished he'd already done his charms homework, research and write an essay about sense-heightening charms, but seeing as though it wouldn't help him now, he stretched out his fingers, concentrating hard on the target and the feeling of excitement he got at the thought of the approaching Quidditch match. But nothing happened. He screwed up his eyes, his fingers stretched to the absolute limit, but there was nothing, not even a spark. Come on, oh, come on, he muttered, his arms shaking from trying so hard. Please. Still, nothing happened. Allister seemed to have noticed he wasn't getting on very well, and so left Justin Finch Fletchley with the paper pile and hurried over. Something wrong, Harry. It won't work, Harry said, dejectedly, staring down at his fingers. I can't do it. Allister took his arm, pulling up the sleeve of his robes and studying his wrist for a moment. He laid his fingers there and thought, then said, Harry. Another block. Sorry, said Harry, looking down at his feet. Nothing to be sorry about, you just need to calm down a little. All this frustration isn't good for you, you know. Allister gave him a rather paternal smile. What's bothering you today? Just everything, said Harry, quietly, still looking at his feet. It's kinda hard to explain. I've got time, said Allister. And you have too. Tell me what's the matter. He snapped his fingers, conjuring 2 chairs. Harry sunk gratefully into one of them, his wrist still extended as Allister studied it. I'm safe. Allister looked up at him. And you're not pleased. I'm too safe, said Harry, quietly. I've had a weird feeling all day. Like things are getting too good for me. I haven't had any pain in my scar at all, and I got it all the time last year. It's like I'm being tricked into a false sense of security. He shook his head. I can't explain it. Allister patted his shoulder consolingly. I can understand that, Harry. No matter. We'll just shift this block and get you blowing things up again in no time, Harry tried a weak smile, which came out as more of a grimace. So you're worried that you've had no news of what Voldemort's up to, said Allister. Harry nodded. That was basically what was worrying. Well, I can't really give you much information on that, Harry. I'm not exactly an active Voldemort enthusiast. However, if I'm not mistaken, Professors Lupin and Snape are part of that order that Dumbledore has. Order of the Falcon. Order of the Phoenix, Harry corrected. Allister smiled. Yes, I was thinking that. I'm not a member and I try not to have anything to do with it. But Lupin and Snape do, as far as I know. You should talk to them. If I might make a suggestion, Lupin could well be a friendlier person to talk to. He smirked slightly as he lightly ran his fingers in a circle over Harry's wrist. Harry watched him for a moment, and then said in a quiet voice that was still slightly confused, Why aren't you in the order? I distance myself from anything and everything to do with the Dark Lord, Harry, said Allister, sagely. Before you deem me a coward, I would like you to know that events in my past have given me a far greater fear of Voldemort than a lot of people. I prefer to have nothing to do with him at all. Sometimes facing our fears for no reason other than to prove we can proves nothing but that we are fools. The lesson didn't improve after that. Even though Harry tried his hardest to be calm and let go of his worries, he just couldn't, and he didn't produce even a spark throughout the entire class. The more he failed, the more frustrated he got, and by the time the end bell went, he was in a foul mood. Ron wasn't helping either by bragging over and over about how little effort it took to set fire to one of the targets. All Harry wanted to do now was go up to Gryffindor Tower and beat his head against a wall, but as the class filed out, Allister called his name from the other side of the class. Harry, come and see me for a second please. He wandered over idly, standing with his hands in his pockets. Allister was distractedly sending fireballs through the trees, finishing off the class's work, not even paying attention to what he was doing. Still no luck, Harry, he said. Harry shook his head. No, sir. I think we're going to have to shift that block somehow. Don't want it to get any worse. There was a whoosh of flames as another fireball melted out of his hand and went shooting off through the trees. Come down to my office right after dinner, and... I can't, said Harry. I've got OCC remedial potions. Ah, shame. How long will that last for? Quite a while. It depends. Sometimes 3 or 4 hours. He idly pressed his footprint into the smooth clean snow. I could come to your office afterwards though. Allister nodded. Yes, I think that would be best. We'll get rid of that blockage then. Off you go up to school. It's getting cold and your friends will be waiting for you. All right, said Harry. See you tonight, sir. See you, Harry. Enjoy your remedial potions. Harry snorted. What was that, Harry? Nothing, sir, I sneezed. He glanced over his shoulder and saw that Allister was beaming from ear to ear. I'm sure you did, Harry. I'm sure you did. Something wrong with you today, Potter. Harry glanced up wearily, his head still lying on Snape's desk. For some reason, he just couldn't summon the energy to stop the professor getting right into his mind. So far, Snape had forced him to relieve 4 of Aunt Marge's visits, being told by the Sorting Hat that he would be good in Slytherin, and then nearly drowning in the second task last year. No, he said, glumly. Snape gave a disdainful snort. You really are the most terrible liar. Harry was dying to say that Snape was the most terrible nosy git, but thought better of it, averting his eyes to the desk again. I can't concentrate. I could have guessed that myself. Snape sat down in the chair before his desk, idly setting down his wand. Well, what? Said Harry, quickly adding, sir, as the potions master's eyes flashed. Well, why can't you concentrate, precisely? I got a block in pure arts, said Harry, vaguely. And I'm worried about Quidditch. And Grimmauld Place. And the Order. And Voldemort. And I have a potions exam tomorrow that I'm going to fail, so you might as well just give me AT anyway. Let's start at the beginning, said Snape, lazily. A block in pure arts. Potter, you have a wand, you do not need to know how to set things on fire that badly. Secondly, I do not care for Quidditch. If I were you, I'd forget all about it and just not play it. Grimmauld Place. Why on earth anybody in the right mind would worry about that ramshackle old house is beyond me. I don't know what's going on there though, said Harry. It's my house. Is the Order still using it? And what's happening with the Order? What's Voldemort doing? What was the point in all the castle defenses? Nothing's happening. And what was all the fuss about the heliopaths? Potter, stop. One question at a time. You're talking faster than I can think. Harry fell silent, and Snape said, thank you. Yes, the Order is still using Grimmauld Place, but only for meetings that are too well attended to fit in the headmaster's office. I believe that Molly Weasley and Nymphadora Tonks go into clean every few weeks. At the moment, the Order, to my knowledge, is simply gathering information and preparing the wizarding world for any possible attacks from the Dark Lord. What's Voldemort doing then? Said Harry, limiting himself to one question this time. Snape considered him for a moment. That, Potter, is classified information. Oh, come on, said Harry. So I'm not allowed to know what the guy who cannot survive as long as I'm living is up to. I deserve to know, don't I? It is not a question of whether you deserve to know, said Snape, silkily. It is a question of how much you would stay quiet about. Believe it or not, I was 16 once myself, and I know very well that everything I tell you is more than likely splashed about the Gryffindor common room that night. Harry shook his head vigorously. No, it isn't. I haven't told anybody about the Guardian thing. I haven't told anybody about the Gryffindor Risata stuff. I haven't told them about the Butterfingers hex, or anything I've seen in your pensieve or anything. Snape scanned his eyes for a moment. Harry looked back, defiantly, letting Snape see that he most definitely was not lying. The potions master thought, then said, my inability to catch is nothing compared to the activities of the Dark Lord. Maybe so, said Harry. But I know that Ron would rather hear about you being humiliated than what Voldemort's doing. If I wanted something to tell my friends, I've already got it. I'm not asking for gossip. I'm asking because I'm worried. Snape looked directly at Harry, considering him and his arguments. Harry didn't know whether it was because of the Guardian bond or because of other things, but he could tell what Snape was asking inside his head. You can trust me, he said. Snape drummed his fingers idly on the desk for a moment or so, then said, planning. Planning what? Planning his conquer of the world around us as we know it. He has no short-term goals anymore. He only knows his long-term outcome and vague ideas of how to get there. It was very odd to hear Snape talk about Voldemort as though he was a person rather than an evil force. Most people spoke about him as though he was something far darker and more terrible than anything human. What does he want? Said Harry, with wide eyes. What's his long-term goal? To take over the world. Snape snorted softly. Nothing quite so cliched, Power, Potter. Total and never-ceasing power. He wants to break out of the label of human and rise to something far greater. Like a god. More than that. Snape searched Harry's face for a moment. To the Dark Lord, power makes us who we are. There are muggles, the lowest form of life in his eyes. They have to do everything themselves, they work for everything they need and desire. He sees them as little more than insects. Beings driven to acquire what they need, but never able to get it without pain and suffering. Then there are wizards. Though even we can only do so much. Magic has its boundaries. He has a fascination with the pure arts and how much more powerful the masters of the subject are than the common wizard. His powers rival Dumbledore's, and I have seen this for myself. For a while, when he was still more or less human, he tried to form a new brand of magic. God-like powers. He imagined a race of pure-blooded creatures, the perfect race, stronger than any human had ever been before, with him at the head, the greatest of them all. Though he knew to accomplish this would take him beyond the lifespan of even wizards. He would need thousands of years. And so he started on immortality. That's where he is now, Potter, and he's looking for the next step to becoming the most powerful creature ever to walk this earth. Harry took a few moments to let all this sink in, and when it more or less had, he said, quietly, so, he's not going to attack, because he's busy. Like a research period. Indeed, said Snape, nobody is quite sure when he will decide to take action once more. He sees no reason to attack the wizarding world except to cause fear. Deaths to him are pointless. So, what's he researching now? Said Harry, quietly, as though Voldemort could hear them talking. Snape toyed with the information for a moment, then replied in just as quiet a voice. There are various beings in the magical world aside from wizards. Mermaid, centaur, werewolf, ghost, his current fascination is in two of the most feared beings. Vampires and necromancers. True vampires with no human influence in their bloodlines are immortal, and necromancers have the natural ability to revive a corpse to some extent. The person revived is never anything like their living self. They have no memories, no thoughts, no emotions, just a body, running by its own accord. The Dark Lord's current project is to create a half-vampire, half-necromancer he can teach the pure arts to. As close to perfection as he can get at this stage. I believe that is what is keeping him occupied. Snape looked up into Harry's face, directly, as though looking not at him but right inside him, down to the mind. Though it is only so long before he gets bored, Potter. Imagine a muggle dog with a chew toy. Sooner or later, the chew toy loses its novelty and the dog has nothing to do but destroy the furniture. His black eyes were lit by a shower of dark sparks for a moment. Harry looked down at the floor for a moment, and then Snape said, lazily, we shall continue tomorrow night, Potter. I expect you to try harder. Feeling rather numb, Harry nodded, getting to his feet and picking up his bag. Thanks, Professor. Try not to dwell on the information too much, Potter. Snape's eyes flashed again. You wouldn't want that block to become permanent. Harry opened the door and slipped out into the dark corridor. His mind was buzzing with all this information, though strangely, it was an odd comfort to him to know what was happening and that they weren't under immediate danger. At least he knew now, even though he got a horrible thrill of fear when he realized it was only so long before Voldemort's distraction ran out and he needed entertainment again. He remembered what Snape said, to the Dark Lord, power makes us who we are. And then he remembered from his first year, when he had faced Lord Voldemort, and the words he had spoken were all too clear in Harry's mind, there is only power, and those too weak to seek it. He was still deep in thought when he knocked on the door to Alrister's office, only awoken from his memories by Alrister's call of, "Come in, Harry." He pushed open the door carefully. The whole room was rather murky, lit only by a single candle on Alrister's desk, flickering gently in the darkness. The pure arts master was sitting between his desk, eyes closed, his tunic rolled up to his elbows to expose his wrists. Take a seat, he said, without opening his eyes. Harry put his bag down carefully by the door, and slipped into one of the chairs in front of Alrister's desk, trying to be as quiet as he could. He could see the candlelight swimming lazily across the gold chain around the professor's neck, somehow fascinating him. How was your remedial potions? Allister asked. His voice was oddly calm and quiet. Good, said Harry. Professor Snape talked to me about the order. Marvelous, Allister replied, his voice still soft and calm. Harry had no idea how he managed to stay awake with his eyes closed, looking so serenely relaxed. I consulted Professor Dumbledore about your predicament. What did he say? Said Harry. He recommended that I transfer a little of my own magic to you. Allister took a deep breath, inhaling the glittering amber-colored smoke from the candle before him. This should help give your body the boost to remove the blockage naturally. Harry took a tentative breath in. The smoke wafted dreamily into his face, down into his lungs, giving him a sudden great feeling of peace and tranquility. A hint of a smile curled Allister's lips. Try not to take in too much of that, he said, quietly. It's powerful stuff. What is it? Harry asked, leaning back away from the worst of the smoke. A serenity flame, Allister replied, dreamily. I have to spend some time with them quite often to prevent my magic getting out of hand. However, to business, Harry. He opened his eyes, and Harry saw that instead of their usual deep brown, they had changed color to a bright, liquid bronze, glimmering in the candlelight. He suddenly looked a great deal like Cupid. Transferring magic from one wizard to another is a relatively harm-free process, though it takes a lot of well-controlled raw magic, far more than most wizards could ever conjure. However, without meaning to sound big-headed, I think with a little extra effort we should be able to do this fairly easily. Harry nodded, leaning back a little more as a wisp of smoke tickled gently at his nose, beckoning to him to come closer. Allister smiled again, moving the candle gently across the desk, away from them. In the corner, Cupid the hawk fluttered gently on his perch, sending great black shadows flapping across the walls. Hold your wrist towards the far wall, Harry, said Allister. Once enough magic has gotten to your body to remove the blockage, we're likely to get some explosive effects. Harry did as he was told, making sure to angle his fingers away from anything that looked expensive or flammable. Allister laid his fingers calmly over the pulse point, closing his eyes again, biting his lip. Harry could almost see his mind working, as his breathing started to increase in pace, his chest rising and falling. A single amber spark jumped from Allister's fingers into Harry's wrist, and he couldn't help but jump slightly as it zipped inside him. Relax, Harry, said Allister, calmly, swallowing. His face fell into a frown, his breath shallowing, fingers shaking ever so slightly on Harry's wrist. Another spark jumped out with a crackle, then another, followed by a third and then a gentle shower of bronze sparkles. Harry's hand shuddered, feeling as though a shiver had shot all the way from his wrist up his arm and down his spine. Allister's face tightened, and almost all of him was shaking by this point, sprinkle after sprinkle of sparks and stars fluttering into Harry's wrist. Harry's skin was prickling and buzzing, his wrist starting to shudder violently of its own accord, and then he felt something seemingly inside his arm just give way. There was a huge bang and fire rushed from his fingertips, blooming into a huge sphere of fire the size of a cannonball that went speeding towards the wall. There was another bang, a roar, and the flames sunk into the wall, spreading outwards to create a huge burn that nearly covered the whole surface from ceiling to floor. Harry felt a surge of horror. I'm sorry, Professor. Really, I didn't mean to. That's all right, Harry, said Professor Allister's voice. There was an odd note in his voice that made Harry stop in his gabbled apologies, turning around to look at the professor, and to Harry's surprise, he saw tears trickling slowly down Allister's face. Professor, he said, uncertainly. It's okay, Harry, I'm okay, said Allister, getting to his feet and turning away to grip the window ledge. He was still shaking slightly. Harry stood up, worriedly, and said, Did something go wrong? No, said Allister. No, it went fine. I expected this, damn it all. He wiped his eyes hastily with the back of his hand. Memories for the raw magic. Don't ask me, Harry. Just don't. Harry sat down again, feeling incredibly guilty now, frightened there was something wrong. He took out his wand, muttered a charm Hermione had taught him, and watched the burn vanish slowly, leaving the wall just as it was. Thank you, said Allister, softly. Harry could still hear the tears in his voice. Look, Professor, He never finished his sentence, for at that precise moment, the door opened behind him. He turned around, and came face to face with Albus Dumbledore. Harry opened his mouth to greet the headmaster, but he hadn't even started to speak when. Harry bolted up in bed with a gasp of panic. There was sweat on his face again. He looked around the darkened room. He was in his dormitory, fully clothed under the covers, his wand still in his hand, but he couldn't remember what had happened at all. He put his hands over his face, thinking desperately. He remembered getting the magic from Alrister, creating the fireball, saw tears on Alrister's face, fixed the burn, and then Dumbledore came in, and after that, he couldn't remember a single thing. He didn't know how he'd left Alrister's office, how he'd gotten back to Gryffindor Tower, nothing. Ron, he said, uncertainly. Dean, Neville, Seamus. They were all asleep in their beds. He could hear Neville snorting softly. Harry found he was shaking with fright by this point. He looked at Ron's sleeping face for a moment, wondering whether he dared wake his cousin up. He had to know. He got out of bed, crept over and touched Ron tentatively on the shoulder, shaking him gently. "Ron," he hissed. "Ron." "Get off," came the sleepy reply. "Don't. Go away." "Ron, wake up," Harry repeated, firmly, shaking him again. "Go away. Ari, get off me." Harry gave him another good shake, and Ron groaned, trying to swat him away. "What's matter?" he said, vaguely, rubbing his eyes. "What happened after I got back from seeing Alrister?" Ron frowned sleepily. "Dunno. You got back really late. Just walked in and said you were tired and went to bed. Why, what's up?" "I don't remember anything," said Harry. Ron rolled over, squinting up at him in a very suspicious way. "What? I went to my remedial potions class, then to see Alrister. And he fixed my block, then Dumbledore came in, and I can't remember anything." Harry could feel his fingers shaking, still gripping Ron's shoulder. "Did I say anything else when I walked in? Anything at all?" Ron shook his head, rubbing his eyes. "No. Go and see Dumbledore, I guess, ask what happened." His weary gaze flickered onto something over Harry's shoulder, and he frowned, rubbing his eyes. "What's that?" Harry glanced around. Cupid the hawk was holding onto one of the poles of his bed, and tied around his neck was a letter. He gave a soft ee of greeting, then fluttered over, landing on Harry's shoulder and nuzzling his temple affectionately. Harry sat down on Ron's bed, taking the letter from the ribbon around Cupid's neck and easing it open, reaching over to turn on the bedside lamp next to Ron. They both leant in to read the delicate inked handwriting. "Dear Harry, look after Cupid for me. I'm sorry. Professor R.D. Alrister." Ron frowned, rubbing his forehead. "What's he sorry for?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Why can't I remember what happened? It's just blank. It's just nothing. Anything could have happened at all." Cupid trilled softly and nuzzled against his temple again, his claws squeezing gently for a moment. Harry reached up, stroking the little bird's feathery chest gently, trying to calm the rising feeling of panic within him. "Do you think he's all right?" said Harry, nervously, biting his lip. There was no answer from Ron. He glanced down, and saw that his cousin was fast asleep again. Harry didn't want to wake him up. There would be time for this in the morning. He changed quickly, slid into bed, and sat back, holding Alrister's letter in his hands. Cupid was still perched gently on his shoulder. Wishing he understood, wishing he knew what had happened in the hours he lost, he placed Cupid gently on the perch he usually left for Hedwig, then laid down, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. It took him hours to finally drift off, and when he did, his slumber was troubled and full of nightmares that when he woke in the morning, he couldn't remember. When Harry walked in through the doors of the great hall at breakfast the next day, there weren't many people around. He'd woken in a cold sweat again, tried to sleep, and found he couldn't. He'd dressed and then, accompanied by Cupid, made his way down to breakfast without waking Ron. Every person turned around to look at him as he walked in, with the little hawk perched on his shoulder, though he tried to ignore them as he went to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Cupid hopped off and sat on the rim of the pumpkin juice jug, dipping his head to drink noisily from the bright orange liquid. Harry watched him silently, wondering what Cupid knew. He must have seen everything that happened. If only you could talk, he murmured, reaching out to pet the hawk's neck gently. Cupid sat up from the jug, gave a small burp and settled back on his shoulder like a parrot. Gradually, more people came into the hall. Harry kept a close eye on the staff table, and every time the door opened, his heart jumped, hoping it was Allister who would come over and explain everything. But it never was. Eventually, everybody was in the hall apart from the pure arts professor. Dumbledore didn't seem to wait for Allister. He clapped his hands, and the tables filled with the usual breakfast cuisine. Everybody tucked in, except Harry. He didn't feel like eating. Allister didn't appear at all through breakfast, and Harry took the long way round to potions so that he passed his office. The door was locked. Nobody answered when he knocked. When he finally slumped down to potions, knocked on the door and entered, his new hawk still perched pleasantly on his shoulder, Snape looked up suddenly. Harry could have sworn he looked relieved, though the potions master's tone didn't show it. "Potter, where in the name of Salazar Slytherin have you been? This class started 10 minutes ago." "Sorry," he said, "got caught up in the traffic." 5 points from Gryffindor. "Sit down, get out your ingredients and hurry up. Do not be late again." He sat back in his chair again, picking up the next essay on his to-mark pile, and then added as an afterthought, "In fact, Potter, see me after the lesson." Harry glanced up. Snape looked back at him for a moment, nodded ever so slightly and started to mark again. Harry's potion did not go well. He was so preoccupied with thoughts about Allister that he just couldn't concentrate, no matter what he did, and when he was finally finished, he took a sample jar from the side and put it on Snape's desk, blissfully oblivious to the fact that everybody else's was green, and his was a cheerful shade of red. Snape frowned. "Potter, is that what you call bright green?" Harry looked at his feet. "Sorry, Professor." Snape glanced around at the rest of the group, called, "Class dismissed," and then turned his attention back to Harry as they all filed out. "What the devil is wrong with you today?" "I couldn't sleep last night," Harry said. He knew this was a pretty lame excuse, but didn't feel like revealing he had lost a chunk of his day. "Professor." Potter," Snape said, vaguely, as he emptied Harry's potion into the drain. "Do you know where Professor Allister is?" Harry asked. Snape looked up at the hopeful note in his voice. "Nobody does, Potter." "But what's happened to him? Where is he?" Snape continued to sort through the jars absent-mindedly, jotting down grades in his notebook, speaking in a very casual tone. "Allister has been linked with prominent members of the Dark Lord's forces. He hasn't been seen since yesterday evening." Harry's eyes widened. "He's been linked with the Death Eaters." Snape nodded. "He disappeared at some time yesterday between the hours of 8 o'clock and midnight. His office was found practically empty. It appears he had time to pack." He glanced up disapprovingly at the little hawk warbling merrily on Harry's shoulder. "His hawk wasn't found, though I suppose it has been now." "Where did you get that, Potter?" Harry searched in his pockets for a moment, then handed the letter to Snape. "He came to my dormitory last night with this on a ribbon round his neck." Snape took the letter disdainfully, reading through it, then droning, "Well, Potter, I dare say somebody will have more news for you in a few days. Whether it is me, the headmaster or the Daily Prophet remains to be seen. Now hurry up, you'll be late for your next class as well." "Okay, thanks, Professor." Cupid copied him with a cheery FWEE of goodbye for Snape, then together, they left the cold dungeon classroom into the hustle and bustle of the school. Even though Harry knew there was no chance of seeing anything, he couldn't help but scan the corridors for any sign of a tall man in pirate-style clothes. If he'd been looking properly, he would have noticed that the hawk on his shoulder was too. It was nearly a fortnight before Malfoy was discharged from the hospital wing and could return to his lessons. The next few days after he was out were probably the busiest of his life. Harry saw him doing homework outside in the courtyard at break, finishing classwork at lunch, then the moment the end bell went, the bright sparks were all outside practicing Quidditch for 2 hours until the bell for dinner rang. Then they were inside, eating their evening meal, generally with Draco translating some huge book of ancient runes at the Slytherin table, They went to their common rooms and Harry was willing to be that Draco would be somewhere as far away from Zabini as possible, doing yet more work. Professor Alrister still wasn't back. Pure arts became not even half as much fun without him. They had Dumbledore for one lesson, but apart from that, it was usually a substitute teacher who gave them notes to copy out of a textbook. Every day on the way back to Gryffindor Common Room at night, Harry always took the long route, just to peer through the glass in the door of Alrister's office, just hoping that maybe he would be there, sitting behind the desk with a serenity candle, in all his smuggler-style splendor, but he never was. But on December 17th, there was no time for Harry to take his usual trip to the Pure Arts Master's office, because at 3:30 p.m. sharp, his first Quidditch match of 6th year was due to start. He'd been feeling nervous all day, as had the rest of the team, and so when the end bell rung out through the corridors at 3 o'clock, Harry felt like his intestines were attempting to wriggle their way out of his stomach. His last class of the day was double potions, and the only person in his group that was also a bright spark was Draco. The moment the bell went, both of them leapt out of their seats and practically sprinted to the Quidditch pitch. "Potter, Potter, where are my Quidditch gloves?" "I don't know, you've got them." "I can't find them anywhere." Draco ran the other way down the changing rooms, checking under the bench, in every shower, looking frantic. "We'll have to forfeit the match." Harry reached into Draco's bag and pulled out his gloves, frowning. "Ah," said Draco. The door opened, and Ron and Ernie walked in, talking happily about history of magic. Harry and Draco both jumped on them, gabbling at them to get changed and find their brooms. "The match starts in about 20 minutes now, and if you're not ready we'll forfeit the league and it will be all your fault. We'll never forgive you. Come on, hurry up." Harry's firebolt was tucked neatly under his arm. Ernie was riding a broom handcrafted by his grandfather, who did high-quality broomsticks for a living. Ron had his faithful broom from last year. Draco, however, had raided the school broom stores the day before and had found the best he could. In truth, it wasn't the best broom imaginable. Draco had done the best job he could at clipping away the stray twigs, but it still looked a little scruffy. Harry and Draco proceeded to chase Ron and Ernie around as they got dressed, badgering them about all the moves they were supposed to have learnt and if they remembered the strategies. Being pestered so much, it didn't take them long to get ready, and soon all four of them were ready in their bright sparks robes. Draco's logo had been colored and charmed onto the back of their black robes, and then Hermione had performed one of her special spells to make the sparks flash all the different colors of the rainbow. "Oh come on, where are the girls?" said Harry, worriedly, pattering down the length of the changing rooms and peering out onto the pitch. Ron went to join him and gasped, his mouth falling open. "People, there are people here. Look, the stands are nearly full." He choked. "Loads of the staff are here. Hey, look, Lupin's wearing a bright sparks badge." Ernie and Draco both wandered over, peering interestedly over Ron and Harry's shoulders. "Oh good, our fan club consists of a werewolf," said Draco. He wasn't entirely right about that. As Harry let his eyes drift over the crowd, he spotted more and more brightly colored rainbow badges flashing in the light of the setting sun. "Nobody naked in here, is there?" said a voice. They all turned around as Kinda came into the room, her hands over her eyes. "No, we're decent," said Harry. "How are Cho and Ginny doing?" "Oh, they're messing about with their hair and worrying if the logo is a bit too bright," said Kinda. Her Quidditch gloves were different to everybody else's, black to match her robes, fingerless and strapped up tightly around her fists. "Where did you get those gloves?" said Harry. "Quality Quidditch supplies," she said, promptly. "Cost me a packet but well spent. See, look, there's a pocket you can put your keys or money or whatever in so they don't fly out and kill somebody." "Did somebody say something about Lupin wearing a bright sparks badge?" "Yeah," said Ron. "Go and have a look. He's on the front row of that stand over there, see?" "Oh yeah," she said, peering out and grinning. "Good. Nice to see he knows which team to support. By the way, have we got any information on who or what the reserves are?" Ernie nodded. "It's last year's Hufflepuff reserve team," he said. Kinda couldn't hold back a snort. "Hey, Harry, I'd take that personally if I were you. Putting your team against such a pack of Nellies." Excuse me, said Draco, coldly. But it is not Potter's team. It is our team. Yeah, said Kinda. Good for you. Hey, what's at that stall over there? Look, there's a couple of first years selling something. They all leaned out of the changing room doors to look. There was indeed a brightly colored stall erected just at the entrance to the Quidditch pitch, and a pack of students stood behind it with Madam Hooch. They appeared to be giving something out to everybody who came. I want one, said Ernie. I don't know what they are, but I want one. Kinda tilted her head, trying to see better. It's like shiny pieces of card. Little flat packets. Aeroplane peanuts. At a Quidditch match, she took her broom from under her arm, climbed onto it and sped off down the tunnel onto the pitch. I'm going to see what they are, she called, as she sped out of sight. When she returned a few minutes later, her pockets were full of bright foil wrappers that gleamed in the sun. She hopped gently off her broom, grinning from ear to ear, and took out one of the wrappers. Leaning closer, Harry saw that there was a picture of a broomstick on the front and the words, Hogwarts Quidditch Champions Trading Card Game. At the bottom, in lurid yellow lettering was, sponsored by Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Trading card game, said Ernie, frowning, as Kinda handed the packs out. What's this about? Open your packet and see, she said, eagerly. Harry frowned curiously, nipped the foil between his fingers and pulled it open. Inside, he found 7 pieces of what he first thought were yellow card, until he turned it over and to his great surprise, realized it was like a top trumps card. There was a moving picture of one of the old Ravenclaw beaters playing Quidditch, and all sorts of statistics: name, year, house, team, speed, strength, endurance, accuracy. The last 4 were given marks out of 100. It's like Pokemon cards, said Ernie, who was quickly flicking through his own pack. What cards? Said Ron. Long story. Harry shuffled eagerly through the rest of his cards. Apart from the Ravenclaw beater, he found he had 3 people from the Hufflepuff team last year, 2 of a Slytherin called Andrew MacArthur and Colin Creevey. This is so cool, said Ron, eagerly, leaning over Harry's shoulder to look at his cards. Has anybody got me? I've got your sister, said Draco, raising an eyebrow, showing Ron the card. Care to trade? They were so enthralled with the Quidditch cards that they seemed to completely forget about the upcoming match, and when there was a loud roar of applause from the crowd and a magical voice boomed out over the stands, they all jumped. Good afternoon and welcome to the first game of the Hogwarts Quidditch League, called a very familiar voice. My name is Lee Jordan, returning to the school as a full-time Quidditch commentator. The pay may be terrible, but I get to sit and shout all day. Today's match is the highly anticipated first of the season, between the reserves, last year's Hufflepuff reserves, hence the name, and the eagerly awaited Potter-Malfoy alliance, the Bright Sparks. There was a roar from the crowd. Harry felt his heart leap inside him. We've got some good weather conditions today, so let's all hope for a nice, long match with some high-standard Quidditch play, Lee continued over the megaphone. Today also sees a first for something else. The new Hogwarts Quidditch Champions Trading Card Game, kindly supported by Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Just as quick note, if anybody has a Cho-Chong to trade, please see me after the match. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Okay, let's bring on the teams. The crowd roared with applause, cheering and clapping for all they were worth. Harry grinned around at his teammates. Ready to go win our first match. Kinda leapt onto her broom. You betcha. Nobody could hold her back at all. She sped the length of the tunnel and took flight into the open air like an eagle spreading its wings, as the stands erupted with applause. The rest of the team all rocketed out after her, and Harry felt a great surge inside him as he felt that familiar beautiful thrill of excitement that only Quidditch could ever bring him. Everybody was thundering their applause, and as he looked down into the stands from way up on high, he realized how truly happy he was. The reserves were trooping out onto the pitch, looking very nervous indeed. Harry didn't recognize any of them, and neither did a lot of the crowd. The reserves didn't look all too confident really. Madam Hooch approached Harry, and the captain of the other team stepped forward worriedly, watching Harry as though he'd suddenly leap forward and attack. Captains, shake hands, said Madam Hooch. They shook hands, And Harry realized just why Oliver would always looked as though he was trying to break the other captain's fingers when he did this. It was just impossible to resist the temptation. The reserve captain drew his hand back as though he'd been bitten, and Harry grinned. "All right, are you ready?" said Madam Hooch. "On my whistle. 3, 2, 1. 14 players on brooms zoomed up into the air as Madam Hooch threw the trunk open and the 4 balls shot into the air. Ginny seized the quaffle under her arm and headed straight for goal with Cho and Draco at her tail, and Harry caught a split-second's view of the golden snitch before it flittered away in a shower of sparkles. He lifted his broom up into the air for a better view over the pitch, all the while listening to Lee's commentary. "And we're off. Chong takes the quaffle. Chong heading for goal. Nobody appears to be stopping her. Oh, bludger." Chong drops the quaffle, picked up by Carter of the reserves, and intercepted by Malfoy, Malfoy going for goal. Harry turned around just as Draco flung the quaffle easily into the hoop and the stands erupted in cheers. He could hear people chanting all different things, people yelling, clapping, and louder than anything, he could hear people calling, "Bright sparks, bright sparks, bright sparks." Draco whooped, doing a backwards arc in mid-air, practically dancing. The reserves didn't look any more confident at this. "All right, it's 10-0 to the Bright Sparks. Play resumes." Gerald throws the quaffle to Carter, and Carter's going for goal there. Malfoy and Chong on his tail, and, yes, that was a Parkins pincer there. Weasley Jr. has the quaffle to Malfoy, Chong, Weasley again, back to Chong. Oh, Chong drops the quaffle, intercepted by Harris for the reserves, and then to Carter, Harris again, Carter's going for goal, and, it's a save. Weasley has saved it, and what a save, disappointing for the reserves fans, wherever they are, but Bright Sparks still in the lead. Ahem, and now a quick message from our sponsors. There was the sound of the microphone being manhandled, and then both voices of Fred and George Weasley came over the air. "Hello, and what a game we've seen today, huh? My money's on the Bright Sparks for sure. Oh yeah, Bright Sparks rule. That's our lil brother and sister, y'all. Weasleys. Get on with it," said Professor McGonagall's voice. All right, okay. While you're watching the Quidditch, you may be interested to know that at the end of the match, more Hogwarts Quidditch Champion trading cards will be on sale at the exit of the stadium at 10 sickles each. 50% of all proceeds go to St. Mungo's Hospital. Thank you. Enjoy the game. There was a cough. Ahem. Go Bright Sparks. Woo. The microphone was grated across the table and Lee's voice came back on. "Lee Jordan again and Weasley has just scored. Ginny Weasley, not Ron are the two behind me. We're going to have to get code names or something. Anyway, 20-0 to the Bright Sparks." The crowd all cheered. Harry found himself grinning as he glanced up into the commentator's box and saw Fred and George dancing in a circle. So, Bright Sparks in the lead and it's Gerald throwing in the quaffle again. Carter to Harris, Harris back to Carter, and intercepted by Malfoy but no, reserves still in possession of the quaffle, Harris going for goal and, ooh, bludger. Harris attacked by a bludger sent by Zabini, and Malfoy has the quaffle, Zabini at his tail. Bludger sent by the reserve beater McDonald, and sent back by Zabini, sent back by McDonald. This could get repetitive. Oh, that was a bludger backbeat by Zabini and Carter nearly confused. Play continues, Malfoy going for goal, dodges a bludger, and, yes, Malfoy scores, 30-0 to the Bright Sparks. Harry flew down from his lofty position to loop around the goal posts, speeding along the ground back up towards Ron's goal, skimming so low that he nearly touched the grass. Ron was cheering and bouncing up and down, and when Harry flew up to him, Ron yelled, "We rule!" over the noise of the crowd. Harry nodded eagerly, and looked up to see a bludger shooting towards them. "Duck!" he roared, but Kinda and Ernie both rocketed forwards from the sides. Harry saw them raise their clubs at once, swing forward and the bludger went screaming down the pitch. Everybody screamed and jumped aside as the bludger cleared the way completely. Cho saw her chance and snatched the quaffle from Harris, flying after the bludger and dropping the quaffle gently through one of the hoops. Fred and George were dancing again. Lee called, 40-0 to the Bright Sparks. Marvelous bludger work by both the Bright Sparks beaters there and a wonderful goal by Chong. What a game. This is really a great start to the season, really brilliant. Okay. Play resumes. Things for the Bright Sparks just got better and better. Cho and Ginny seemed to work as just one chaser, scoring over and over, throwing to each other with such speed and accuracy that Harry found himself amazed. Draco was always shooting below them, ready to snatch the dropping quaffle from the air and turn the game right around if things looked bad. Ernie and Kinda were sending bludgers so ferociously towards the reserves that the other team just ran away if they came near, and Ron didn't let a single goal in. Pretty soon, Lee was screaming, and it's 1-30 to the Bright Sparks, bouncing up and down and hugging Fred and George. And they're off again. Harris has the quaffle, Porter close behind him, and McDonald's there to repel any bludger attacks from the Bright Sparks beaters, going for goal. Malfoy intercepts. Look at that. Just snatched right from under. Oh. Malfoy makes a reserve pass to Weasley Jr., Weasley Jr. going for goal again. And the reserve's keeper is leaving the pitch in tears. It's a clear run for Weasley Jr. Yes. Bright Sparks score. Harry was searching the pitch again, looking everywhere he could for the snitch. The reserve seeker seemed to be the only player on their team who cared anymore. The others were all in various states of defeat and distress, and the keeper was now being consoled by Professor Sprout on the edge of the pitch. Though the Bright Sparks weren't okay to relax yet. If the reserve seeker caught the snitch, they would lose the match they were so sure of winning. Okay. And play starts again with a throw in from Gerald. All the Bright Sparks chasers are ready. Reserves beaters are looking determined. Let's keep things fair, boys. Oh. Weasley Sr. too has just passed me a note that says. Harry heard him open it with a crinkling noise. Tell them about Chong and Potter. Tell them what about Chong and Potter, Fred. Harry felt his blood run cold. He turned to the commentator's box and started waving wildly, shouting, "No. No." But Fred and George weren't listening. They whispered something in Lee's ears, and Harry saw his face spread into a grin. Ah, how sweet. Apparently we have love blossoming here on the Quidditch pitch, everybody. Let's have a big hand for our lovebirds, Cho and Harry. How lovely. Harry covered his hands with his eyes as the crowd all laughed and cheered. He turned to the box, grinning in the face, and was about to fly up, break in there and kill Fred. When he saw it, the snitch was flittering pleasantly just below the rim of the window. He put on a great surge of speed, rocketing towards the box, his hand outstretched, and the stands erupted in screams, urging him on. The reserve seeker had noticed too and was turning his broom, desperately trying to catch up, but Harry was too fast. He was speeding closer and closer until he felt his fingers curl around the snitch. He jerked his broom up and soared skywards, his hand clasped around the fluttering snitch, and the stands exploded with cheers. Everybody was on their feet, screaming and hugging each other. Harry flew back towards his team, and they all flew at him, grabbing him in a tight hug, cheering and yelling so loud he thought his ears would explode, but he didn't care. Bright Sparks win. A final score of 290-0 to the Bright Sparks. That's gotta be a record. Lee was shouting, bouncing around in the commentator's box. The reserves are leaving the pitch, absolutely disgusted with their poor play, and the point goes to Bright Sparks in the league, our current leaders. Let's hear it for the Bright Sparks. Harry was grinning into Ron's shoulder as the crowd all roared their approval. He could see Hermione, Neville, Luna and Professor Lupin all cheering like maniacs in the front row. Cho was hugging him tight around the neck and he was hugging back. He grinned even wider as she planted a key on his cheek, saying, "You are so great." In his ear, Ron winked at him from over Cho's shoulder. Harry laughed and swatted his cousin away, and at that moment, Harry knew he couldn't care less what Voldemort was doing, why Snape was attracting bad luck, where Allister had gone, what was causing Gryffindor Risata. He suddenly had everything he wanted. A family, love, a Quidditch game. Ron grinned, patting him on the shoulder. It's the simple things in life you cherish, huh? Harry laughed. So true. Kibbles was becoming quite a handful. He had grown to the size of a large Irish wolfhound by now, far higher than Harry's waist, and only Hagrid could control him completely. The dragon seemed perfectly happy to trot around after Hagrid as though he was a puppy, and every night, Hagrid led him happily into the old greenhouse they'd turned into his kennel. During DA Club, Harry had to teach everybody about dragons and other dark creatures and practices, and so for 2 or more hours every Friday, he was thoroughly aware of why people said, "Never work with animals." After one particularly exhausting lesson, he dragged himself back up to Gryffindor Tower, tired, burnt, and very glad it was the weekend. Cupid was sitting daintily on his perch when he got into the dormitory. Hiya, Cupid. He pulled off his robes, hanging them over the end of his bed, tickling the hawk gently under the chin. Cupid cooed and wriggled around like a cat with tuna. Harry couldn't help but smile. Cupid always made him feel better after his exhausting lessons, or chasing a common Welsh green around a hall for 2 hours trying to stop it eating the first years. Fwee! Cupid fluffed up his feathers, tucking his head back under his wing. "I don't blame you," said Harry, quietly. "I could do with some rest as well." Cupid made an impatient, irritated little noise from under the mass of feathers. Harry smiled, got changed without annoying the hawk anymore, then pulled back the hangings of his 4-poster and got into bed. He was asleep before Ron, Neville, Dean or Seamus came up, lost deep within his dreams. Or rather, his nightmares. Everything was spinning so fast. Round and round and round, so fast that Harry felt he was going to throw up, but then, quite suddenly, his feet hit solid ground again. He looked around, and saw a cottage in front of him, with a thatched roof, and roses climbing up around the door. It was late evening, and he didn't know how, but somehow, he knew he was home from work after a long day. Sarah would be waiting inside for him with something to eat. As he walked up the path, he wondered how her appointment at St. Mungo's had gone, and whether their unborn child was a boy or a girl. He hoped a boy. He'd always wanted a son. Idly, whistling a song he'd never learnt, he put the key in the door and stepped into his house. "Sarah, sweetie, how are you?" He smiled, taking off his hat and walking down the hall, removing his coat. She didn't answer, probably having a bath or asleep, he thought, as he opened the door of the lounge and stepped through. She was there, lying on the carpet, quite still. He frowned. "Sarah, what's wrong?" He threw his briefcase aside and hurried to her side, feeling his hands starting to shake. She wasn't moving. Sarah, talk to me. Sarah. He reached down to touch her shoulder, try to wake her up, and when he did, he felt something warm and wet. He lifted his fingers. Blood ran down them in crimson streaks. Sarah. He pulled her beautiful blonde hair aside, that hair he loved so much. There was a knife in the back of her neck. She was dead. Tears were starting to roll down his face. Sarah, wake up. Please don't be dead, Sarah. He gathered her into his arms, sobbing and shaking, clinging to her, feeling blood run in gory streams down over his hands. He knew it was too late. She was dead. More and more tears fell down his face. He was screaming, shaking, crying so hard he couldn't think or breathe anymore. He put one hand on her stomach, over their unborn child, still holding onto her as though if he let go it would all be real. But it was real. She was dead. And then everything started to spin again, faster and faster. She was melting away in his arms and the room around him disappeared. He was whirling and whirling through blackness, until with another hard thump, his legs hit solid ground again. Everything was darker now, quieter. His office, at his desk, and he had his crystal ball in front of him. He knew he shouldn't look, but he had to. He reached out, idly, and said in his cold, silky voice, "Aurelus." The pearlescent fog within the crystal ball's center started to swirl, tumbling over and over, and then they parted, as though blown aside by a great storm. He leant closer to gaze deep within the crystal's heart. There she was, and with him, the church. He had been invited along to witness it all in person, but he hadn't accepted. He knew it would have killed him to see it before his very eyes. But there they were. Oh, she was so beautiful, in a gown of the sleekest silver, with tiny butterflies fluttering around her waist. Her skin was flawless, her raven black hair was so beautifully styled, up in an elegant twist. She was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. And to know that the man she stood opposite was the one she had chosen to spend the rest of her life with. Anger, hatred, Betrayal, all of it started to bubble up inside him. He'd loved her first. Ever since he first saw her at that cafe when he was just 16, he'd known he'd spend the rest of his life loving her and only her. And then, she was stolen from his embrace, torn away from his arms, and then lied to, over and over. Her new husband would never, ever love her like he had done. He watched, with furious tears forming in his eyes, as she took the hand of the man before her and said, in that soft voice that always reduced him to nothing but her South * Avenue, "I do." "No," he whispered. "No. No, no, no. I love you, I always have. You can't. You can't." He broke down. This was it. His last chance at the only thing he'd ever wanted, gone. Nobody would ever love him. He'd always thought he was safe with her, but not anymore. Snarling with rage, he lashed out, sending the crystal ball flying across the room. It shattered on the far wall, nothing more than a plume of smoke and shards of glass, and as he slumped to the floor, a broken man, he knew his life had no purpose any longer. The room started to spin once more, colors and lights and sounds flashing past him in nothing but a blur. He was being lifted again, up, up into the air, and then he fell, twisting through time and space to land once more. He was in a hospital. St. Mungo's. He was sitting on one of the horrible, plastic red chairs outside a room he wasn't allowed in, even though inside, she was there. She was dying. He knew nobody could save her, but his child, his last hope. His last chance. "Mr. Alrister." He looked up, desperately, seeing a Medi-Wizard come out of the room. There was blood all down the front of his robes. I'm sorry," the wizard said, quietly. "Your wife. There was nothing we could do. The knife curse was too advanced to be reversed. So she was dead. But, my baby. What about the baby?" He stood up, going towards the Medi-Wizard, all his hope and his dreams resting on the man's answer. Is it still alive?" The Medi-Wizard looked at the floor in silence. It was all the answer he needed. His world collapsed around him, right at that point. He'd lost everything. His wife and his unborn child. The only reasons he woke up in the morning. He felt himself break instantly, his heart shatter inside him into too many pieces to ever be counted. This was it. Game over. Everything was spinning again, round, and faster this time. He was flung from St. Mungo's, out of his body, across time and space until he landed hard again. Darkness. It always had to be dark as possible. They didn't like the light. And if Voldemort's precious pets weren't happy, then somebody was going to end up dead. He folded his hands neatly behind his back, staying silent. That was the rule. Never speak unless the Dark Lord speaks to you. Voldemort was looking into a room through a window in the wall, his hands resting against the glass, his serpentine face relaxed into fascination and awe at what he was looking at. Harry turned his head to look as well. The room through the window was dimly lit as always, with a red light, so that the keepers could see but their pet was not harmed. A young girl, perhaps not even 8, was crouched on the floor over her latest meal. The man she was feeding on had already been dead when he was flung in there, but freshly killed, so that she could drink his blood and not be ill. "Isn't she beautiful, Severus?" Voldemort said in a whisper. He nodded. "Very, my lord," he murmured, softly. Voldemort tilted his head, tracing his fingers across the glass, his eyes full of wonder as the girl's throat worked to drain away the blood from her prey. So young, so innocent, yet so powerful, so pure, so bloodthirsty. "Look at how she holds him, Severus. Not even a live being could escape from such a powerful grip." "They are fascinating, my lord," he murmured, as quiet as he could. "A far superior form of life." "Yes," said Voldemort, softly, a sly smile curling his lips as the girl wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, cleaning her fangs gently. "I knew that you would share my love of such creatures. The power this one girl has could rival 10 of the strongest wizards. And she is not even fully grown yet. Not even old enough to bear children, but when she is..." Once again, he felt himself being pulled backwards and upwards, lifting straight out of the scene, twisting and turning until with a blaze of harsh, terrifying orange lift, he hit the floor again. He looked upwards, just in time to hear a crack like a gunshot, and the main pole holding up the canvas began to fall. The whole lot was descending, falling, coming closer and closer, flames licking back and forth across the bright colors all turned black from the light of the fire. He was going to die. But his sisters, his brothers, they could live. There was a chance. The canvas continued to surge down towards them, building speed, the temperature elevating to more than he could stand, but all he knew was that he had to save his family. He leapt sideways, flinging his arms around all of them, shielding them from the flames and screaming at them to run and hide, as the first tongues of flames licked at his back and then the canvas was down, covering him, the burning material tearing into his skin, cooking him alive. His sisters and brothers were screaming, he could feel the heat reaching right inside him. But then he was being lifted yet again, spinning, and then his feet hit solid ground. But now he was running. He couldn't stop to look around. All he knew was that it was dark, and cold, and he was being chased. It was going to catch him and kill him. He screamed, tears pouring down his face, fighting with his legs to run faster, tearing at bushes and trees that got in his way. He was miles from home. He'd never make it. He couldn't run that fast. Dad, Mum, help, he screamed, shrieking and crying, hearing it start to run faster and faster behind him, charging through the trees and snarling. Help me. He heard it jump, the rush as it soared through the air, and then it hit him hard in the back and he fell forward, screaming, knowing he was done for. He was grasped hard by the shoulder, turned over, and he shrieked as he looked up into the face of a half-man, half-beast, covered in fur and with rolling, livid red eyes. Claws grabbed his arm, pulled his soft flesh towards its jaw, and then those teeth snapped down. They seemed to melt instantly, and he was pulled up, spun around and then thrown back down to earth once again. He was in the circus tent again. Somebody had dragged him out, but he was burnt too badly to live. His arms and legs didn't feel like arms and legs anymore. They were black cinders, blood on fire. He could hear people screaming, children crying, the horses were screaming too as they were burnt alive, trapped under the big top. A pair of arms flung around his neck and held him tight, sobbing into his ear, and his little sister was shaking. She had been burnt nearly as much as him. She was going to die too. I love you, Peter, I love you. He clung onto her, feeling life slipping from his body. Don't cry, Jilly, remember your promise. I'll see you again. She choked. I promise, Peter, and then she died in his arms, as life itself was just washed away from her. He closed his eyes, and the last thought he had before he started to spin once more was, I tried. Up again, and then being flung back down, faster this time, and he was at home, tucked up in his bed, his teddy clamped in his arms. His mum and dad sat with him. They were crying too. It's okay, Remus. His mother held him tight, enveloping him in her arms. She smelled of freshly baked cakes, as soft as a pile of feathers, gentle and soothing. It was just a little bite, you'll be okay. I promise. He knew she was lying. It was a big bite. The werewolf had nearly torn his arm off. And there was one thing a werewolf bite meant. The doctor came back into the room, holding a jar full of his own blood that had been tested. The man looked solemnly at Mum and Dad, then said, quietly, I'm afraid it's bad news. You mean, his dad said. The doctor nodded gravely. He's been infected. He'll be a werewolf for the rest of his life. As his mother dissolved in tears, and he clung onto her and his teddy, starting to cry, he felt himself being pulled back for the last time. He whirled through blackness, spinning and spinning, faster and faster until Harry sat bolt upright in his bed, shaking from fear. He looked around the darkened Gryffindor boys' dormitory, and let out a sigh of relief, clutching his arms, feeling cold and shivery, as though recovering from a bad illness. It was a nightmare. That's all it was. It's not real. Be calm. He took a few deep breaths, steadying his nerves, swallowing away the spit that had welled in his mouth. Alrister, and Sarah, finding her dead, and then Snape, looking down through the crystal ball at the wedding of the one person he'd ever loved. Then Peeves dying after trying to save his family. And Lupin, being bitten by the werewolf. He reached out for his water jug and took a few long gulps. That was probably the worst nightmare he'd ever had. It was horrible, so horrible he couldn't think properly. The darkness just made him remember everything even more, and so he reached across to the lamp, twisting the bottom to turn it on. He screamed. There was somebody standing at the bottom of his bed, a black figure that rose nearly to the ceiling, with mad, livid red eyes staring at him from underneath that hood. He choked with fear, clawing backwards in bed to get away, looking terrified around at the other boys. They were all dead. He could see the knife protruding from the back of Ron's neck. He screamed, "Ron! Ron!" But it was too late. Voldemort raised his wand again, pointing it at Harry's heart, whispering, "Avada Kedavra." There was a flash of green light. Harry screamed again and dash. His scream continued as he woke up properly, so scared he couldn't think properly. He was shaking, tears rolling down his face, screaming and screaming. There was a flurry of movement around him and Ron tore back the hangings of his bed, staring at him in horror. What is it? Harry couldn't get rid of the image of Ron lying in bed, his eyes open, his mouth wide, the knife digging into his neck. He couldn't stop screaming. He just curled up in a ball, rocking back and forth, tears pouring down his face, shaking so violently that he couldn't feel his legs or arms anymore. He imagined them burnt, blackened and dying and screamed even more. Seamus, Dean and Neville were awake by now, staring out from their beds. "What's wrong?" said Neville, going pale. "We need a teacher," said Ron, his voice shaking. "You three stay with him, keep him talking, put some water on his forehead, I'm going to get McGonagall." He rushed across the room, flung the door open and hurried down the stairs. There was people in the common room below. "What's going on?" said one of the third years with wide eyes. "What's happened? Who's screaming?" Ron pushed them roughly aside, heading for the door. "We need a teacher. There's something." He yanked open the portrait hole, and was about to step out when he noticed the scene outside in the half-darkness. The light of Gryffindor common room crept slowly across the floor, revealing a figure lying on the floor in front of the portrait hole, a huge tapestry lying on top of them. Ron choked. It was Professor Snape. "What's going on here?" said a voice from outside, as footsteps approached. Professor McGonagall appeared at the end of the corridor, her hair in a bun, wrapped in a tartan dressing gown. "What's all the commotion about? I don't see why." Her eyes fell upon Snape, lying curled under the tapestry, his eyes closed, his hand laying limp across the floor. She put a hand to her mouth. "Oh my goodness. Mr. Weasley, hurry, get to the headmaster's office. The password is cookie dough, bring him here immediately." She hurried down the corridor, kneeling down by Snape, clasping her fingers to his neck. "Oh, thank goodness, there's still a pulse." She looked up. Hermione was hanging out of the portrait hole, her eyes wide with terror. "Miss Granger, who's screaming?" "It's Harry, Professor," she said, shaking. "He's just screaming. He won't stop. He won't tell us what's wrong. What happened to?" McGonagall shook her head, looking down upon Snape's unconscious face. "I don't know, Miss Granger. I don't know." All of Gryffindor House was awake by now, trying to see what was going on. All of them were pale and frightened. Professor McGonagall got Hermione and the other prefects out to stay with Professor Snape, whilst she hurried inside, rushing up the staircase. Harry was still sobbing, breathing in only gulps of air, shaking violently. Seamus and Dean were trying to calm him down, while Neville was pinned against the far wall in fear, too scared to do anything. "Finnegan, Thomas, what's wrong with him?" said McGonagall, crisply, coming over. "Voldemort," Harry gasped. "Voldemort, he was here." "It was a nightmare, Potter," said McGonagall, soothingly. "That's all it was. Voldemort is most certainly not here." Harry shook his head, still rocking back and forth. "Get SN Snape, and Lupin, and P. Peeves, and I'll prove it wasn't just a nightmare." Professor McGonagall glanced at Dean. "Thomas, go to Professor Lupin's office and bring him here. Peeves, we cannot just bring Potter, he." A sudden white mask glided through the far wall, and Peeves the poltergeist appeared, grinning from ear to ear at all the mayhem. "You rang, madam," he said, in an oily cackle. "We will require you for something, Peeves," she said. "Potter, calm down. It was a nightmare." Harry opened his eyes, looking out at Peeves, and in a voice racked with tears, he sobbed, "She was C called Jilly. She was the only one that G got out alive apart F from you. The others all D died when the C canvas fell, and UT told her to remember the promise." Peeves's face fell instantly. He had never looked so shocked in his life as he stared in absolutely and utter abject horror at Harry. How do you know?" "I was there," Harry sobbed, rocking back and forth, still holding his shoulders as though to keep himself alive. "I saw it all. And Lupin, and Snape, and Allister. I saw it. I need to talk to Professor S.N. Snape." McGonagall shook her head. "Not now, Potter, come on, let's get you out of here." "That's it, careful, we're going to see the headmaster and get you sorted out." She eased him off the bed, though he could hardly walk because of the shaking in his legs. Every time he glanced at the end of his bed, for a moment, he could almost see that black figure towering to the ceiling, and then Ron lying in bed, with the knife digging into the back of his neck. He shuddered, feeling as though he was about to be sick, as McGonagall, Seamus and Neville brought him down the stairs. Everybody in the common room surged forward, asking questions. McGonagall waved them away, moved Harry over to an armchair by the fire and sat him down. "Just breathe, Potter. Relax." Peeves swooped down after them, and several people screamed, moving away from him, but for once, he didn't seem interested in scaring them. He glided over, hovering behind McGonagall, still staring suspiciously at Harry with narrowed eyes. "What does he mean, he saw it?" he said to McGonagall. "He had a nightmare, Peeves," she said briskly. "It wasn't a nightmare," Harry shouted. "It was real, it all happened. I need Professor Snape." Ron clambered through the portrait hole, followed by Seamus, Professor Dumbledore and Lupin. The headmaster looked very serious, but Lupin just appeared confused. "What's happened, Minerva?" he said. Ron rushed over to his cousin, grabbing his wrists. "Harry. Mate, you okay? What happened? What was it?" The rest of the house all moved forward, wanting to know, but Peeves lashed at them and they all shrunk back to let Dumbledore and Lupin through. Harry was about to start telling them what happened, when he saw out of the corner of his eye, Hermione and the other prefects levitating an unconscious Snape into the common room. Harry's eyes widened in terror. "What happened?" "He is alive, Harry," said Dumbledore. "A tapestry seems to have fallen on him at the most inopportune moment. He shall be fine within a few hours." He crouched down, staring seriously into Harry's eyes. "I need you to tell me what happened, Harry, and no detail is insignificant." Harry heard his lips starting to talk as McGonagall shooed the curious Gryffindors away, though he didn't remember wanting to say the words. He told Dumbledore about falling asleep, being Allister coming home from work and finding his pregnant wife dead on the floor, then Snape looking down at a woman getting married and knowing his life had no purpose, then Allister being told his child was dead and Voldemort with the little vampire girl. He looked up at Peeves, and the story of the poltergeist's death came bubbling past his lips, and then to Lupin, and how he was bitten and told he would always be a werewolf. Then the worst part came. He told Dumbledore about thinking he'd woken up, and seeing Voldemort at the foot of his bed when he turned the light on, and Ron dead with the knife blade sunk into his neck. When he was finished, they all looked as scared as him. Lupin moved forward, and put his arms around Harry. Harry just wept into his shoulder. "Lord Voldemort appears to have given you this nightmare, Harry," said Dumbledore, quietly. "A collection of the worst memories of people around you. I presume Harry's details were correct," he added, looking around at Peeves and Lupin. They both nodded. "Though do not worry, Harry. It was all a nightmare. All in the past." "What about the end part?" said Harry, shaking, still clinging onto Lupin. "It was a nightmare," said Dumbledore again. Hermione and Ron both moved forward and hugged Harry as well. He just sat still, weeping, as all three of the people embracing him tried to calm his nerves. But every time he was calm, that image of Voldemort standing at the foot of his bed came back into his head, and he shivered again. Dumbledore stood back silently and watched for a few moments, before he said, "I will kindly ask everybody except Harry to leave the room. I must talk with him in private." McGonagall nodded, and went to levitate Snape out, but Dumbledore added, "I'm sure that Severus is not in a state to eavesdrop, Minerva. Leave him, if you would. Hermione kissed Harry on the cheek, and Ron gave him a last supportive hug before they left after McGonagall. Lupin murmured, "You'll be all right," then left too. Peeves was already gone. Dumbledore shut the portrait hole and the doors to the dormitories, then stood by Snape on the floor and raised his wand. After a few precise words, Harry saw Snape's eyes flutter. He groaned softly and then woke up with a shiver. "Potter. Calm down, Severus. Harry is here." Dumbledore beckoned to Harry, and he got up shakily, crossing the room to Snape's side. Dumbledore looked down on his potions master. "What happened?" Snape looked around vaguely at the Gryffindor common room, frowning, trying to remember. "A cold flush woke me up from my sleep. I thought nothing of it. They're not unusual. Potter has a lot of nightmares." He furrowed his brow thoughtfully, frowning at the ceiling. But it continued, repeatedly. "I decided that I might as well check on him just to make sure he wasn't being murdered in his sleep. I found the portrait to Gryffindor Tower, and was just arguing with the painting to give me entrance when." He shook his head. "A tapestry fell on you," said Dumbledore, quietly. "I believe Mr. Ronald Weasley found you lying underneath it outside the portrait hole." Snape turned his eyes to Harry. "What was the cause for alarm, Potter?" It was," said Harry. "It was hard to explain. I fell asleep and Voldemort got into my mind. He made me relive the worst memories of the people around me. I saw you, and the little vampire girl, and that woman getting married." Snape's eyes flashed softly. He turned his head away for a moment, and moved to sit up, but then gave a cry of pain. Seething, he gripped his right arm, face tight with agony. "My arm. Broken," said Dumbledore. Snape nodded vaguely. "Most likely. Harry, I would like you and Professor Snape to both go to the hospital wing," said Dumbledore. "Madame Pomfrey will be able to fix you both up." Harry got up, and helped Snape to his feet. He reached out to take Snape's uninjured arm and steady him, but Snape said vaguely, "Get off, Potter," and Harry let it drop. They left Gryffindor Tower, and Ron looked as though he wanted to stay with Harry, but Dumbledore called them all in and sent them to bed. Harry murmured, "Night," to Ron and Hermione as they passed, but that was about it. Snape and Harry proceeded to the hospital wing. Harry was numb with shock and emotional exhaustion from everything he'd seen, and so Snape had to explain to Madame Pomfrey what had happened. She gave them both beds, sent them to lay down and went to find the equipment needed to repair Snape's broken arm. Harry didn't know what to say. He just laid in his bed, staring at the ceiling. He quite wished that Ron, Hermione and Professor Lupin were still with him. He needed somebody to talk to, though Snape didn't seem to be in a good mood at all. Harry knew he couldn't fall asleep now. He didn't think he'd ever fall asleep in the dark again. He felt like a child who had had a bad dream, and wanted nothing more than to run to their parents' room and sleep cuddled up to them. He wrapped his arms around his shoulders, gazing down the ward, at all the empty beds. Maybe Voldemort was sending him nightmares as a sign. A warning that he wouldn't be dormant forever. Even the memories of Quidditch weren't enough to soothe his fright, and all he could do was lay still, watching Madame Pomfrey fixing Snape's arm, telling him to have some rest, then bustling off. Snape glanced across at him as she disappeared into her office. "Potter." Harry looked back at him. "What, sir? You look troubled." "I am troubled," he sighed softly, pulling the covers up around his neck. "I don't want to go to sleep. It was just that." Snape nodded. I understand, Potter. Try not to dwell on it." "That's your answer to everything," said Harry, glumly. "It's worked for me for 36 years, said Snape, vaguely, rolling over in his bed. "Some things are better not thought about." Harry looked down into the sheets, thinking. "Professor." "What, Potter?" Snape yawned. "How long ago was that memory about the vampire girl?" said Harry. Snape didn't answer for a moment, then said, 2 years. "So, she's about 10 now. 11. Why, Potter? I was just trying to work out how long we've got left," said Harry, quietly. "As I said, Potter, try not to dwell on it." Harry wasn't very comforted by this. He watched Snape for a moment, thinking of something, and then he said, "Why was it those 4 people? Why you, Lupin, Allister and Peeves?" Snape answered, in a calm way, those people have a great effect on your life, I expect. Peeves, said Harry, raising his eyebrows. Snape smirked slightly. Tell me, Potter, the next time somebody offers you a trip to the circus, what is your initial reaction going to be? Or the next time you see a clown? Harry fell silent for a moment, then murmured, yeah, but, you can't go back to Voldemort now. He knows you have a great effect on my life. He knows you're loyal to Dumbledore. Snape shook his head. No, I know the curse he must have used to send you those nightmares. It's a fairly simple one, but marvelous effective. He won't have seen what you were dreaming about. How do you know? Said Harry. How can you be so sure? What if he can? I just know, Potter, said Snape. I've seen that curse work so many times. I can recognize it in an instant. Where have you seen it at work? Harry asked, desperate to know how reliable Snape's reassurance was. Snape looked up at the ceiling, his eyes narrowed ever so slightly. It works best when performed by a wizard skilled in legilimency. The Dark Lord does not involve himself in such trivial things, and so asks another Death Eater to take the matter into their hands. You, said Harry, quietly. Snape turned away. Go to sleep, Potter. Harry spent the whole of the next 2 days in the hospital wing recovering in the quiet and the peace. Madame Pomfrey set up a serenity candle at the foot of Harry's bed and gave him a dreamless sleep draught, so for the most of the days, he napped quietly, getting some well-needed rest. Nobody came to see him on the Saturday, but when he woke up after his morning nap on the Sunday, he found Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, Ginny, Ernie, Kinda, Cho and Draco all sitting next to his bed, watching him fearfully. Harry, said Cho, quietly. Harry blinked up at her, wishing his hair wasn't so messy. Hi. How you doing, mate? Said Ron, pretty much barging Cho out of the way. Fine, said Harry. He rubbed his forehead, and Ron frowned. What's up with your eyes? Harry glanced into the mirror next to his bed and saw that they had gone the same swirling liquid shade of bronze that Alrister's had. The serenity candle turns them a funny color. Don't worry about it. He looked around at the many faces watching him, and said, what are you all doing here? We came to see if you were okay, said Neville. He still looked a little worried. Harry sat up in bed, fluffing his pillows to have something comfy to lean against. Thanks, guys. How are you feeling? Said Hermione, kindly. He nodded a little. Better. Sorry about worrying you all. There was a general murmur of that it was nothing. They stayed for an hour or so, all talking to him, complaining that their days had all been really boring without him. Luna gave him a copy of her Quibbler with a shy smile. Draco gave him a piece of paper with the details of their next Quidditch match. Hermione had kindly brought all his homework so he didn't have an excuse to not to do it. Cho gave him a comforting hug. When Madame Pomfrey finally came over and said that Harry seemed to be much better, and could probably leave, he couldn't have been happier about it. He got dressed behind the screen and then they all left for dinner, which was Chinese food and cherry pie to follow. Harry was feeling quite good all evening, playing chess with Ron in the common room and badgering Hermione to help him with his homework, but when 10 o'clock came, the happy feeling inside him died. Seeing the look on his face, Hermione said, what's wrong, Harry? He was silent for a moment, then said, I have to go to bed. I don't want to. It feels wrong up there. Like he's still there, waiting for me. Ron patted him consolingly on the shoulder. Come on, Harry. It was a nasty nightmare, but it wasn't real. Harry shook his head. I don't want to go up there. Hermione and Ron both swapped worried looks, then sat down on the sofa on either side of him. Hermione put an arm around him and gave him a sisterly hug, while Ron patted his shoulder gently. Harry found himself wishing he could just stay up with them all night and never go to sleep again. It was a terrifying thought to think of sleeping. Madame Pomfrey had given him a whole bottle full of dreamless sleep draught, but he knew it wouldn't help him. Poor Harry, said Hermione. It was really bad, wasn't it? He nodded sadly. Ron looked thoughtful, as though he'd had a sudden spark of inspiration. Harry stared at him. What? I'll be right back, said Ron, and he hurried away up the stairs to the dormitories. Hermione patted Harry gently on the back. Come on, Harry. Leave a light on, and the door open. Read a book and make sure you're really calm, and you'll drift right off. Harry shook his head again. You didn't see it. You didn't see Allister's wife, or the vampire, or the werewolf, or the burning circus tent. You weren't there. He sighed. Sorry, Hermione. I know you're just trying to help. She smiled kindly. It's okay, Harry. But she was interrupted by loud huffing and puffing from the stairs, as sets of bedding came rolling down the stairs, flopping out of the doorway like great marshmallows. Ron came fighting his way past it, grinning. We'll sleep down here, he said, brightly. Make a nest on the sofa and stay with the fire. Like a permanent slumber party. Hermione frowned. I don't think I approve of this. Ron dragged several pillows over to the sofa and set about making a nest, stealing all the cushions from the armchairs. Fine, you go to bed then. I'm staying with Harry. You might not care, but I do. Oh Ron, of course I care, it's just. Fair enough, said Ron, heaving the duvets over. Off you go. Sleep well. She paused, summing up her potions, and then with a sigh she said, Fine, I'll go and get my quilt. But if we get in trouble, then we'll tell McGonagall why we're doing it, and if she sends us back to bed, she's evil, said Ron. Harry couldn't help but smile gratefully. Thanks, Ron. Hey, what are third cousins for? Said Ron, grinning. Once removed, Hermione called, before hurrying up the stairs. Ron rolled his eyes, and they both grinned, flopping down onto either end of the sofa and wriggling under the duvet. Ron searched about in his bag for a moment, then took out a large packet of Bertie Bott's. Fred and George sent me them today. I think they should do us nicely, huh? He opened the bag, and offered it to Harry. Bean, cousin. Harry grinned again and took a bean gratefully. Hermione joined them soon after, and the three of them sat together in front of the fire in their pajamas. Ron and Harry took turns getting changed in the bathroom, talking for ages, until they all drifted off. When Harry woke up, the windows outside were still painted with an inky blackness, dotted with crystal stars. At first, he wondered why he had woken up, fearfully glancing around the room for any hint of dark figures standing over him, but there was nothing. He gave himself a hard pinch on the arm, and it hurt. Not dreaming. Ron was snoring loudly next to him under the nest, his mouth open, blowing bubbles every time he breathed out. Hermione was curled up in the sheets opposite, murmuring in her sleep, something about the fascinating differences between transfiguration and transmogrification. Harry smiled. He wasn't really surprised that Hermione was just as much a know-it-all in her sleep as she was when awake. He looked up to see Cupid flutter over from his perch, sitting on the back of the sofa, staring at him. What is it? Cupid flapped his wings agitatedly. FWWWWEEEEE. All right, stop F-weeing. What's wrong? Do you want feeding or something? He could have sworn that Cupid shook his head, flapping vigorously again, beating his shiny wings back and forth. Harry groaned, getting up out of the nest and walking over to the sofa. Cupid hopped onto his arm, still fluttering about and singing at the top of his voice. His claws were nipping at the sleeve of Harry's pajamas, pulling him towards the door. What? There's not a crushed teacher out there, is there? Quote! Cupid trilled impatiently. Harry walked slowly towards the door. Cupid chattered at him, pulling him along, nipping at his hand. Harry reached out and pushed it open. There. What now? Cupid flapped off his hand, and fluttered out, resting on top of a stone bust. The hawk stared down at him pointedly. Harry sighed. I can't follow you. I'll get in trouble. Cupid cocked his head to one side. Harry looked into those cute little eyes, wishing that the hawk wasn't quite so sweet. Come back in here and calm down. I'm not taking you out for a walk now. It's dark and cold. Fwee. No, Cupid. Fwee. Harry frowned. Cupid had never looked so insistently at him before. He looked around the common room, then at the hawk watching him, head tilted to one side. All right, but if you end up taking me on a walk to see a dead mouse or a painting you don't like, I'm not going to be pleased. He reached out, taking his bag from the floor and rooting around in the bottom for his invisibility cloak. He kept it with him at all times now, just in case, and he was glad he did. He pulled it on, stuffed his wand in the pocket and then stepped out into the corridor, shutting the portrait. Cupid gave an approving chirrup. Harry frowned. Yeah, what now? Where are we going? The hawk hopped gently off the bust's head, flapped his wings a few times as though warming himself up, then with a clatter of claws, he took off, gliding down the corridor like a huge copper bat. Harry jogged after him hurriedly, trying to keep the sound of his footsteps quiet, just in case there was a prefect or a teacher lurking in some dark corner. Cupid, he hissed. Cupid, come back. The hawk wasn't listening, just flying on through the darkness ahead. Harry picked up his pace, starting to pant, wondering what Cupid was playing at, but when he turned the next corner, he realized. Cupid gave a soft call, fluttering down to rest on the shoulder of a figure huddled on the floor. Harry moved forward, wondering who it was, and it was a few seconds until he realized. Draco. Draco looked up, and Harry saw that there were tears trickling down his pale face. Harry, he said, his voice strangled, unable to see the other boy in the corridor. His pale eyes wandering vaguely across everything. What's wrong? Said Harry, stepping closer, kneeling down next to Draco. Draco drew away, frightened. It's me. I'm just invisible. He pulled the cloak of his face, and Draco's eyes widened. What are you doing here? Cupid brought me. Now your turn. What's up with you? Draco shook his head, trying to hide his eyes. It's nothing, honestly. Harry noticed that there was a letter tight in his hand. I was just going to see Professor Snape, or Professor Dumbledore, or anybody, and I just... He gestured vaguely. There were more and more tears leaking down his face. Harry glanced down, and saw there were bite marks all over his ankle from sharp little teeth. What happened? He asked, his eyes widening. A rat, said Draco, wiping his eyes frantically. They're attracted to me because... He fell silent, as though he'd said something wrong, and just concentrated on breathing. Why? Said Harry. What is it? And why were you out looking for a teacher? Draco's spare hand went to his locket, gripping it tight, his other clenched down on the paper. Harry reached out for it, and Draco didn't stop him prizing his fingers apart and taking it out. This letter is for the eyes of Draco Ryu Salazar Malfoy only, he read. He paused and looked at Draco. Your middle name is Salazar. That's just snotty with a capital S. Oh, gee, thank you so much, Potter. Next time I'm being born, I'll request a different middle name, shall I? Draco said, furiously. All right, point taken. Harry turned back to the letter and carried on. Dear Mr. Malfoy, it is with our deepest regret that we inform you of the Council's decision to declare you the sole heir and living member of the Malfoy family. Harry frowned. What does it mean, the sole heir? What about your mother? Draco waved his hand vaguely, still wiping his eyes, indicating for Harry to carry on. Harry started to read again. This decision comes after 2 months of the absence of Narcissa Malfoy. You may or may not be aware that when a wizard or witch has been missing for 2 months with no word from them at all, they are declared legally. He fell silent at the next word. Dead. Draco wiped his eyes frantically again, but he was crying too hard to cover them up. I just got the letter, and I needed to tell somebody. I'm an orphan. My mum's been declared dead. Draco looked up at Harry with desperation in his eyes. I'm the last Malfoy ever. If they hadn't taken my house and all my things, I'd be the leader of the Malfoy family. And I'm alone. I'm so alone. Harry put a comforting arm around him. Come on, it's okay. Somebody will take you in. Draco shook his head, desperately trying to wipe away his tears. Nobody wants a Malfoy. I'm going to go to some rotten muggle orphanage. He put his hands over his eyes, shaking slightly. It's bad enough here. I mean, nobody likes me apart from you. I have to put up with Zabini trying to make my life a living hell. Every month I get animals trying to kill me. I hate my life. I hate it so much. Harry looked him in the eye forcefully. Why do you get animals trying to kill you? Draco tried to pull away. It doesn't matter, Potter, nothing does. Tell me. Don't. Tell me. I've told you. I don't want to. Tell me or I'll kill you. Once again, Draco gripped his locket tight. Potter, you wouldn't understand. My my family heritage is different to the view of the general public. Then tell me, what does it matter? Harry said. I want to know what you meant when you had Slytherin risotto and you got stomach pains, and you said it was normal now. And why rats are attacking you. Tell me, I'm not like everybody else, I give people a chance. Draco looked at him from under his dirty bee-owned hair, summing him up, his eyes full of worry. His fingers tightened on his locket. It's, Potter, you cannot tell a soul about this. Not even one person. Not Weasley, not Granger, nobody. I won't, said Harry. Tell me. Draco bit his lip, his eyes drifting away to roam vaguely about the corridor. Just try to think about it. Zabini told you what's in my locket, I heard him. My dad's hair. Just one. And, why do you think I'm so good at the pure arts? Why do you think I can get my way so easily? Why have I taken astronomy? Harry stared at him, then shook his head. I don't know, why? Draco paused for only a moment more, swaying a little, and then he said, Potter, my father, he was. He swallowed. He was half Veela. Harry's jaw fell. But that means that you. Shish. Draco hissed, desperately, looking left and right. Do you have any idea what a scandal there would be if it got out? The Malfoy line is no longer pureblood at all, it's a load of rubbish. The woman that is down on the family tree as my grandmother is not my grandmother. Father's mother was a Veela. My father was a half Veela. In my locket, it's a single hair from the head of a Veela. It's a magical substance. He looked at his feet, ashamed. I've been cheating. But I swear, I didn't know I was. I thought I was just good at the pure arts. Then I tried it without my locket on, and I couldn't do it. So what's with the rats? And the stomach pains, said Harry. Veela and part Veela have an organ in the body that humans don't, replied Draco. Somewhere in the stomach. It's tiny, but every month, it creates chemicals that cause the Veela powers of attraction. Of course, Veela have them all the time, but it's strongest when that organ is creating them freshly. Animals pick it up. They see me as a rival to their mates and they attack me. Buckbeak, said Harry, softly. Draco shrugged. I don't know whether it didn't like what I said, or if it was picking up the scent, but it's happening now and everything's attacking me. I can't go in the Ollery. I'll be killed, and now my father's dead, and my mother's dead, and I'm an orphan, and I'm producing and my stomach hurts, and my ankle's bleeding, and I'm sitting in the dark, and it's cold. I'm the last drop of blood and there's nowhere for me to spill. Harry patted Draco tentatively on the shoulder. Look, you're 16, right? By wizard law, you're old enough to do magic and you're old enough to own your own home. You can get a flat or something. What am I going to pay for it with? Said Draco, staring at him in disbelief. Maybe I can just go wait outside and hope a guy comes along and offers to trade me my shoes for 3 magic beans. Then there's Grimmauld Place, said Harry. It's a house I'm supposed to own, but loads of people use it. There's loads of rooms. You can stay there until you can earn some gold and get somewhere for yourself to live. Draco covered his face with his hands. I'm only 16. I'm not supposed to be taking over a pureblood dynasty and talking about finding somewhere to live. I was only trying the sorting hat on yesterday. Maybe it's time to grow up, said Harry. He put his hand on Draco's shoulder again. You're welcome to stay in Grimmauld Place. You've got me to talk to about the Veela thing. You'll get through this. Draco closed his eyes, and paused for a moment. Then, thank you, Potter. Even though you'll most likely never hear me say this to you again. I'm grateful. Harry couldn't help but smile. Prat, likewise, Draco said, laughing slightly through his tears. Come on, go back to bed. Monday tomorrow. Dark arts and transfiguration, you need to be awake. Harry helped Draco to his feet gently. Cupid fluttered up and landed on Harry's shoulder with his customary trill. All right. And, tell nobody, Potter. Harry opened his mouth to reply, but his attention was caught as the door at the end of the passage opened and light spilled into the corridor. Harry's yelp of surprise was muffled as Draco shoved him hard in the side, knocking him sideways behind a tapestry just as their visitor strolled in. Harry heard the click of high heels on the polished floors, and he couldn't resist taking a peek to see who it was. Snape's girlfriend was easily recognizable in the gloom from her smoky, sharp silver eyes and the way she walked. Her skin seemed to glow an ethereal blue in the darkness. Harry noticed she'd had her hair cut shorter, to around chin length. Draco smiled ever so slightly. "Can I help you, madam?" "Yes, it is this way to the potions master's office, isn't it?" she said, quietly, nodding up the corridor. "Yes, it is," said Draco. "Just down this corridor, then around the far corner. Anything else?" "No," she said, smiling, her eyes flashing in the darkness. "That should be enough. Thank you." Draco, he finished, returning the smile. "And it's my pleasure." She strode away into the darkness, and once the click of her high heels was far away enough, Harry peeled the tapestry away and clambered out next to Draco. "You do know she's taken, right, Draco?" "What are you talking about, Potter?" Harry smirked. "As in, you can be as charming as you like, but Snape will kill you if you hit on his girlfriend." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.